Katie, are you ready to go?
Yep.
Carol?
Yes.
Cordella?
Yes.
Don?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us June 13th, 2023. Call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. Roll call when ready.
Goss here, Doug. Here, Glenn,
Here.
Bounty, here, Pop.
Here. Any changes or adjustments to the meeting agenda?
I have a couple.
Okay.
Item number 2. Solid waste scale, there's no motion. I'd like to have it removed. Unfinished business number 3, boat water 2% grant, the middle. There's no motion. I'd like to have it removed.
So what was your first one?
Number 2,
New business
Unfinished
number
business.
2?
unfinished business number 2. There's nothing new on it. There's no motion.
Well, it's a status.
Well, we don't need it. If there's no status, we don't need it. It needs to be in the board packet in a written form so that we know what it is we're supposed to be discussing, so we can be prepared. I mean, I understand the camping one, because like today, Don brought something that's of importance and the camping item is in flux. So that's gonna happen. But these other ones, they can be planned. They're taking up time in our agenda that we just don't have. And as far as 4 and 5 are concerned, great job, by the way, Don. But I think they need to go to legal, or they should at least be in new business. They're not.
They did go to legal. This is the product that came out of legal.
Seriously?
Yeah. The
Okay,
changes,
well then,
the-
that's
the-
fine. But
the changes are what, the changes in the packet are what was recommended by legal.
I didn't see that in the memo. But it came from legal.
But it said that, let's see here,
Didn't we just
in review of the CHRF with our attorney.
Well, to be honest, guys, when we have meetings in 6, 7, 8, 9 hours long, it's really hard to keep track of what's one legal and what's not these days. So I'm not going to review 2 packets to find out if something's went to legal. Number 6, the .gov. There's no motion. Is this tied to page 142, motions that are in there? Are we just re-looking at those motions? And County Road number 7. There's no motion for the agreement for the brine Should we move this to correspondence since we're not really acting on anything?
This is for notification that there was a change in the value amount.
Yeah, that's why it
Right.
belongs in correspondence, doesn't it?
No, not really.
There's no motion.
And what is
No
number-
action to be
What is
taken.
number 8? It's just got hashtag.
The end.
Okay, so we don't need that. That can get removed. Under new business, the spectrum account, there's no motion. So shouldn't we remove them? I mean,
Because the
there's not-
spectrum account is directly tied to what we decide on the .gov. So if you decide not to use .gov, then I have to update Spectrum. So one can't happen without the other.
then in the future, a clear and concise memo stating.
We've been dealing with this since April.
Oh, yeah, I know. And that's exactly the reason why I want something that's clear and concise and short. We've gotten all this material before and all it does
Then make a decision,
is serve to confuse the situation. That's all it does.
then make a decision, Ardella. Board, what of Ardella's request? Do you want to remove anything from the agenda?
Yes. Number 2, this is unfinished business. Number 2, number 3. I'm fine with 4 and 5. Number 7 is informational and there's nothing to vote on. That needs to go. And just look down here. Well, I'm gonna have a couple extra, but the Spectrum account, there's no motions on that, no business for the board. This is a
Don, what's your
business
thoughts?
meeting.
In regards to unfinished business, I could see moving item number 7, the revised, over to correspondence. The other ones, the status and the boat wash 2 and 3, we've asked for updates last meeting. They weren't provided, so I think it's appropriate to bring those back. And then my only one that I think is new business number 8, we have a meeting set up already scheduled for next week, Tuesday. So I don't think that item needs to be discussed because the meeting's been scheduled for next week, Tuesday.
Yeah,
So remove number 8.
Yeah, because the meeting's already scheduled for it. The purpose of that was to schedule a meeting and it's been done.
Heidi, what's your thoughts?
I'm good with that.
Good with what?
I'm good with Don's suggestion.
So we will move unfinished business number 7 to correspondence. And we will remove new business number 8. I would like to add the pothole.
I'm sorry, I have a couple agenda changes.
Okay,
And I'm requesting the removal of new business number 5, access to public records, and new business number 6, the Facebook account, as items that do not require township board time or public time.
Ardella, what's your thought?
I'm good with that. I think this is a radical. We don't want to.
Heidi, what's your thought?
Gotta be discussed, so how else are you gonna discuss it if you don't wanna go down the rabbit hole?
Don, what's your thought?
I think they're both matters that we should just discuss.
And I would like to add our whole repair. As, let's make that number 11 under new business.
That's the one out here in the driveway.
It is. Cheryl, what do you think about adding pothole repair?
It's unnecessary.
Bella, what do you think about adding pothole repair?
Being that my truck got severely damaged because of the pothole and those rocks that are sitting in the road right of way. I want something done about the damn pothole.
Okay. Heidi, what is your thought?
I'm concerned about the rocks in the roadway personally. You can't see them in a little car, so, okay,
Would you like to add this to
please.
the agenda? How about you?
For the exact same reason Della did, I think that damage is occurring. We need to.
So we will make an addition to the agenda as item number 11, pothole repair. Any other further changes or adjustments to the agenda? Shall we approve the new agenda? Motion to approve the new agenda as discussed here today.
Seconded.
Motion made, seconded, further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Bamian,
Yeah,
Bennett,
No,
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Gosner.
The agenda is any conflict of interest this morning? Okay. Public comment. Anyone here in the township hall wishing to make public comment? Please make your way to the podium.
Good morning, board. My name's Rod Rebant, 648 Island View Drive. Just so people in the audience know, I'm also on the planning commission. And I'm speaking as a private citizen today. And I'll be brief, but I'm going to be fairly direct also on some feelings that I have. And it should not be a surprise to anybody that communications would be a topic. Just listening to what's already been discussed this morning. I think every organization has problems with communications in general. Part of our problem right now is we have political differences. We have differences of, how we see things personally and pull politics out. But we also just have, I'll call it bad communications. And I don't understand bad communications being part of a civil organization that's here to deal with the public's issues. I see way too often that things get misaligned or miscommunicated or I'll say slandered or whatever the topic. I just am hopeful that the township finds a way to improve communications. It's the death of all of us in a sense. I've learned since being on the PC that there is no such thing as over communicating. The more communications we share with people, the honesty, the issues that are really facing our public, those are real discussions that need to happen in every part of the organization. It's extra work. It's things that the community's looking at us to provide answers. So the list today, I'm not sure that what I got up here to talk about is even on the list. Facebook account and access to public records. I will say, whether it's on the agenda or not, we have a problem. Let me add Zoom in there too. The communications that our community has been leaning on in using successfully for a couple of years seem to have disappeared or are on the verge of disappearing. And I don't understand. And I sent all of you a letter and thank you for the people that responded. I have to apologize to Heidi.
that's okay.
Yeah, I put the wrong address in there and she didn't get it. But it's just something that Those are tools that we use to communicate with the public. Public, they can't always be here. Zoom is that best example. Our fallback plan is a data recorder. The data recorder seems to be a question of whether we can support it or not. I mean, I'm here and I'm 20 minutes into the discussion and I'm kind of lost as to where all the momentum of this board agenda is going. I would like to propose that somehow this township takes communication, and maybe it's a subcommittee, but we need to figure out what are the tools, what are the values that we have in supporting our community in getting timely and accurate information out to our citizenry. It's important. Every group, every person that works for this township needs to be part of that solution. So with that, I'd be happy to help if you're looking for somebody to step forward. I'm part of it. I want to make sure that the pieces I'm working on become relevant information to the community. Thank you.
Anyone else here in Township Hall?
Lois McLean, 5919 Linderleaf. Just a quick update. There's been 243 surveys returned. New business number 5. So people know, I do want to continue being the recording secretary. I've been doing it for the township for over 13 years. There's never been a problem. The issues appear to be access to a recording. I think it is a great idea to have a separate recorder for meetings. I set one up for the clerk. I can easily set one up for the supervisor. So he has immediate access to the recording for posting to the township's web page of meetings. It will be most excellent when we finally get that website set up so people can have access to it right away. New business number 6, Facebook page. Everybody knows that that's me. That is no secret at all. I was asked by the park rangers if I would do that. And I said yes. And I've been doing it for years. It's just no secret. The memorandum in the packet for the supervisor appears to be harassment and more importantly, a threat. I'd like the harassment to end. It is an ongoing issue in this township, and it seems always geared toward women. If Heidi continues to support the PC and vote in favor of things that help to move the PC in getting things done, it is likely that she too will end up being a target of harassment. I am hopeful that with all of this coming out, that will not be the case. I am hopeful that this type of harassment will end now.
Thank you. Anyone else in Township Hall? So we'll go out to Zoom. I don't see any hands up. Oh, there's one. Good morning, Connie.
Good morning. Just a quick comment about the Facebook page. As a person who visited the township and the area for the past 23 years, someone from the outside looking in at a township park page, I always assumed the person running that page was someone connected to the park. It took, because it always said anonymous on the page, I didn't know until I asked the question who the author of that page was. That's when I found out that it was Lois McLean. So I like the posts that are about the community and the park. There was no post about cleanup weekend There was no post about the youth baths tournament that went on. But there have been political posts put on there, and there's no place for that there. There's no place for political posts on the campground page. So I'd like to see someone who is involved daily at the park running that page. Lois McLean has other places to post her political rants, her political opinions, her political whatever. They don't belong on that page. I'd like to see one of the Rangers running it. I'm sure that Andrew can find someone to run positive posts about the campground. It's a great place. Let's put some positivity back in it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any more hands up. And so we did receive a couple of emails that asked to be read. And the first one I see here is from Vaughn Harshfield. This came in on Sunday, I believe. It is addressed to all board members. Does somebody want to pick a paragraph as recommended in the document? Or would you wish I read it entirely? Okay. To the board members, from Vaughn Harshfield, subject to June 13th board meeting. I've been quiet for years, even the hard work of running our township, my elected officials, and to our younger citizens. But the June 13th board meeting saddens me. I must speak up. A township board and its employees should be a cohesive unit serving township citizens. Whitewater Township is not cohesive. This agenda attacks Clerk Goss and Recording Secretary McLean viciously. As a citizen, it is impossible for me to know what goes on behind the scenes. In an office, squabbles are bound to happen between anyone, and particularly between management and non-management employees. These squabbles must be worked out in private, and when management is not able to discuss matters with their staff and the squabbles become public, then management has lost its effectiveness. Cheryl Goss is accused of withholding access to public records, and Lois is accused of operating a Facebook page that impersonates the Whitewater Township Park. Really? Why can't these and similar squabbles be handled person to person in private? And the township attorney was contacted to review Lois's case. An employee of our township is being attacked by the township in public. In my opinion, this is wrong, and the township protocol should not allow this to happen. I've been reading Lois's Facebook postings, I think for years. I found her postings to be helpful in announcing things of interest to the township citizens. Examples would include our annual cleanup day, the WISA Halloween party, and the WISA Halloween party. Lois is committed to keeping our citizens informed, and if issues arise that the public should know about, then Lois publishes. Some people might not like a particular post, but if it's the truth, then deal with it. It is my sincerest hope that these squabbles can be handled in private from now on, and contacting an attorney must be a complete board decision and not be made by one individual. I love this township and I want it to prosper, and this internal bickering has got to stop. Everyone must work together as a team member. Consider this: if this township board and all of its employees were a football team, you would never win a game. Enough is enough. All elected officials and the township employees should want the same thing: to do the best job possible for citizens of Whitewater Township. You do that as a team. Please make it happen now, respectively. Go on. And let's see. Somebody else want to read Frank Highmore's? It was sent to everybody.
Right? So it was Jared and Slocum. We're gonna read that too.
Yeah, I was taking it from the first that I received. So the first one I got was on Sunday. So I was moving forward, not in reverse order. Yeah. Somebody want to read Frank's?
I'm not putting the public through my reading out loud.
Okay, well,
I can read it. I just have to find it here.
it came in on Sunday.
It's gonna be in our board packet, in your correspondence next month. I think, because, you know, we really didn't do that for long.
Because we've already set a precedence by reading bonds, so.
I just think it's been common practice. If somebody sends us an email and asks for it to be read, then that's what we do. If the board wishes to change that, then we can change it.
Then we should have changed it at the beginning of the meeting because you already read one.
And that's fine. I understand that, Heidi. But I mean, I understand your point. I'm looking for ways to streamline this, right? And so ideas like this outside of the meeting would be terrific. And
Well, as I've said many times, when you talk to the MPA, Michigan Townships Association, emails are not required to be read, even if the author of the email requests it. So it's up to the board if they're going to be read or not.
And we shouldn't have read one.
well, we have typically done that, Heidi. So if the board wishes not to have any more read, then we won't read any more.
I don't need any more emails read.
I've read Frank's.
I've read them all.
Yeah, I've read them. No, just came in my office this morning.
There's some that came in this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I would suggest that you just list the emails and the date they came in, and they can be listed, but they don't have to be read. Or if the board wants them read, go ahead and read them. We're wasting a lot of time on a decision.
Not much thought.
I was just looking at, Frank's he didn't ask it if he read into it. So I don't,
You can put it as correspondence next month.
I think that would be fine. I think that, they're not asking for it to be read, then I think just putting in the correspondence would be the appropriate.
Okay, fair enough. I do see another hand up now out in Zoom. Good morning, Derek.
Good morning, Ron. So if you're not going to read, since you're reading one and not all, I'll read ours from our attorney.
Yeah.
Hello again, everyone. As I was named in the comment, I feel like I would like comment on the code enforcement complaint. And so please put these comments into the record. There does seem to be a lot of confusion, so let me help clarify. My clients are the purchasers of a piece of land that will soon be in violation of the Township Ordinance and the Land Division Act. The township is given its authority through the Land Division Act to enact their own ordinance, and it is the governing law in this matter. My understanding, the Whitewater Township Board made the decision at a May 3rd, 2023 special meeting, but the minutes will potentially be approved at this meeting on June 13th today. Let's say it is approved. The property is unbuildable per section, I believe 10, consequences of noncompliance with land division approval requirements of the township ordinance. The reason for noncompliance was because the property was not in compliance with the General Ordinance 26, Amendment 3, Section 7D. Section 14, penalties and enforcement. You can see below in the attached email that you have of the ordinance is the next step. Morrison Orchard sold the land that was in violation of the township ordinance and the Land Division Act. Action needs to be taken against them under MCL 560.265, which you can see below. This action should be brought to the attention of the Attorney General under MCL 560.266. You can see that below, but the prosecuting attorney would suffice. As purchasers, my clients are given protections in the Land Division Act. Under MCL 560.267, which you can see below, they should get their money back plus costs from the seller. Unfortunately, they will have to commence an action at law against the people who sold it to them, John and Janice DeBono, who will in turn have to commence action against Morrison Orchard. Long and short, the assertion that my clients should have known, have no way to appeal, or didn't do their due diligence is absurd. The Morrison Orchard split was approved. The actions of the board have put Morrison Orchard into violation. Once that property is officially deemed unbuildable today, my clients will initiate the process to appeal with the Zoning Board of Appeals. The board should begin persecution of the violator. Final thoughts: if the board feels passionately about this issue, they should in fact go after the violator, Morrison Orchard. The assertion that Morrison Orchard did nothing wrong is logically flawed. You can't be innocent and commit a violation. To not ratify the land division would impact substantial property rights due to the subsequent sales, which were made in good faith. The Land Division Act exempts large parcels from the ratio requirement, 10 acres or more. The decision to deem the property unbuildable is using a local ordinance to override state law. As you are probably aware, this creates a large litigation risk to you because a reviewing court will be interpreting the statute for the entire state and not simply for land divisions in Whitewater Township. The board has authorized the zoning administrator and assessor to approve ratios other than 4:1. Bob Hall, the zoning administrator, approved the site condo project and read the ordinances vesting his office to make that determination. We know he was provided with a copy of the Third Amendment to carry out his job duties, supporting a finding that the intent of the township was to vest that office with ratio waiver authority and variance authority. We also know there is textual support for this determination, and it is consistent with the actions and understanding of the zoning administrator. The township board knows deeming the property unbuildable is wrong. They should immediately ratify the decision of the zoning administrator and adopt the correct interpretation of its ordinance. If the board confirms their decision today, it will take property rights away from my clients, and the damages we will eventually be seeking will be between $2 and $10 million. Quick notes for everyone: the board, relying on the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, MCL 125.3208, in making any decision or defending their actions is a misinterpretation of the statute. Finally, Gary Van Solkema is the builder on the project. Law citations are all below in the email.
Who was speaking? This not?
Eric Van Sloxen.
Okay. Just making sure.
Okay, that looks like it out in Zoom. And Ardella, we have a question of whether or not you have your mic on.
I apologize.
So hopefully that corrects that. Thank you very much. No public hearing. Board, just as a thought, we have road commission folks here, lots of power. Maybe we can move them up to number 2, just behind Daryl Nelson, for the board entertain that?
I don't have a problem.
Good, I mean, okay. We'll try and get him out of the meeting. Daryl, I believe it's on your shoulder to quickly move through your report. My report is. You know, you could. Say that to the road commission.
Yeah, all right, well, my report is actually gonna be quick. Daryl Nelson, Grand Traverse County Commissioner, District 6. Hello to all of you guys. We kind of the report I want to talk about is some of the things that we're working on, kind of in the background, continuing things I've reported on before. But we've got a meeting coming up. We're looking for, there's some state money available. We're looking at a juvenile detention center in this area that there's been some law changes on minors and how they can be held. Unfortunately, we've had more and more activity. I understand that the probation department, it used to be unusual if there was 3 felonies in a week in 2019. Now it's not unusual to have 6 felonies in the morning when they come in each day. So a lot of that is meth and violent crime related to meth. And unfortunately, that's affecting families and youth, and some of the crimes are being committed by people who are under 18. So, and sometimes, as they say, minors just need a timeout, so to speak, you know, a place where they can go. So we're working on that, trying to make it make sense. We're also working on the community mental health access point. We're moving forward on that process. We might have this coming up next week, a request. We set aside $5 million for that, on maybe how to spend that. I'm also continuing to work on better broadband access for this entire county. As you know, the feds and the state have a lot of money they're putting toward that. So we're continuing to move forward on it, and hopefully we'll have some good results out of it. And the last thing is the board has begun another strategic planning session. I would say the first one was, I wasn't real happy with the productivity of it, but it was, we brought some of the county administration team in and some of the department heads. And so I'm hoping that we'll have a little more concrete stuff down the road. But so unless there's any questions for me, I'm done.
What
Best part
bothered
of my
you about-
report.
Bothered you about your planning session?
I didn't feel like it was an initial one and it was a new guy than we had last time because that guy's no longer with the company. So I felt like we kind of stepped back a little bit, but by bringing a whole bunch more people in, the department heads and stuff, it was, it just felt like we didn't come out of there with any definitive action points. But I think sometimes you gotta, you know, kind of, you gotta put the ingredients in before you let the soup simmer, kind of thing. But
Yep.
I'd like to have some board goals too. My goal in this is to have some 1, 3, and 5 year goals that, so we kind of know where we're heading. So it's not a criticism of my fellow board members or the county or the minute. It just, I was hoping to get further down the road. Sometimes that process takes longer.
Sometimes you need somebody to point out the focus.
Yeah. And I just think that I was hoping, because we already had one that was, I felt like but again, I'm not really criticizing as much as
I know.
I'm looking forward to actually having a roadmap.
You want to see where you're going?
Yeah. Any other questions? All right,
Yeah,
thanks.
wow.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I will. Thanks.
So, Brad, welcome. Are you gonna tag team us or what? Jason?
He's here
You're
for
not gonna see quiet,
are you?
You, boy,
So,
good thing this is on tape.
yeah, a couple of things happening recently at the road commission. Last week, Monday, we were invited down to Lansing to talk in front of the Eagle folks about brining of roads. The way the Eagle was approaching the new permitting for putting down brine, their permit process would require stopping brining 500 feet before any source of running water. So their definition of running water is if it carries running water during the spring, during thaw, that's running water. So effectively, that would have eliminated our ability to brine well over half the roads within this county because of the number of areas we have ditches. So it's very productive as we actually explained to them how the brining works. And we feel like we made some good progress on that, and we're going to be able to keep doing the brining so that we don't have these gaps. One of the videos that we had taken by Wexford County, they actually did a demonstration for Eagle of what it would look like to follow their regulations. And you're going from a brine section to an unbrined section, and that cloud of dust when you hit that is just unbelievable. So we feel like we made some good progress, and we're going to be able to keep going on the brining like we have been, and hopefully the brining is going to be getting better every year as we are putting this new product down. We are finding that we still do have some salt residue left in the roads in the spring, so that's a good thing. And we noticed that after we had that little bit of rain that we had on Sunday, a lot of our roads tightened right back up. So that's a very good thing. We're starting to see the benefits of this better product. Also, as of last night, we got conditional approval from the Village of Kingsley to attach our new facility in the southeast to their water and sewer system. What this means is that new facility, the old facility is over 70 years old and is falling in on itself. It also has a very small salt farm. When we build the new facility, the additional capacity for salt and trucks down there is going to be able to allow us to restructure how plow routes are distributed. So we would be able to hit more routes out of the southeast than we currently do, which means that we should be able to have a more uniform approach so that there aren't going to be areas that take a lot longer to get to during the snow events. We should be able to have a pretty standard response time to the majority of the roads. Obviously, your primaries are going to be done first in your busier locals, but then we're even getting into the neighborhoods and stuff should be a lot more uniform than it has been in the past. So we're really looking forward to that. And that being said, we are going to start implementing some of that even this coming winter, even though that facility will not be complete yet. We have a Google Analytics product, which is helping us develop new routes. And we're going to try and make that use of that with our new routing tracking of the plows. We're making good progress on that. So you'll be able to see how long ago was my road plowed, when is it scheduled to be plowed again, and it'll give you a color-coded scheme of whether the road is in good shape, recently plowed, or if it's starting to get into the yellow all the way down to red where it really needs to be plowed again. So we're making good progress on that. We also have just recently got approval this last month from our board to collect data for the entire county on the road system. So in the past, we've always hit our primary roads with the Pacer survey, and about every 3 to 4 years, we go out and do a window survey of our locals. Well, we're going to actually collect everything this year. So we're going to be able to have the exact condition. This is done with a LiDAR unit, a laser diffraction unit, as opposed to the human eye. So it's going to be a very accurate survey of what the condition of the pavement is, how much longer that pavement should last, and what we need to do to maintain those pavements. So as we get this information into place, we'd really like the opportunity to come to see you guys to either do it here or do it at our office and show you how this program works and help you guys develop an asset management plan for your township so that you can start looking out, okay, what's going to happen next year? Is this a gravel year road for the township? Is this a paved year road for the township? And we've got a lot of these through locals that we're going to want some feedback from the township to say, hey, yeah, these are the roads that the road commission is taking care of now out of these locals, but these are the priorities that we feel need to be addressed because of the complaints, because realistically, you probably get as many or more complaints about your roads than we do. So we want to help to get that program in place and start dealing with trouble spots that you're aware of. So whenever you guys would be interested, could be groups of 2, groups of 3, whatever, if you want to do a full board meeting and you want to do it here, we can do it just that way also. So however that works for you, we'd really like to get that built into place. The other advantage we have too with this new system is because we purchased a license for this program for each of the townships. So you have one license for it. That allows you to use that program to do additional things. So if there are parks that you want to take an inventory of, we can show you how to start inventorying your parks so that you could get that. If you have a building here that you want to start looking at tracking your asset here, we can help you, show you what you need to do to get that done. We're going to pay for the license, so it's not going to cost you anything but your time to collect the assets that you want to collect. And we'll get you up and running with it, and then you guys can run, and if you have questions, we can answer questions. We won't be able to help you do your asset management plan on facilities, but we can definitely get you in the right direction for it. So a lot of these things are coming, and we're moving forward as quickly as we can. We've got 2 people that are dedicated to doing this and making this something that works for the entire county. So we can start talking, you know, if you have a priority on a section of road and Acme has a priority on a section of road that's pretty close, we can try and coordinate these projects and get them done at the same time. So that being said, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm more than willing to take questions if you have any questions for us. We also, one last thing, we did get a roller, so we do have the capability now to do a lot of skip patching ourselves. So if you start seeing areas that are like 10, 20 feet long that are really falling apart, please let us know. We don't see them all the time, but we can definitely come out and fix that.
How about this crater?
Is that in the road or is that on your drive?
It's in the road right away. I'm not laughing. See those rocks out there, which are also in the road right away that a neighbor put out there? I did it yesterday, trying to avoid oncoming traffic.
If those rocks,
It ripped my rim and it tore my tire, ripped this big.
okay, well, the rocks we can definitely remove when we're in this area. If it's something you guys want to talk to, Ron, if you want to give me a call, we can talk about it.
Brad, let's go.
Well, I can have somebody come and move the rocks,
First one that hit these rocks.
and so. Yeah, so we did do a strategic planning in-house, and there's a lot of things. We'd like to get a copy of it to you now that it's finalized and the board's approved it. It'll give you an idea of where our priorities are and what we're working on to make improvements. One of the big things is communicating back and forth between the townships and trying to help out where we can. Being that that is right off the side of the road, if we're coming through here and they see that, I'll make sure they throw some asphalt into it. So, yes.
So with respect to those rocks out there, I'll just let you know that I reported those rocks to the road commission. I believe it was last October. I was very concerned for the November election when we have a lot of traffic in and out of our parking lot, and also people parking all the way up and down the road from 72 down to Church Street on both sides of the road because they need to get in here and vote. And I talked to a gentleman by the name of Steve. He actually came out here. He came into my office and we discussed the rocks. He said, well, I'm gonna have to send a letter to the property owner over here. That's the guy who put him out there, was this guy next door. And so anyways, he assured me they were gonna be taken care of. And that was last October.
Okay.
And then I followed up with him one time and he said he hadn't sent the letter or something. I don't remember. I'd have to go look at my email now. But anyways, so the road commission, I'm sorry to say, has known about those rocks since last fall. They haven't been taken care of. And
I'm not the first one to hit them.
and this right here is a piece that fell off of somebody's car on May 30th when they went out to drive and they were trying to avoid the pothole. And this fell off of their car. A citizen who saw it brought that in. And so, and then we had another incident where a person came from that direction. We have this, we don't have it anymore on our video because it doesn't last that long. But they came from that direction. They turned sharply in. They actually hit, I believe, the smaller rock, and their car drug it out into the middle of the driveway for a number of feet before it released from the side of the car, whatever it was stuck on. And there was a citizen at the recycle bins back here, and he came in and reported to us that there was this big rock in the middle of our driveway that wasn't in there like 5 minutes ago when he drove in to drop off his recycle. Now, there wasn't anybody here that could move a rock. Thankfully, he was a good Samaritan and he moved the rock off the side of the road. Those rocks need to go, and that pothole needs to be fixed. And I don't think it should be fixed at township expense. The neighbor right here.
And can you get us, his take care of that. We're gonna take care of it.
Yeah.
We'll let him know.
actually asked-
Yeah, that's, we'll take care of that, so.
You will
But,
patch the pothole.
Yeah, I'm not sure what day it will be. We are expecting rain again today, but we do have pothole crews out. When they're in this area, I'll have them drop some hot asphalt in there.
And
the
I
rocks,
would- that is, if they have to come out here, a special trip, I would ask it be done, because that right now is a very dangerous situation out there. Yeah. And then now
One out,
with your
I
road,
drug that. It was like right on the road.
yeah. And we own like 4 feet or so into the grass out here. There's a stake down there. There's a couple different stakes up and down there that show where that is. So those rocks have been on the township's property, but in the road right of way too, for a
we
long
can,
time now.
yeah, we can get that taken care of. I don't know, they're already out for today, but by the end of the week, we'll get the rocks out of there, and hopefully we'll have a patching crew out here. Just so you know.
Okay, and I have another concern.
That, just real quick, on this type of thing, if it's a road issue, your first point of contact for it to get this done even quicker is now Dan Watkins. Dan Watkins is our new superintendent of roads. If you call there and you ask for anything that needs to be done, and if you can't get a hold of him, his boss is Jay Seksuski. And he can be the next. And then if you can't reach either of them, feel free to call me.
Brad, would that apply to?
And excuse me, is this a different topic? Because I have another,
It's just what, his information passed out.
okay.
So if I have a citizen that's calling me and wants to talk to somebody about potentially skid patching an area of road that's really bad, they would reach out to Dan Watkins.
That would be the first step, yes. And then he will take it, he'll look at it with the foreman. And then we'll move forward and determine whether or not it's something that we can handle in-house, or if it's something that we have to.
That I can redirect that citizen
To Dan Watkins, yes, he is the. Yeah, that's the other option. So you can use our website now.
Yep.
Where that report a problem is, they can do that. But if you want to talk to somebody
Okay.
specifically and you want to get an answer from a person, that's who you guys would probably want to call.
And I did put the report a problem link for your website on our website. So
Okay.
people can actually go to our website and find it under information. In case they can't find it on the county.
Well, it is
website.
definitely, the usage is going up
Yeah,
weekly.
yeah.
So we're very happy.
And then the other situation I want to bring to your attention, since you mentioned it about having a roller, is that I live off of Carnes Road, which is the last paved road. Well, you go up Elk Lake Road, and it's the last paved road that goes to the right before you get to the township line, which is Town Line Road. And so there's a subdivision down there with about 35 homes in it. And when you first turn off the road, there's a shady area there that we all know what shade does to
Right.
roads. And so anyways, it is one side to the other potholes in that shady area. And people are driving off the road on the north side of the road to miss all those potholes. There's just a whole bunch of them there. Not a very long stretch.
Okay.
But
I will
that
refer
should
that
be
to Dan
addressed.
to take a look at also.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything else?
My subdivision has the same thing. And just to be clear, I've been directing everybody to the red button, right?
Yeah, that's easy to do. That's,
Okay.
because that's 24 hours a day and that automatically goes right into our system and it gets
That's what I
processed
was kind
quickly.
of thinking from your last report.
Right.
So I wanted to make sure that really we haven't changed
No,
that
I'm just saying-
information to the public.
right. For
For
you
us
guys,
here.
it's sometimes
Good.
easier if we've got stuff and you want to talk about it back and forth. If there's something that's out of the ordinary, especially, it's sometimes helpful to talk to these people direct.
You need to know where my subdivision's at.
I think I know where your subdivision
Right.
is.
Good.
And I live on a dirt road and,
Where this is going?
the brining that was done so far seems to be holding pretty well. I can't say anything about the chatters because, well, I don't want you to come out and grind it and get rid of my brining.
Well, we actually have hit a few areas that get chattered up because part of our contract this year was they had to leave us at least 3,000 gallons in Traverse City and 3,000 gallons in Kingsley. So we have the ability to smooth out some areas and then rebrine it in-house if it's
If you
something.
just happen to hit Bunker Hill, I wouldn't complain because you can go, start
Actually-
going sideways.
Actually, we actually have some stuff happening on Bunker Hill. because
You've got people driving out in the ditch to get away from them because they're all.
Yeah. We have that set for some actual gravel addition coming up.
And just a heads up, he's not gonna be happy when you move his boulders. Just
Turn
let
the
you
right
know.
way.
Okay, just let you know.
I have big shoulders. I can handle it, so. Anything else? Have a great day.
Thank you.
We'll see you next quarter.
All right, good. And I really appreciate Kylie taking the time to set these appointments up early. So I can just plug you right into the agenda, makes it smooth. She does a nice job. So thank you. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you. Yeah. All right, Chief. Thanks for playing third fiddle today. We appreciate the cooperation.
Anytime. Fire Chief Brandon Flynn, Whitewater Township Fire Department. So we had an average month in May. We did have a hazardous materials call, which are far and few between, but I had some help from Metro, the actual hazmat team. So we got it mitigated pretty quickly. I guess the highlight of last month is 2 of our firefighters graduated the fire academy. So they both passed the practical exam and I just found out, I think last week, that they passed the written exam, the state exam. So that takes a little bit longer to grade. Whereas the practical exam, right when you're doing it, if you pass or fail. They still have a couple more classes to do for our particular department before we can take them off probation, but we're well on the way to having a pretty good staff. And I'm still working on the brush truck and I'm still working on the new fire pumper. No updates on those yet. And that's it.
Question, if I may, just for clarity. Fire pumper, is that the same as an engine or is it a different piece of apparatus?
It's the same as an engine.
Okay, all right. And it differs from the pumper tanker that we bought in several ways.
Yes.
Okay.
Not too many ways, because we ordered our pumper tanker as a Class A pumper. Because we did not have a backup fire engine. So when our fire engine goes out of service, we're able to place our pumper tanker in service as a frontline pumper. So basically the engine has a little bit less water, only 1,000 gallons, but it holds more equipment. but they're both pretty close. So what gives it the pumper, the tanker designation too is like over 1,000 gallons of water, which we have 1,800 on our pumper tanker.
Thank you. Yep. Any other questions?
No, but I will say thank you for helping me clean up day.
Oh,
With my cohort being gone, it was nice to have the extra help. Thank you too, Rod.
And Chief, could you pass along my congratulations to the two new graduates?
yes,
Thank you,
yes, I sure will.
thank you.
Heidi, anything from the planning commission?
Sure.
Oh, I need time. Thank you. Okey dokey, I get to give the fun report since they have a line item in the agenda for the important stuff. Which will be covered on the line, this will be covered on the line item about the change that we agreed on in the joint meeting. And I have somebody here to talk about that. If you look at Bob's report, he's got a 6-module zoning board of appeals training program modeled after Citizen Planner that everyone can take advantage of if they'd like to. In the 3rd paragraph of his report, it's 45 to 90 minutes. The chair of our PC, who runs a very tight ship, wanted to let you know that she would be on Zoom in and out, but she has a lot of meetings today. As far as our public hearing we had, they basically came before us to reset their home occupation application, and they took care of all 5 elements. So they are on their way. They now have a bunch of work to do with the health department and sewers and septic and all that good stuff. You all received a copy of the master plan, first 4 chapters. My team wants to make sure you're reading it and editing it and passing it on to more people around the community so we can get everybody's feedback. They would also like to know if you would like another meeting. You did not read you did get a copy of your book that you missed the meeting?
Oh, it's in the book?
It's in the book.
Gotcha.
It's in the book. If anybody wants to go on the website, look at the joint PC meeting, look at the packet. The 4 chapters are in there. If you have a problem, get a hold of me. I'll get you a copy even, or I'll show you how to bring it up online. So the team would like to know, after our first joint meeting, which they all were very pleased with, would you like another meeting in 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, 12 months? Kick it around and let us know. That is what they would like to hear from you.
Is that like a basic follow-up or?
Basic follow-up, if you got concerns, they just wanted to know, did you like the meeting? Would you like another one? If you would, how far do you want to go before we have another one? It's a lot of prep work, so hopefully we're thinking like 6 months, you'd like another one. That gives us time to plan appropriately. But could you kick it around and maybe send me an email and let me know what you want to do? Because they would like your comments and concerns if you'd even like another joint meeting. Anybody have any questions for me? Please take note that the ROS committee has different kinds of signs. When I whipped around the corner this morning and saw that one, it was awesome. The only way this is going to be a success is if we all get out there and tell people, fill out the survey. I do have one question for Lois. Was that 247 total or just paper? You don't have anything on online?
I spoke with Network Start West on Friday and they had 28
Okay. Okay, so that's interesting. Right now we're at 247 paper and 28 online. Hopefully this weekend's the deadline, more people will get online. Remind people too that if you had 2 people in the household, you only got 1 survey, get the other person online or make a copy for them. So, because everybody gets a voice in the household. Anyone have any other questions?
I mean, we aren't going to reach everybody, but we could do another news blast out.
I would, just to
coming
remind
down
people,
that deadline.
that'd
And
be
if
awesome.
You do it online. Can you forward me the QR code? So I can just put it in the email?
Sure. Yeah,
Can you do that today immediately if it's possible, like by end of business day?
by end of business.
Awesome. Let's keep working as a team, guys. You don't get that by end of business day, please. Send me an email.
All right, Park and Recs, hello, Don.
Just a couple brief items. The High Creek Park Playground. The repairs were done on that workmanship that we had concerns about. I want to give a compliment to Brandon Hubble. He did a phenomenal job getting those corners anchored and really got things straightened out. It was an excellent solution for. And so I think we're done there. The follow-up inspection took place and passed. So that has been resolved and the signs were taken down by the PrAC committee chairperson. Back in, the board approved some funding for the BCNA trail removal that was done by the Grand Traverse Conservation District, Steve Largent. That work was scheduled to be done this week. I don't know if that, I didn't hear any confirmation if that started yesterday. I know they needed a piece of equipment. And I believe they PO'd out that to do some further brush clearing, but they were on target to get that done roughly. If they're not working on it today, I'm sure I guess the weather might be a contingency, but I know that they're geared up for it and you get that section knocked out, put to bed. So.
Where are the signs?
I don't know. Melissa took them
I'd
down.
like to buy them.
They're in the mechanical room. They're in the baseball room.
Oh,
And
the other side.
Amber told me she took them down.
Oh, Amber did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought Melissa
Yeah.
took them down.
No, Amber took them down, or her dad, and so they're in the baseball storage side.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh. This is, Don. With the information you put in the board packet, I like your written reports. They're very informative, but I don't see a need to put the PrAC's board packet in our packet.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, I mean, it's like 9 pages or 6 pages or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good point, because one of the things that if I go back to, not quite a year ago, there was discussion around the board of getting that put in there because it was short. Then it wasn't in there for a while and it just seemed to be that that's what the board had wanted. Now, if the
Yeah.
board's recommendation or just kind of consensus is that you don't want to have it in there, I have no problem not. I just.
Well, it's on our website.
So.
And
Do you want minutes though?
No, because the minutes come in our consent calendar.
Right,
already.
yeah.
So
We
you
don't
want the
need to
minutes
repeat
in,
it.
okay.
So is it just consensus, just leave it out of the packet then?
Yeah, I mean, we've got 200 and 300 page packets. I think that we could probably
Yeah.
reduce it so that we can focus more on what's actually important.
It's
Ron, you're
also,
doing this, you don't agree?
it's,
No, I'm just listening.
It's also in there twice, pages 5 to 13 is Don's report and the prac packet, and also pages 36 to 44 are the identical same thing. So I'm not sure why it was in there twice, but. And also, we don't review draft minutes, so the board decided a long time ago that they did not want draft minutes in the packet. They just want to read, so that's another reason not to put the prac packet in there.
So while we're on this point, Cheryl brings up a good point. Don has a report under section G. And then he also has a report under H. Okay. So Don sends a combined report. And so does Heidi, really. And so I struggle with where to put each individual's report. A couple of times I've forgotten Heidi's. Once I've forgotten Don's. So when I have a combined report, do you just want me to show it under one or the other?
Well, why don't we try to make your job a little easier and send the reports separately for if it belongs in the consent calendar versus under correspondence? Because you said it's consent calendar, and what did you say?
Right.
G?
Under G,
Yeah,
and then we also have a trustee report under H, right?
right. So send, if you guys could send those reports separately, if you're covering the two different topics, that would actually help you.
And maybe it's my misunderstanding what folks are sending me, right?
Yeah.
And so I'll pay a little closer attention, because I really don't open up anybody's packet beforehand. I open it up just to make sure it's functional. But other than, I don't perform any review on it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I send you a trustee report, then
Which goes underneath the H.
Yeah, and for you this month, you sent me 3 emails.
one of those was a mistake because the other one didn't
Yeah,
count.
I was expecting 2 files from you.
Right.
And so I got 2 files. And I did catch that as a double, but that was after the.
Right, that's
the
okay.
packet
I mean,
Went out. Or,
gotta give you a little learning curve here. I'm getting better with Google Docs,
well,
okay?
you are, yep. And I appreciate your efforts, but, yeah, I think.
So if they just send
I
it
think
two
we'll
separate
grow.
emails.
I think we'll grow into this. Yeah.
So you say send the 1 page for section G and send the packet for H?
That way it makes it easier for him. He doesn't have to try to break them out.
Yeah,
Send what packet for H?
Well, like for Don, he's doing the Parks and Rec under G, Advisory Committee.
But we don't
report.
need the prac packet in there.
No,
Understood.
but he,
Yeah.
he.
Okay, well, he
sends a
said,
written-
you said packet.
That's
Said
what-
packet, so that's why.
well, that's what I thought,
That's
that's what I thought I heard her say.
No, just your report for G, send that separate from your consent calendar H, your trustee report.
Oh,
Send
okay.
those separate. That way he doesn't have to try to break them out and put them in the sections they belong in. That's where we're getting the duplicates.
And drop the Parks and Rec packet.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay, I do send the trustee report and the prac report separate.
Okay.
So I'll just continue that practice. and-
I send mine separate.
And then.
Yeah, I'm in the room because I have to report a month. That's why it's nice that they have line item, because then you guys get the updated version and I'm reporting on the meeting we just had, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And to your point, I don't know, if somebody got a question about the report I put in, they could go back online and look at the packet if they.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
exactly.
just
Okay.
put a comment, pack it on website or something.
Well, so, a couple months ago, I experimented with some links because we had some really big contract files to
Right.
review, right? They were the files were like 200+ pages just themselves. And so I embedded a link into the actual agenda. And so maybe that is a compromise, Heidi, and I'd be willing to attempt to do that.
Yeah, because then you wouldn't have to, if he puts that link in there, Ardella, then you don't gotta go mess with the website to find the packet.
Sure, I mean, if I'm gonna have a question, I don't have a problem navigating our website and knowing where I'm going, but maybe somebody reading the packet online, it would be useful to them.
Might be.
But you're gonna have to explain what that little thing, you know, how to do it. Because nobody's gonna know that it's there unless you tell them.
Well, like I did in our whatever packet that was back in April or May.
Right, just re-describe it so people know that it's there.
Okay.
Because that helped me tremendously, because then I didn't have to have two computers set up to look at information that I was trying to look for.
Okay, so are we done with Park and Recs Advisory Committee?
I got nothing else to add.
Okay. Under consent calendar, I do have a couple of questions, but we'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Well, do we talk about those before we approve?
Oh, well, we can do that.
Oh, we need the motion on the table. Sorry, go
No,
ahead.
no, that's fine. I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second for discussion.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion.
Yeah.
Bills for approval. 3 questions. Cheryl, we had a lot of voided checks this month. What happened?
Teresa's computer has now officially died,
Uh-oh.
and it's
Yeah.
it's over there under the. It's 21 years old. We're not going to have anything repaired on it. It's not worth putting 50 cents into.
The desktop or the printer?
I'm sorry, the printer died. Her printer died. And we had been having issues with it stucking in 4 or 5 pages at a time. And when you're running checks, you cannot have it stuck in 4 or 5 pages at a time, because as you tell it to print the checks, it assigns the check numbers right there. And so once you've assigned those check numbers, and of course it's messed up some checks, you can't reuse those check numbers. And that happened twice to me while Teresa was gone that week. And so I had to, and we voided checks before for printer issues, and
That's a software.
they're
issue.
given to the treasurer's office to preserve the original checks, and the clerk's office gets a copy.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry you had the problem. And then what happened at Gilroy's?
Well, Gilroy's, they charged a lot of stuff at Gilroy's and did not give us, we were missing 6 invoices. All those things need to be turned in the clerk's office weekly. So that we do work on accounts payable throughout the month, matching up invoices with POs and stuff like that. And so some more were run down here. One is still missing, but it was a very minor one. So we just went ahead and paid it because we didn't want Gilroy's for $14.21. But yeah, a lot of transactions were made at Gilroy's.
And I'm sure that had to do with the opening of the park.
No,
Yeah,
they were last year. They were last year.
Okay, well, okay, so,
September, October.
okay, you're talking about okay, it's been a while since we did these checks. So what we did at the end of 2022, Dan returned a bunch of things that had been bought at Gilroy's that were surplus. And so we had a credit at Gilroy's. So we were not getting billed anything at Gilroy's because we have this substantial credit. Well, then the chief bought a big item. I forget what it was. It was $719. Chainsaw. Okay, he bought the big item. Well, then we didn't get that paid right away. And so there was like $10 in finance charge or something. But what we did is we subtracted that from the park credit. so that the fire department did not get charged any kind of finance charge. We just didn't have time to sort through all of the Gilroy stuff, for a couple accounts payable cycles in a row. And so they assessed us a finance charge, but the park paid that. And, so that fire would not.
September of 22. That's more than a couple of cycles.
No. We had a credit until the chief bought the chainsaw this year. You can see the $719.99 invoice. That's when the chief bought the chainsaw. That's when we owed something to Gilroy's. We didn't owe anything to Gilroy's for months because we had a credit. So,
So where those invoices from September of 22 may show up, they were not owed because.
we didn't
had
know
credit.
anything.
So there was nothing to pay. But
nothing to
then
pay.
when you process those invoices in the credit, you show what the credit went against. Yeah, it's probably gonna look like they've been outstanding for a while, but they're not. If they had been, we would have been.
Gilroy must have thought I were.
No, Gilroy did not bill us until we just had a bunch of return things. Gilroy did not bill us until the chief bought the chainsaw, whatever that next month billing was, because we didn't owe anything. So they didn't send us anything. Or they might have sent us that we had a credit or something. I'm not sure now, but we have that all straightened out. And the park got money back.
And then the Northwest Fire invoice did not match the quote that they provided. Did you see that?
What are the amounts? I don't know which, there's been several Northwest Fire invoices. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Oh, all didn't match the quote that was attached to the bills that
What are the invoices for? The chief's here, so.
For our annual service, whatever was covered on the quote. The
Well,
line
what
item,
check are you talking about?
all of them, Cheryl. They were
Well,
all.
if you want me to answer specific
How
questions.
about after the meeting,
That's
you
fine.
guys look at the invoices together and you can get an explanation there. I don't, without documents in front, we can't really.
Yeah, that's
answer
right. I
any of
can't
those
answer the questions. I mean, without looking at the checks and the invoices and the POs.
I know I wouldn't be able to answer if I didn't have the.
No, I get it. It's just that, I'm good. Any other questions?
I have, I had, one of my questions was already answered. That had to do with Don's report about having stuff in the packet, so I don't need that one anymore, but I do have a question on page 45 PC regular meeting minutes on 4/5/23. Heidi, you made a suggestion that the PC, a monthly report is shared responsibility with the plan commission members.
Yeah, they all have input.
No, the way I read it, and maybe I'm wrong, and it'd be
Okay,
nice to have clarification, is that you were suggesting that they actually do the planning commission.
oh,
meeting report?
are you talking about changing up members when I made a comment about different members giving the report?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you
Yep, down the
clarify?
road, we might do that. We might change it up. Is that a problem?
It is for me, because you are the planning commission liaison, you're supposed to be reporting. back
That's
to the
fine,
board.
that's fine. I can have them do something more creative if they'd like. Not a problem.
Sure, but when it comes to the board getting it, unless you're absent.
Well,
Asking somebody to
right,
fill in.
I get that, but their concerns were more like if something else needed to be addressed that maybe the board wasn't hearing, that one of them would step up and give.
Okay, that's not what I read.
Okay, it was a long drawn out conversation of different ways to enlighten you all with reports.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I asked the question for clarification.
While you bring up the PC minutes, I made a few notes myself. For some reason, everybody's got the idea that the supervisor's office is in control of Randy's original contract.
And that's in the contract that
Yes,
we're gonna be going over, so.
Right, that's why we had to change.
But I'm not, it's a board function.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the idea came from, but you know what? Today we're gonna have a conversation about it, so.
That's why it got updated. You read
And
the
I have
contract,
something to
it's
comment.
updated.
I just have one last thing.
Okay, go ahead.
And I've already said it, but I might as well say it for the record. The, in the future, I don't want to see other cities, villages, counties, meeting minutes in our board packets. I just think it clutters up the board packets. We've always got a lot to go over and and reading these things that are 200-300 pages long. And you
Yeah,
gotta
but
read
hold on a
them
minute,
because you
you
don't
didn't-
know if there's something important in here that's gonna be pointed out. So you're spending a lot of time focusing.
Are you
on
talking
things-
about the road commission one?
Well, in particular, this meeting packet, yes, but there are other times we get other things in there. And I want to express to Ron that I, as a board member, really don't want to see those in there.
I don't either. We all are getting them in email and we are reading them. And if the public, we're not, as Della said earlier, we're not an avenue. Our board packet is not an avenue for people to become educated about what the happenings at other agencies. They can go on those agencies' websites themselves and read that because it just clutters up our board packet.
I mean, maybe if you want to make like a notation that you can find this information on this website or something, I don't mind that. I just don't want to read 16 pages of somebody else's board packets.
Well, I think it was informative putting the road commission in there.
And I understand because they were coming today. That's the reason, probably the reason why you put them in there, Ron.
No, it's a process that the road commission is trying to fix, right? There was a long time that we had a road commissioner at every meeting. And then it kind of went away. I really didn't complain about it because the person at that particular point in time was really windy. And so the road commission is trying to reach out to the townships again by use of the minutes. And then once a quarter, they've made a commitment to every township to be face to face.
And that's great.
And so we did remove the road commission from the agenda under, I think it was section G, if I remember correctly. So
honestly, not enough people are reading our board packets online. If you go on there and the website and look at the site traffic, not that many people are reading our board packets. We're not reaching a lot of people with our board packets. They just don't care.
Well, I gotta tell you, Cheryl, I think that's pretty standard for every township.
It is.
City and village, unless
That's
there's something, you know, that is big happening or dramatic in your community. People don't do it. They got lives, they got busy lives and they're living them.
but
And,
does that mean we shouldn't do it?
and
No,
remember,
we should put it out there, but I'm not shocked that we don't have a huge traffic.
and that traffic is all of us going on there at various times and
Right.
downloading the packet or whatever, accessing it or whatever. That's all of us doing it too. So it's not even a very good count of how many people in the public are doing it. Here again, I just think the public can, if they want to know what an agency is doing, you know, we're not putting the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners minutes in our packets, and I wouldn't want to see those in there either. So I just don't know why we have one particular agency that we're putting in there now that we're all getting them. So, it's just redundant.
Well, let's look at the statistics we got just on the surveys. 28 online, 247 on paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but, you know, I do get a lot of phone calls.
I do too, and
So
to see
I'm
that
just-
in there
I'm
was
just
kind
telling
of
you,
pleasant
um,
because you could just tell people the process
Well, we can
going
skip it.
towards
You
there.
know, I'm gonna skip over it because I'm gonna read it when they send an email.
And that's fine.
Yeah. It's just cluttering up the packet.
I personally didn't see any problem with the road commission in here today. However, qualifying that, had I been receiving them, probably would have been, I would have looked at them ahead of time for the meeting. So I need to get a link set up so that, you know, that they're sending to me. So when we do have these quarterlies, I can brief it. So they were helpful to me, but for a completely different reason. I think that if we have things of interest, you know, listing in there an agency, things of interest, an agency or an organization, and a hyperlink into the packet that somebody so interested could go and look, and just that one line item wouldn't be encompassed, wouldn't be overbearing, I think. But it's again of, what's of interest, right? It's who's going to define that. So
I feel like sending them an email and asking them to put a little blurb of what they just discussed today, send it out so that we can put it in next month's packet. To let people know, here's the process.
Well, I do have a newsletter going out. If they would send me that with the link for people to be able to go online and look at what they were talking about today, I would be happy to put it in the newsletter.
It's on our website.
I don't know that all of that portal is for the public, right? So depending on what part of
Maybe,
Brad's
yeah.
conversation you were picking up on, the license portion, of course, is just for us,
Right.
right? So
But I meant you're not
I
really
won't put
telling
them in.
people.
That's fine. I won't put them in. What about roadkill stuff? Not interested in that?
That's like been all over the news.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm just
That's a
saying,
cluster that
I
they want
will
to do.
forward the phone calls to each and every board member.
Well, I just think that putting it in there shows, hey, the road commission's got a new process. They're,
But we don't pick up roadkill. So they need to contact, when I get those calls, I give them the road commission's phone number. It's not our function to do that. You
Okay,
just
so
give
then
them the
maybe
road
just
commission's phone number, and then the road commission has to deal with that. That's not our issue. That's not our business.
And unfortunately, we all take those calls.
That's right.
well, if you put the process up for people, then they could see it.
And as Della pointed out, it's all been in the Record Eagle. And a lot of people read the Record Eagle online, and
But a lot of people don't.
then they don't care. If you're not reading it online. They don't
Wow,
care
you
what's
need
going
a
on
lot
in
of
the
comments, Cheryl, for the public not caring, but okay.
Well, how many public do you see here right now?
How many are on Zoom, Ryan?
11.
And we had 6 people.
Well, we have
here.
none in the township hall.
The other thing too is maybe if this meeting was
And a
at
lot
night,
isn't on, and I'll
wouldn't be a
stay there
problem.
drawing number either.
Well, it's 10:30, Heidi, and we haven't.
Yeah.
made it through the consent.
Let's move on.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. We
But really-
need to find a way to streamline. what we're
In all
doing.
defense, every one of your comments could have said, hey, Ron, after the meeting, I want to talk about a packet redesign. Cool.
Well, we
right.
can do that. I mean,
So we
honestly,
wouldn't have had to taken up a lot of the.
yeah, but it's not me
But that's
every
okay.
meeting.
No,
This
I-
is the
I
first
get-
time I've
I
spoken out about
agree.
anything.
I agree.
I have a comment for page 68 of the items that are under the consent calendar. Ron's memo about Township Board of Trustees. This letter is written with a great amount of spin on it. I did not. It says, I explained how Board of Trustees was not a real thing and my memo should not be addressed to a mythical character. I never said any of those words. What I relayed to all of you was what I learned at the MTA conference that came out of the mouth of our township attorney, William Fahey, who said the phrase Board of Trustees appears nowhere in the law. And if you actually go on to the legislature.mi.gov website, which has all the laws in the state of Michigan, and you search the phrase Board of Trustees, you get 0 results. So what Bill Fahey said that I relayed to you was that Board of Trustees appears nowhere in the law. And just because you found a township practically down to the state line with Ohio that uses the word Board of Trustees they're doing it wrong too. And so I'm just, you can put whatever you want, but Board of Trustees should not be used in official documents. It is not an official lawful way to refer to the Whitewater Township Board. It's the Whitewater Township Board.
Filer Township is near the Ohio line. That's meant to be-
Northfield Township, Northfield Township.
Yeah.
You had something in here, Northfield Township, and they're clear down in Washington County. So anyways, that's my comment.
Have we got the consent calendar beat? I think there's a motion and a second. There is. Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes, Bellmute,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Beck. Yes.
So unfinished business number one, Don.
Like to make a motion to approve Park Ranger Rod Langbo pay rate is presented for the 2023 park season.
Hold on, I gotta get that down.
Okay.
I will second. Second by Bennett.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yes, whenever I brought park ranger wage approvals, I actually put the amount of the, and I think that should be in the motion, is exactly what is the amount that the ranger is gonna be starting out at. I would ask for that to be added. So there's no question.
The starting grade one.
It does not say that in the motion. When you have a motion, the whole memo isn't in the packets. I'm sorry, isn't in so when you say as presented, that means nothing. Okay, that means nothing because this memo isn't going to be attached to the minutes. So you have to be more specific in your motions.
Can you add grade 1 hour? Can you redo the motion real quick?
Yeah, I'm just listening to the comments. It's gonna revise it. I happen to agree with her. I just waiting to see if there were any other comments.
So just out of curiosity, Don, I did pull up the graded wage scale from our budget public hearing. Grade 1 for park ranger appears to be 1802. You concur?
I do. Okay. But I just heard something different. You're talking the dollar amount specifically while I just listened to what Goss talked about. Pay rate at the grade 1 hourly wage being sufficient. So
No, I'm saying the actual
dollar amount.
should be in the motion so that it is absolutely clear that that is the amount that the employee, we're going to put them in the payroll system at. Because like I say, there's nowhere in this memo, as a matter of fact, that it says what the hourly rate is. And so, yes, I was asking for the actual hourly rate.
Cheryl, I've used this every memo that I brought forth since.
I know, and
So,
I
I get
didn't
it.
like it then either.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
okay,
sorry, I might not have brought it up, but.
okay, well,
So did
I
you
personally, I don't-
modify your?
yeah, I don't have a problem with that. So let me restate my motion.
Before you do that.
Yeah.
I say include them both, grade one and then the dollar amount. That way there's absolutely no
Sure.
Question.
possible.
Well, and if you want to get real technical about it, the grade is over on the left-hand side. And then you have to look under the years of service to see, so grade one is not really a thing. Because the grades, I forget what park rangers are, grade 2 or 3 or something like that. The grade is not an hourly rate. It refers to positions on the graded wage scale.
So park rangers are grade 2.
I don't even know. I'm
No, I
not
think
doing
the
it.
3.
Okay.
I would say that we're dealing with people's money. I think we want to be as concise as possible. So what was your thought on that, Ryan?
Well, the park ranger, as you already know, is grade 3. So maybe what you want to do is offer a position of park ranger, grade 3, year 1. Is that the correct way to use our spreadsheet that's developed? And this is a question for the board.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it reads, talking about bringing that as bringing a new park ranger at grade 3, year 1, which is $18.02 per hour. You're triangulating every 3 pieces of data on that page, which that's
Pretty
that's
much
thorough. It's pretty thorough.
So, I mean, park rangers, does it really matter what grade they are? It's what their starting wage is.
But I think what he's saying is anybody that was to look at our
Would be
motion,
able to read.
they would be able to follow it on the graded wage scale by saying grade 3, comma, year 1, comma, at 1802 per hour.
Perfect.
Because you got the left-hand column, the top column, and then they bring those two together to should match
So
that number.
I would support if that's what you want to add.
I'm good with that.
Don,
I think it clears it up.
As long as 1802 an hour is in the motion, I'm good with it. Whatever else, other language you want to put in there is fine with me. But it needs to say 1802 an hour, and future park rangers hourly rates need to be specifically stated in the minutes or the minutes.
Hey, will you do the motion and let's call it a vote.
Let me rework the motion.
Yeah, want to take a minute and pen it out?
Okay, sure, I'll try to take it slow. So motion to approve the park ranger Rod Langbo pay rate at the grade 3, comma, year 1 hourly wage rate of 1802 per hour. I said hourly wage rates, drop it per hour, hourly wage rate of 1802 for the 2023 park season.
and I will resecond.
Thank you.
May we have a reread?
Motion by Glenn to approve the park ranger Rod Langbo pay rate, the grade 3, year 1 hourly rate of 1802 for the 2023 park season.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Donis, yes, Bowman,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Still staying on this topic, I do just want to bring up one thing going on at the part and within the campground roads. Just so everybody's aware, we are exhibiting a tremendous washout in the area to the east of the bathhouse, but near the stairways up to the upper level, just near the playground there. It was really bad this year. I went back oddly enough, and I had some photos from when the playground was being reconstructed, and it appeared that there on the west side of that loop, there was a water drainage well that was catching it. And then obviously pictures now with the work completed, it looks like that well was taken out. And so that water is free flowing like a river down that steep bank. So it's causing several problems. Number one, the ruts are 1.5 foot, 2 foot deep, and several of them. But it's also disturbing that the concrete walkway that was installed for the leading up to the women's bathroom, that is now becoming undercut, and so it's almost like you have to step up or down, and concerned about that being a trip hazard, certainly in the dark. So there are several areas, 4 more areas around the campground roads that are showing some degradation that are rutting, 6 inches, 7 inches. They're not as pronounced, but don't feel like we can let those go as well. So met with a excavator out there late last week and took a look at some suggestions. I'm not sure what the long term is, but there's an immediate need to get those ruts fixed before somebody gets hurt. So we're going to be ordering in as soon as I get the PO, some 9 yards of Afton stone so that we can get in there and pack it. And but I think the one road that I've initially discussed, we may have to go in and look for some kind of drainage system down the side of that road, whether they be stair step, little pooling ponds to slow the water down and redirect it. And then the other areas, if we get those packed out, we'll monitor them to see if this is just something that's an anomaly or it's going to be an ongoing problem. We may have to do some cutting and trying to divert water. But if you're hearing any complaints or any concerns, they're legit, and so going to try to get that done as soon as possible.
The park has had problems with the roads ever since I can remember, and that Afstone has actually worked quite well for the park in the past. So, I mean, it holds pretty well.
That what the excavator talked about it, and I just did a little extra research. It seems to be a good product for us to try to. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to build up that walkway. We might have to undercut that a little bit and actually maybe put in a little stair step.
Well, I'll make a suggestion until you do. Make sure that area is lighted very well for anybody coming up at night.
There's no possible way to do that.
You can do it with solar lighting.
Oh.
Yeah. You could do that with solar lighting, just as a
Hey, watch
precaution.
your step on the
Yes,
sidewalk or
that's
something.
The sidewalk itself is a foot above the elevation.
Even more. No, so. there was no step down. That went right down to the road.
And
When it was built. Yeah, I got pictures.
so it doesn't.
I don't know. Well,
And
here.
I will let you know that, the water, that drain was not working. The water was not going into that drain. You've got that road behind the bathhouse has always had washout problems, terrible washout problems, because the water's coming down the hill from above there.
See,
And it's getting up speed and it's coming down and it's doing, big, deep, foot deep ruts in that road right there. And it was not going into the drain. So there was a problem there. Also, the drain, when the drain pipe, when the park had, the fire department burn a huge brush pile out there. Unfortunately, they burned into the exit of the drain and burned. I've got some pictures of that somewhere too. I think I took some pictures of that. So that drain was, the exit pipe of the drain was damaged, unintentionally, of course. But anyways, you're not going to solve the problem by finding the drain unless you can make the water coming down the hill go to the drain. So.
Yeah, and that's, I think that's. I agree with that. I think it's.
Because
difficult
what happened is back in 2015, there was a really bad storm that came through, and where that side of the bathhouse used to have a lot of tall trees on it and everything, all those were taken out. Well, they had to be taken out because they fell, And so when those were taken out, then some other stuff grew up there. And of course, then we had it, taken down for the fill for the playground because we couldn't, it was very difficult to maintain it. And so anyways, the water coming down the hill from the upper part of the campground is where the problem starts.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple potential long-term solutions, but right now, until we get that designed, we need to get this filled in, so these ruts, nobody gets hurt. So we're gonna take that approach at this moment in time.
What do you need from us? I saw a purchase order come through for stone. What do we need for insurance for a contractor? Do you know what our requirements are?
For a contractor for their insurance?
Yeah.
I mean, we can request to see their insurance and they'll send you a certificate on it. They're not sending one with the RFQ or what they're doing for you. That should be.
Well, in this particular instance, right here at this sidewalk, I don't know that there's time to go out and get a quote. Quite frankly, I mean, we've got 2 weeks to get it fixed if we can find an excavator.
Is the solution to use that same
Stone.
the stone
Thin stone.
to do a buildup?
We're gonna build that up, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that is the solution for now. That would make it safe for people.
That is what you wrote the purchase order for,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah. Yes.
But as far as if we hire someone, an excavator to do this, we're not hiring individuals. We're hiring corporations, companies to do this. They should, if you want a copy of their insurance, there should not be a problem.
Before they.
Well, if you're not requesting it, the high standard, they're not gonna do it.
Yeah, they're not gonna do it.
When I have somebody come out and work on my asphalt driveway, they don't immediately hand me a certificate of insurance to prove they have insurance. If I wanna know that, I ask that. I asked for that up front with my bids.
And during the pothole purchase order request process, Clerk Goss had a question about whether or not people have to have an independent contractor agreement with the township. And I think if we hire a business to work for us, like Hearst Mechanical, for example, we don't have an independent agreement with Hearst Mechanical.
No, usually if you have agreement,
Well, it's it is the policy, and this all came up because we didn't have an independent contractor agreement way back with Ben Quast, and he had a business, Lawn and Order. And so we went to an independent contractor agreement with him. Last year, Bonnie Hector did exactly $350 worth of minor landscaping work out here, and you made her sign an independent contractor agreement. So I'm only questioning why your friend Randy Kitzmiller you don't seem to want to have an independent contractor agreement for him to do $300 worth of pothole work, which by the way, isn't necessary now. But anyways, I mean, and he came and gave a presentation that would suggest that you're going to ask him to do other things. Where's his insurance? Where's his, the independent contractor agreement talks about that, you know, lets the person know your employees are not employees of the township, blah, 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 all those other things. So I don't see why, this H&R handyman isn't going to need an independent contractor agreement. If they're just working,
His
like that.
certificate of insurance was in the packet. I think every board member got a copy of it.
I think if
Well-
we're, I know we're off topic here,
yeah, we,
but if we're going, since we opened it up,
Well, it's
I
about
think if it is a business that we're dealing with, asking them for their certificate of insurance, it's not uncommon. I'm
Right.
sure they have many people ask for it, and it would be responsible of the township to do that, but to make them have an independent contractor agreement, I don't think is necessary
Yeah.
because they're an actual business. If you're hiring somebody as an individual to do something, well, maybe then you do want that other form taken care of because they're not going to be insured.
or a multi-year agreement,
Yeah, sure,
right?
sure.
Like the mowing contract was originally by the year, but then the board elected to go with a multi-year. And-
Which actually is a good thing.
I thought
Locks
so,
in
yeah.
price.
And I think that might have had something to do with it. I don't know. But we don't have a multi-year.
Just change. We all get educated as we go along. So if we change how we're doing something, it doesn't necessarily mean what we did to begin with was wrong.
Right.
It just means we've developed and we've changed
Yeah.
our.
Why not
idea.
add it to the process? You know, here's my contract, here's my insurance.
well, just as long as we're following the policy. So we put a
Yeah.
whole bunch of stuff in the AP&P about independent contractor, a template and blah, blah, all this stuff. Some of it's in our packet today. And just as long as that policy is being followed for,
Or we adopt.
for
Or we
these
make the
vendors.
changes. If we
Right.
decide to change how we're gonna do business, we make sure we change our policy, so there's no confusion.
Okay, so my question was about limits, right, for people that we hire. What are our limits? Do we have those written?
They're
down?
in the policy.
In what policy?
In the I.
In the policy where we adopted the independent contractor thing, I believe it was, I don't remember now, I think 500,000 and $1 million or something like that. I don't remember now. You have to look at it.
So you think it's in the independent
Yes.
contractor agreement?
The template, yes, it's in there.
Okay. So when thinking about a contractor. I don't know where I was going with that, but I was asking how you're gonna spread that pile. And then I'm thinking that we're gonna have to probably look for a contractor to do that. And then we should probably have our insurance requirements at the tip of our fingers.
So does a scenario apply? Does a scenario apply that you could have a person that is retired as an excavator, wants to volunteer their time. So we have them sign the hold harmless agreement and we rent the piece of equipment to be used to move that. Is that a scenario?
That is a scenario.
Well, I know it's a heck is it.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Scenario.
thank you for correcting me on that.
Yes, yes, we're doing it so.
Is that one that fits? That potentially fits this situation?
If
wouldn't
you're
it?
talking about the independent contractor, I would say yes. Or are you talking about the volunteer? Cause
Talking about
I
the
see.
volunteer.
The volunteer is gonna sign the harmless agreement. He's gonna hold you not liable for anything he does, or. Cause that's all covered in your volunteer.
I rent
Sign
a
up.
piece of equipment from Jen up. And
I would like to make one statement to you about where you're looking and where you're redoing. I suggest you reach out to Linda Slopestone because her and I walked that park in the middle of winter. And everything you're talking about, her and I talked about. She has some really good sight and ideas on it. Might just wanna pick her brain on what she saw winter. Don't know.
Okay, thank you. So back to the question. Is that possible solution?
Oh, you mean to use the volunteer?
And then.
As long as that, I would say as long as your volunteer form is specific that he's holding this harmless, not just for the job he's doing, but the piece of equipment he's using.
Yeah.
Because that's not like a volunteer where they come and they hand out forms or something. You're at a whole level, different level of concern where injury could happen.
And I think we'll get into that conversation in a minute, but you'll
Right.
see that the whole harmless agreements that arise now specify equipment and
Mhm.
tools and equipment and things like that for that exact same reason.
Is the volunteer going to use their personal vehicle to pick up the equipment? How will the equipment get to the park, I guess is my question. And back to the rental place?
I don't know, how does that impact this?
It's part of the job. So, are they going to be paid mileage? Are they going to be paid something for going and
Expenses.
picking up
Given,
the equipment? And I mean, their time is certainly involved in that. I mean, it's all part of it. You can't,
But
if you're
maybe
gonna rent a
the,
piece of equipment, you gotta get it to the park.
I said, but isn't. And I guess maybe I have bad information. I thought Jenna would deliver that piece of equipment to the park.
I don't
For
know if they
free.
do. I
not
don't
for
think they
free, but I
generally
think
do.
they,
You can
I
ask
think
them.
they will deliver, but you gotta ask them for.
Right, that's in my mind, that's kind of how I had it. Potentially,
Bypass that situation.
Yeah.
I know this is on this, well, you brought it up because you were talking about the washouts. Is that a solution you're looking at?
I bounced it around in my mind, just, how it would work, because it's a one-time type of situation. You're not gonna have an ongoing, I don't foresee an ongoing relationship. I see it trying to get this problem fixed and then coming up with a long-term solution. That's gonna involve somebody much, it's gonna involve a contract, it's a bigger firm.
Right. Another agenda topic for a different day.
Yeah, but so right now I was just looking for how to, is there a way to do this properly, staying within our policy, and give the township the protections that we need. I guess. Maybe we would just shelve that idea and for a moment until we get to the whole harmless agreement, and maybe you can just touch upon that when we get to that section.
Sure.
And see how that looks.
Anything else for park?
Oh, yeah, last thing, the company PS Portal that's hooked up with authorized.net, we've been going back and forth troubleshooting with them. They have now overnighted a piece, a replacement card reader. I'm not sure if it's due in today or tomorrow. Their thought is maybe the piece I have is defective, or corrupted. So they redid a piece, sending it out. We're gonna try to see if that connects as well. We have not been taking credit cards up to this point. It hasn't been a disaster or of great concern, and we deal with those couple situations as they pop up, but taking a check is, most of that's been worked around, so.
And you're trying to connect to the park ranger station Wi-Fi.
It is connected to park, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, their authorized.net has a BPOS, a virtual point of sale terminal that you use the campground laptop. And the credit card gets processed through the laptop, through the internet into their portal, so. I've got we ran out troubleshooting. If it's not in the card reader equipment, then I'm at the dead end. I have nowhere else to go at that point. So
So it won't read the cards?
yeah, if it shows up green and it's ready to read the card, and then you read the card and it says transmission failed. We've got good connectivity. Everybody's got good connectivity on both sides of it. They're thinking that the card reader is not properly encrypting the data to then push it through, and that's
Did you
why.
try using the tap feature just for yucks?
So.
Does it have a tap
I did
feature?
manual entries, perhaps and so,
Yeah, it's
it,
probably the equipment.
yeah, so, that's my last.
And it was a Visa, MasterCard or Discover. Okay,
I was using my Visa card, so,
right.
good question though, so, but if this doesn't work, I have no which way to turn, go, so.
I'm getting texts on my cell phone from TCI, which I forwarded to you. They have your name on it, Don, but it's coming to my telephone, my cell phone.
So they have the wrong number.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's about a credit card security item.
Yeah, when I talked to them, they said that the credit card security item was directly related to the Square unit. And I said, we're not processing that any longer. And they said, well, you need to close the account. Well, I don't have the account information to close, so I'm just left it as it is. I'm sorry.
So do
We can talk more on that after. Okay, that's all my part
I
stuff.
would suggest while the clerk is away, if everybody's got a bathroom break, go.
I will not say no to that.
I might be running right by.
Less chances you pass up that.
Right, exactly.
Not a bad idea.
That's a good idea.
Why don't I just call Ginup and ask them if they deliver? Ron? It's not on the website. Mhm.
Okay. 11:07, good to go. Are we done at Park, Don?
Yeah.
Okay. And. Good, okay. Do we have a status update on the salary wage schedule document? What were we changing on that, Cheryl?
I don't know. I don't remember, to tell you the truth. No, we were adding something to it, I believe.
Is it on your to-do list?
It's on my to-do list.
Okay,
You'll get it when I have it done.
Wasn't that the one?
It's
where we-
not a high priority item. I forget what it was now. We've had so many other things.
all right. The boat wash grant.
It's on my to-do list.
Next is gonna be emailed out to everybody, Cheryl.
It will be.
Thank you.
Okay, unfinished business number 4, conditional hire release forms.
I'd like to make a motion. You need to go slower. Do you have this?
I have it typed in.
Okay. Motion to adopt the revised offer of employment and conditional hire release form. And in the event the proposed employee is a minor, the form is to have both the minor's and the parent guardian signature on the form, effective immediately.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
It's just simple housekeeping, correct? Dan?
Yeah,
Just simple housekeeping?
what we found was the old conditional hire release form was a little outdated with some of the language and certainly didn't have the minor signature in there. And so that was of immediate concern to get. And it brought forward to be more reflective of the testing that we're doing today versus what we've been doing in the past. And so it also did get clarity that if I'm presenting the conditional hire release form for a potential employee to sign, council's also recommending that this, and I think this came up once before, that the offer of employment is contingent upon them successful completion of the physical and the background check, that be presented at the same time as part of a package to tie those two documents together. I think we've had a couple questions in the past as to when was the effective time to do that. And we've locked this into. So if I was in terms of, Rod Langbos, okay, here's the offer of employment typed in here, conditional as to what still has to happen, and that these are the two forms to sign. So, And it got rid of the blood test.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
We haven't done a blood test since I've been here.
Yeah, and so I think you
Right.
brought up a few points, Cheryl, like some of the form was outdated, I guess.
Yeah.
Better, and so.
Yeah. Also, I think you should not be planning on doing background checks on minors. The Michigan State Police website has a big warning about that. That if you try to put in a date of birth that someone's under 18, it warns you that you're going to be doing a background check on a minor. And also, I mean, if a minor has some kind of criminal history, it's through, probate court, and I don't think that's going to show up on a background check because those things are handled through probate court. And I just don't think we need to be doing background checks on minors. I mean, once
Juvenile
they
records
become
are
an
sealed
adult,
anyway,
maybe.
so
What's that?
juvenile records are sealed anyway
That's right.
for their
You're not going to find it.
protection.
Well, the attorney's comment was not exactly that, but they're saying, doing a background check on a minor, there's just not gonna be much there, you know, what.
No.
What are you gonna really
what are you gonna-
find?
What are you gonna get? And so to your point, anything there is sealed or it doesn't have it. So,
Right. I mean,
I
if
was
they
following
come-
the process just because that's what we're doing, but I wholeheartedly agree. I don't think there's any reason to run that, background check on somebody under 18.
you know, and we're not doing driver record checks because we don't have anything for them to drive. So that's, you know,
Right.
not
That's the
needed
gospel.
either. And so, we don't have any road vehicles for them to drive.
Just so noted, just from a housekeeping standpoint, if the consensus, the roll call vote supports putting these documents into play, I think you brought it up to me once in the past. I will put the footnote in there, revised and adopted by the board.
Yeah,
And so that we all have,
right.
we
So
know-
future people
so
coming.
we
will
know
know.
where-
Right, right. And anybody coming in after us.
Yeah.
Will also know where it came
that
from.
this is the most current.
Well, this conversation is quite interesting because I read this document in two different lenses. In paragraph, this would be the new proposed document, the bottom two paragraphs up from the bottom. I hereby authorize and instruct any person or institution in possession of information. And institution, I felt was like school or college or whatever.
Maybe a job they held.
Yeah, so I took that to be like how we were gonna do a background check for those people that might be under 18. You know, maybe we do.
Maybe just ask for a
school
letter of
records.
recommendation from school.
And so it was interesting that the only background check we're currently thinking about is, what is it? I want to say my chat.
iChat.
Thank you. So that's how I read this particular instrument, is that we could actually go to a high school and say, hey, you know, how is Alice doing with her school?
School studies, because you might not want to hire somebody
Well,
that's not.
the school has only specific information that they can give you. So if you ask for, it says officials and records offices at schools, they may not give you any disciplinary records.
They may not give you anything. You're not.
I mean, honestly,
They've
they've
looked
never
at this
gotten
form.
anything.
I'm sorry,
We haven't
Cheryl,
asked.
they will look at this form and they'll say, I don't care what the minor said. It's a minor. You're not their guardian or their parent. We're not giving you anything.
Right.
That's what you're
But-
gonna run into.
Let me propose a different point of view. I hear all that. And I, you know, I go back to the days where, you know, I had, as a minor working, I had to have my high school counselor sign off on it.
Yeah, I
And-
do too.
And my high school
That's a
counselor,
work permit issue.
yeah, is work permit, but if they had concerns about my grades or schooling, there was much more conversation going on, and the counselor, you know, may or may not have signed that. You know, the fact is, we have to get that CA 17 form, which is done by their counselor, knowing that they're having a work permit. And so I think that the safety net or the intent is that, okay, we now know that this person has extracurricular activities. And so as a counselor, I'm going to be responsible for monitoring that if grade slippage or other types of problems. So that's how I kind of always thought that was.
See, but
that was-
maybe what you should be putting in there instead of, you know, we're gonna check your records kind of thing in the wording form that we've got, is just, you're gonna have to have a work permit.
We do well, the state law says we have to
Yeah,
have that.
that's-
So
Yeah, but that's all you gotta say. You don't have to say, official records offices at school, which I will attend or currently attending. Maybe we don't need to put all those words in there. We just need to say, we'll be requiring the work permit. They know that they have to get that through the school.
And I think that this form, I don't know if it was changed I guess I could look here, but I mean, in the sentence that it says, I realize that in conducting this background check, representatives will be making inquiries of the following institutions. Shouldn't that be may be making inquiries of the following institutions, because we never contacted the school about their, you know, what are their records? And I do believe the school, I mean, there's all those privacy concerns there, and I don't think they can tell you, hey, you know, we had a problem with little Johnny over here, and he was harassing some girls or something like that.
Or he has poor attendance.
Right, I don't think they can give you that information. They are strictly going by what is required on that work permit form. What are the questions, if any, that are on the work permit form, or that's it. That's all they have to do. And I don't think you're gonna get any more information than that out of the schools.
Wasn't this provided by the attorney?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
I was just merely making a comment about the iChat thing. It was interesting that we were thinking about running a minor through iChat, and that didn't occur to me. What occurred to me is that we would go to the counselor, we would get the work permit, and, you know, if there was anything bad about Johnny or whoever we're talking about.
yeah, just be clear, we do not solicit that. The
Yeah,
student
yeah,
has to
no,
take it to
yeah,
the council.
Yeah, I get that.
I guess my position on this is it's infinitely better than where we were, and like all things, it's better.
Well, maybe you do need to change that word will to may.
I think that's reasonable. I made a note here. I think that's.
Talking about the inquiries.
Is that one of those words that is the prefaces? I don't know. I would opt to leave it just the way it is. And if we don't fulfill our duty on Johnny, then that's on us.
Well, it doesn't say shall, so apparently the attorney didn't recommend shall, which is not optional. So it says will, and so leaving it up to the person who is following up on who is conducting the investigation, whether they want to or not.
And I'm not saying
That, I just don't think you're gonna
change the
get
word
anything.
will
Yeah, I agree.
under conducting
It doesn't
background
matter,
checks.
yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying under after representative, that will, I'm saying change to may. Because I think kids today, they are on the internet, they are everywhere. They are being bombarded with what are my rights? What are my rights? They may say this and say, wow, these people are really getting into my personal business here. I'm giving them the right to contact my teachers, my school. Heck, who else am I giving them right to get a hold of my private records? And maybe you'll have somebody that would be a really good candidate for a job here in the township that'll say, no, I won't work for you because you will be checking my stuff.
Well, I got my first job at 15, and let me tell you, we didn't fill out any of this crap. Times have
I
changed.
think everybody sitting around this table was under that same rule of thumb.
That's right.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we didn't have any of this.
My first job on that long ago.
Well, mine was a long time ago. And I didn't have to sign any of these things.
I think this document, as you pointed out, is miles ahead of where we were at.
And I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah. So I'm ready to vote.
I am too.
Roll call when ready.
Ha,
Yes.
Gus, yes, Baumia,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yeah.
Glenn,
Yes.
Make a motion to discuss the hold harmless agreements. Wait a minute. I retract that statement, and I'll make the motion that's in the packet for ease of convenience. Motion to adopt the 3 revised hold harmless agreements, Whitewater Township Park Camper, Whitewater Township Park Volunteer, and High Prairie Park Volunteer effective immediately.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I think I noted, Don, in the packet here that, well, you said this language on these was also drawn up by the township attorney, because that's, you were directed to send it to them.
Yes,
Okay, so on
Yeah.
these hold harmless.
yes.
Okay, and I had another comment.
Yeah.
So the document that is on 128 and the document that is on 131, page 131. I know that the text differs.
Mhm.
And that one applies to free camping weekend and one applies to just general volunteers. And the motion makes that distinction, but the title of the document does not make that distinction. And I think you might want to, for instance,
Call this one.
because they're both called the same
Called
thing.
Camping weekend.
Well, I think you could just put parentheses camper
Yeah.
after hold harmless agreement on both of those. Or camper on the first one and then volunteer on the second one. And then when somebody grabs a form, they know they have the right one for the situation.
Yeah. No, that's a good catch.
And along that line, is there any way that we can just have one hold harmless form? Maybe that wasn't even a question to the attorney.
It wasn't, at least not in doing the free camping weekend and having, everyone on that campsite and it was a paper parade.
Yeah,
So
right.
the thought process is how do we streamline this particular one? Because it's really a singular event and getting that to that point. Because, once you're done with that weekend,
It's all done.
It's
Yeah,
done.
you won't use it for another year.
Right.
So to be clear, the item on packet, page 128 will be relabeled or renamed
Yeah,
and have camper in the title.
yep. Hold harmless camper agreement.
And then subsequently, the one on 131
Would be
can
the
stay the same.
hold harmless. I was just
No, I
gonna put
think it
hold
should.
harmless volunteer agreement.
I think that's what you should do so that it's very clear which one it is.
The one on packet, page 131, already is labeled Whitewater Township Park Voluntary Services Indemnification and Hold Harmless Agreement.
Yeah, and
To me, you just add the parentheses at the end of it after hold harmless agreement, parentheses camper. And on the other one, parentheses volunteer. So if someone is making copies of the form, they know which one they're making copies of.
the title's the same on both those, Ron.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I thought we were changing the one on packet, page 128.
Yeah, just gonna add the word camper as a designation in here. And I think Cheryl, spot on. I think we just go out, and put the word volunteer in there in parentheses.
Good.
So. And this goes back to a little bit what we were talking about earlier, Ardella as well. If you look on page 2 or the next page of that, section number 3, there gets to be a list. What tools, equipment, or supplies in there.
And just for consideration. In sorry, on page 132, actually. That's where we begin to talk about the tools and the equipment.
Yes.
Can we just do a quick run through to see how that happens? Okay, this is the scenario that I looked at. So let's say I bring my favorite shovel with me, whatever it is, okay? And I plan to volunteer for the entire summer. So I'm gonna start my volunteer on May 1st, and I'm gonna end my volunteer on September 30th. Am I bringing the same shovel every day?
If you're bringing your own, yes.
Because this form seeks us to approve that equipment. Under item 5.
Yeah, so if I say, playing that out, we're going to be working on that road grade, spreading the gravel. Sure. And I said, we're gonna provide, two spade head shovels, a flat head shovel, and a metal time yard rake. And the volunteer says, hey, I've got a yard rake, it's home, so we have extra work on that, very similar to what you're gonna provide, but I'll bring that one. And that's how I envision that they would basically say, well, I have a bigger coal shovel that'll move that.
Right.
So, yeah, we've got some tools there, but if the volunteers got something that they personally have in their inventory that's gonna make the job easier or that they're more comfortable working with, then, I would certainly say, yes, bring that. That's awesome. We'll get the job done quicker.
So what kind of approval do we give them? Is that something in writing? Or is that just a verbal thing?
Well, I think I took it as verbal because we're listing what we're providing. So anything outside of what we are specifically writing and providing in there, they would have brought on their own.
I really liked the current one better. It was simpler, but
So where it says seek and obtain approval of the township for any tools, equipment, blah, blah, blah. Ron, you're saying that it's just going to be a verbal approval,
no, I'm wondering, right?
because there's nothing on here where they write it down.
Case in point, I mean, that's what we are doing today. I mean, when we had the cleanup at the park and Randy Melnick said, hey, I'm gonna bring my chainsaw, and the simple reason is I know my chainsaw. I'd rather work, we have one, but he's saying, I want to bring mine because I'm more comfortable with it. I'm going, yes, if you feel more comfortable with it, that's fine.
All boys and they're comfortable with that.
So,
Well, so Don, so let's say on, day one, a volunteer brings a shovel, and so you make out the voluntary hold harmless thing here. And then on day 6, they bring a rake and a shovel. Is the rake, are somebody gonna go back and add rake to the agreement? Or, this seems like it's gonna get to the point of a little too much bureaucracy.
Couldn't you
for
just
the-
I hear what you're saying. The only things that I envision adding is the things that we would have there at the park. That's section 3. If somebody comes back a second day and they bring a shovel and a rake and they say, hey, I brought my own shovel and my rake, I'm going, great, that, fine.
Mhm.
I'm not listing that they brought their shovel and their rake.
Okay,
And
I
then-
thought you had to list it on the form.
No, just 3, what we would provide to them.
Oh, what we would
We're
provide.
providing
What page
with-
is this?
132. We're providing them what township tools that we own in that shed. That they have access to use those.
That number 5, maybe it should have just said, we're not responsible for the tools you bring.
I like that.
Because if they break their tools while they're working on our stuff, are they gonna want us to?
Oh,
fix
okay,
it?
so it's
Well, I
what the
mean,
township
I
provides.
would,
Yeah.
I would feel compelled to do that just as a good neighbor, wouldn't you?
Yes, but if we're offering our chainsaw and Randy uses his and it breaks,
Oh, I see your point.
And I
that's an
highly doubt
expensive thing.
somebody-
We're not talking about a shovel here.
Yeah,
Well,
But then-
that's always my argument. You should have used ours because we were providing.
Right, usually when you use your own stuff and you're volunteering, you
Then-
break it, you lose it, you're replacing it yourself and you know that.
But then it does.
No,
say
you don't
in
have-
paragraph 5, the volunteer agrees to seek and obtain approval of the township for any tools, equipment. And you're saying that's just, as I think the question was earlier, that's just gonna be a voluntary, no one's gonna keep a list of what they brought.
Right. Yep.
Okay,
So then I looked at it from a different point of view. My first look was liability. Second was ownership. Okay? And so if we take a look at paragraph 5 from an ownership point of view. Now I bring my chainsaw, it's identical to the one that we have in the shed. They get set down side by side. How do you know?
Well, if that's the case, then I'm putting the serial number of mine on my line
Well,
item.
No, I'm just saying I first looked at paragraph 5 from a liability point of view.
Right.
If you get hurt using your saw, your prop, right? Because of paragraph 3, if I provide the saw, I have to list it. I get that. And then I thought, well, maybe paragraph 5 is an ownership thing. That's how come, hey, I got 2 rakes and a shovel and a hammer.
Yeah, but paragraph 7
Covers that.
covers all of that.
It
That
pretty
just-
much
that's-
seven does.
You're holding us harmless.
Okay,
And so, that's the catch-all that takes
yeah,
the permutations. I agree with you. We can sit here for hours
Right.
and make up permutations. The
Yeah,
catch-all,
but
the
seven
blanket
pretty
is
much
7.
covers it.
Yeah, so.
I'm good with that.
Because every time I've signed one of these things or I've bought equipment, my own equipment to a scene, or even had volunteers bring and use their own equipment. We all knew that if we break it, we're paying it, we're replacing it ourselves. Because you bought it.
Ready to vote?
yeah, I'm sorry. Yep. Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett, yes. Dennis, yes, Fellmuth,
Yes.
One final comment. I'm sorry, I should have covered this while we were still in that business item. But could we, looking at the high prey agreement, can we just have one called Lossy Road Trail, BCNA, and Tobico? Does that seem logical to the board?
Unless you're just gonna have one and it covers everything.
well, but they are titled specific to the park. So,
That seems to be the flow here,
well,
right?
it is, that's
Yeah,
what's
it seems to be the
factual,
flow.
what's in the document, or
So Don, do you want separate ones signed for each park?
Or do you, and then now you're having a bunch of different forms, or do you just take out the name of the park? And it's, and then you take out the name of
Any
the park
park.
and you make it, you write into the document which park they're going to volunteer at.
And then
So that you only have one form.
So you take the high prey park one line out, take out high prey, put in a
line.
spot for them to just put in Lossy Trail or BCNA.
You can actually type them in there and then you circle
You
which
can
one you're
circle which
looking
one
at.
you want.
So
See that?
the prey form is very specific to the spring cleanup. So that's not gonna apply to other parks.
So we could use the one that we just talked about for the
For
campground
everything.
and just put like circle one.
Where are you at? What are you doing?
That sounds like a solution.
Okay, well,
That works for me. but
let's bring that back as a different topic.
Okay.
Okay, because I see points all around and about, yeah, so can we just bring that back as another topic?
On a different day.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And
right
that's
now,
just
right now, we have the
housekeeping.
high grade
Right.
clean up, we have the
Right.
camping weekend, and we have
And this is just housekeeping, so you don't gotta send it back to the attorney, right?
something for Lossy Trail, BZA. Okay, all right. I
Not
don't
for
know
adding a
what's
choice.
changing.
Right, if you're just adding a choice or a
Right.
blank line, I don't think it's attorney worthy again,
I think that's something we can handle right here.
hopefully.
I'm just making a note. So we bring that back.
And then Don, once you get all the new forms, then you're gonna have the people that already signed them, re-sign them, or are you grandfathering them in?
No, as people show up, I'll just have them sign a new form,
Okay,
but
All right, does that bring us to unfinished business number 6? Got, hopefully we can bring this to a close in this meeting. And so I'm gonna make a motion that we use Microsoft 365 as our email provider.
Okay, this motion is not in the packet, correct?
Yeah. So it's
Okay,
motion
so-
to use.
motion by Pop. Yeah,
Microsoft 365 as our email provider. Can I get a second?
I'll
oh, I
second
thought you
it.
were gonna put more in
I
there.
thought you were putting more in it too, because I'm like reading, okay, where's he going with this?
Well,
Do we
Okay,
need the dollar amount or any of the specifics of that? Or is this
it's just a done
good
deal.
enough?
So I think we should probably, right? And so this is a motion just to discuss, I guess, at this point. Because we've done several calculations. There's calculations back from March in here, which are not valid currently. So that's gonna come out in discussion, right? So I don't know what the dollar value is.
Cause he
Well,
did,
dollar value is gonna have to be come up with because then budget amendments have to be done. So I'll second. And Heidi already seconded it. Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
that's okay.
So let's just jump right into cost. The basic email with 50 gigabytes of storage, if I remember that number correctly, is $5 a month per user.
And that hasn't increased in 2 months, 3 months, has it?
I don't think significantly. This also then requires us to name a Microsoft partner. And that's what I really like about this particular thing. We're not trying to deal with Spectrum and offshore service.
They're coming in everywhere.
Microsoft.
And none of us board members are doing it. We, as a board, would direct this Microsoft partner to make the changes, right? So it has a lot of benefits to it, I believe, over the Spectrum accounts that we currently use. We have confirmed from our last meeting that even though we do not have to use the cell phone confirmation with Microsoft 365. But you can install it if you want.
That's the two-factor, correct?
That's the two-factor. So that kind of eliminates the cost that we were calculating last month.
Yeah, we were talking about a stipend and that was adding a huge number.
Yep. So we don't have to do that.
So you got two options here. I just want to make sure I'm caught up here. The first option is the $5 a month, which gives you the 50 gigabytes. And that's just straight mailbox. And then the second option he's got listed here is it's a standard plan that comes with the 365 suite. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No. 15 per month.
I
I
believe
believe that's what I'm reading.
Yes, it
It's
is.
probably
what
also
she's
the same
reading.
mail box is described above, plus a 1-year license to the suite of Microsoft 365 applications like Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and if they're needed, OneNote. Plus access to publisher for PC only.
Yeah, so I was hopeful to separate the software question from the email question, so when we get approved through .gov, we can just make that move.
Okay,
Right.
but here's the thing, Ron, we've got all these new PCs coming in. And we're paying lots of money for Microsoft suites. $300 and some, $400 some per laptop. Or, I mean, we're buying individual licenses. We're not even buying corporate licenses where you get 4 or 5 under one corporate license. That's expensive. Am I reading this right? That we're going to get all the suite and the light and your email for $15 a month? Am I missing something?
Nope, you are right.
Does it go up after the first year? Per computer, I got that. Right. So it's $10 more a month than what this other one is,
Mhm.
where we're not getting the suite. Would we not be, I mean, no, isn't that 15 additional? This is the second offering is. So there's a couple options they say here. So I'm reading option 1 and option 2. Am I getting this wrong? You're rubbing your head like.
It's the third time we've been through this and we still cannot agree that
What is
total
it? Is
price
it 15
is
additional?
$15 a month for the entire suite and the email box. And we even had that question answered by Mr. Schaub himself.
So I don't understand why we would, for all we're going to get, and that we would save from having to buy individual programs for all these laptops, why we wouldn't go with the $10 more a month.
So you have a great point, and I struggled with that myself, okay? And here's what I looked at. This is my second laptop in 10 years for the township. So let's just say on average 5 years. After the 2-year mark, I believe purchasing your software outright as a one-time download use benefits you. So anything after 2 years of use, I think you're making money back, okay? But I don't have the latest and greatest software. One thing that I really like that's coming out, and hopefully more townships get to use it, is e-signature. Corporations use it worldwide. It would be so much nicer to save a few hundred trees a year. But then the last time my computer updated, I cursed it, automatically updated. I cursed it because it changed things around on it.
That's just the problem with
Right.
the automatic updates.
And so
It's a bunch of
I
crap.
chose right now for today to continue with the one-time purchase. That's what my decision
And
parameters were.
be left up to the individual user. For instance, we're not going to be getting the $15 a month plan in the clerk's office because we don't need it. We're happy with the versions of Word, Excel, Outlook that we're using. And we don't want those programs updated every year. So, we're just happy with it. So we'll only need the $5 per month, but if somebody wants it, then somebody's gonna have to make sure they get it. And, you know, it's all gotta be
I
installed.
can see everybody's point on this.
Then my observation on this is that the new laptops that are being purchased, maybe we should look at buying an enterprise version of those suites instead of individually. It gives you more licenses to download.
To play
those
with.
Instead of one per, which you're gonna pay top dollar for. Versus you get 10 and it covers everybody. And they download the product directly to their laptops, or somebody does. Not me.
Right.
And to speak to what Cheryl says, but the treasurer's office, in my laptop, the deputy treasurer's laptop, in my desktop, I'm fine with all the programs I have too, but I'm already established. You know,
We got our new computers at the same time, so we have the same programs.
and I've upgraded to Windows 10. Because this was at 7.
Right.
And she slowed down a bit because of it. Poor old girl. She's old. But I'm one of those people that will hang on to it as long as I possibly can because I dread the switch over.
Right.
I just don't.
That's what I'm doing right now. I just hold on to my long one.
So,
I guess I'm okay with going with the option of the $5 a month. It's just, I would like us to consider doing something different for the purchasing of the Microsoft suites.
and that's why I specifically left that out of my motion for the software consideration. Because if we did have good reason and you brought up an enterprise account, let's see what it is, right? I've got no problem with that, but I think we're set now, you know? I don't know if our most recent purchases went through or not, but
No purchases were canceled.
okay.
You should be getting notifications if you got it through Amazon.
Yeah, well.
I mean, it'll go to your email
let's not
addresses.
go there right now. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. So,
So do we have an action item here to vote on?
yeah, there's. a
Well,
motion on there.
Well, what you did was you said, motion by Pop to use Microsoft 365 as email provider, and then you said it's a motion to discuss. And also, I guess
That
I
was not
don't,
part of the motion. That was an explanation of the motion because both Heidi and Ardella were waiting for part 2 of a motion, which I did not make because I didn't want to discuss the software things. So my motion was to use Microsoft 365 as our email provider. And
and then when we go to the .gov extensions, are they still going to be the email provider?
yes,
Well, I think it's very simple, Ron. We could add the distinction of the $5 a month is the one that we're going to.
yeah, and so, I mean, coming out of discussion now, if that's what we're going to do is just talk about email providers only, then it is a $5 a month thing per address. And I think we calculated 27 was the number that I recall. But maybe for the purpose of the motion, we just say 30.
There you go. That gives you 3 extra.
Maybe you don't, maybe you just say 5 per user because our users may change all the time. And this covers that.
Okay. I'm fine with either way. Are you comfortable with that $5 per account, per email account? In the motion, Ardell?
I am.
I'm sorry, Heidi, you were the one
I'm
that
good.
seconded. I
I'm
apologize.
okay, that's okay. I'm okay with that.
So could we say then, could we rework the motion to say motion to use Microsoft 365 as email provider at a cost of $5 per inbox? Would that be the right term? Or
Per email address.
or per email
per month.
address per month. So Cheryl, just to confirm what I have for a motion is motion to use Microsoft 365 as email provider at $5 per email address per month.
At a cost of $5 per email address per month. You didn't say at a cost of
I
this
didn't,
time, but
because I
you
don't-
said
I
it in the
didn't- okay,
previous
yeah,
motion.
That's fine, I'll add. Yep. AD, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yep,
For a second?
Is that being reseconded?
yeah.
Are there further questions? Roll call when ready. Oh, before that. So am I receiving direction to look at an enterprise type account for future uses? Ardella, is that kind of where you would like to see this go?
Yes,
Okay.
What about
So-
the,
it's very similar, Ron, to what we already do with the East, that's a enterprise
It is.
license.
Mhm.
So
are you gonna put the spam filter in here too, or are you gonna use that as a different motion?
That's a great question, Heidi. Thank you for bringing that up.
Wait a minute. Okay, I want to make sure I got with this. You're gonna look at enterprise accounts for future uses for the MS Office Suite programs? Is that what I'm hearing?
no, for the Microsoft Office suites themselves, instead of buying individual license, doing
You
an
buy a suite.
enterprise, one where maybe you get 10 licenses. Versus.
Yeah, that's what I said for the Microsoft Office Suites, Word, Excel, PowerPoint,
Correct. He's
Outlook.
just gonna find out about the
Right,
information.
okay, I
and
just
bring it
want to
back.
make sure I had that down correctly.
So before we roll call, Heidi brings up a good point. Thank you for doing that. Obviously, we may want to look at a spam filter on these email boxes.
So 365 automatically.
You know, I'm
Right.
surprised it didn't, right?
That's what I was at. I was like, oh, now you gotta buy this too.
So I might recommend that we just do the 365 for right now, and then if it becomes a problem, we can revisit and
An
always have
optional?
a spam filter. Does that seem reasonable to you, Heidi?
I'm not sure, why would there not be spam protection or with Microsoft email? I guess I'm not following that. Every email program's got their own, I thought, some kind of, or is that being done by the ESET already? Because I get emails that get flagged through ESET.
I mean, are we already paying for a spam or not? 'Cause this
Well,
says
ESET is
optional.
already scanning email, by my understanding.
Maybe get a clarification on that? After the fact? I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I don't think endpoint looks for spam. I think Google does a really good job at directing spam out.
So just Googling this, so question, does Office 365 include spam filtering? Office 365 mailboxes have powerful anti-spam features built in. Office 365 spam filtering is part of Exchange Online Protection, EOP. Well, some of these options are enabled by default. You can use Exchange Administration Center to fine-tune spam filtering to meet your company's needs.
I thought it sounded weird that they didn't, that Microsoft in the.
I felt the same as you, but I don't, yeah.
Right, it still say optional, so are you just getting more? Is it like extra insurance?
Another layer.
All right,
Well, I think Don used the word powerful.
That's what it says here. I wasn't interjecting anything. It said it. I read it.
So I think the original motion is good to stand. Heidi, what is your thought?
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
Yeah, as long as you have something covered, you don't need the optional right now. It's like buying a car.
The revised motion? You said the original motion. There's the first motion and then there's a revised
roll
motion.
call when ready.
You want to have her read the revised, since she revised?
I
it?
will just read it for everybody. You revised the motion to use MS 365 as email provider at a cost of $5 per email address per month. Heidi reseconded. Bennett?
Yes.
Valmute,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes,
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
it is noon. What do we wish to do?
Well, I'm not gonna be here all afternoon. I can tell you that. I don't have time to sit in a 9-hour meeting.
Okay,
And,
shall we continue then?
yeah, and just so you know, guy, I did get my millage rates and all my updated stuff, so I'm in full swing with getting my taxes out.
Okay,
So I don't have a lot of,
so then a second motion here would be to make a motion to move to .gov email extension as soon as we are approved.
Was that in the packet?
yeah, let me get down there.
Yes.
Originally, the packet kind of dealt with this all in one ball. And I was just trying to get through a business item one bite at a time, if you will.
So we're on the .gov.
Yeah.
Section, and you're in motion 1.
So earlier you asked me if the original motions from, I don't know, what was that, April or March applied. And I said, yes, they did. But I'm making a different motion now.
Okay, so are we going to address 1, 2, 3, and 4? Or is this like an addition to? I mean, I know there's a lot there, but.
Motion 1 has already been done,
Okay.
right?
Well,
So-
motion 1,
That had been approved a while back. Clerk Goss wanted to be taken off as the security account person, so that has been done.
We just did number 2.
We just did number 2.
and now a motion that's not in the packet was made.
Well, thank you, Ardella, because we do need to make a motion. This has to be provided to NetLink Business Solutions. That they are our business partner. And for them to do that migration will be $4,000.
Okay, so motion to hire contract with NetLink Business Solutions to complete the email migration process from Spectrum hosted email boxes to Microsoft hosted email boxes
at an estimated cost of $4,000.
I'll second.
Where is that money going to come from in the budget?
Contingency.
I see this as part of the progression of moving from Spectrum to Microsoft 365 is something, if we're going to do the .gov, this is something we have to do. So this is,
Well, Bill did answer that specific question, so we can stay with Spectrum. But the reality is that Kelly, whatever his last name is, NetLink's technical person, he really got frustrated during our last email problem, just trying to contact Spectrum's server farm, right? And so that was a huge communication issue. At least here, NetLink believes that Microsoft will provide better customer service.
You can get your stuff fixed on the day that you need it. rather
Well,
than
maybe
waiting
not
for
on
a
the
call.
day, but
But at least you started the process.
yeah.
You're not on hold.
I guess I need to know if the board agrees that this $4,000 is going to come out of contingency, so I can bring a budget amendment for that. Does that have to be a budget?
so
amendment?
maybe that should be a part of the motion then, Cheryl.
Well, I think that can just be a consensus, but I just don't know where to take it out of the budget. I just want, when I bring the budget amendment, I want it to already be, this is where we decided on.
And so did somebody second? I second.
You said it.
did.
And Ardella made the motion.
Yeah.
Ardella, I do like your recommendation to where the funds come from. That way there's no question
Plus it's
afterwards.
documented and we can remember at budget time.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so I will make a change to my motion. I'm just adding to the end of it, Cheryl. Money to be taken from contingency.
I'll re-second. Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? We'll call when ready.
Huh,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Bowman,
Yeah,
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes. I'll make motion 4, approving NetLink Business Solutions to be listed as the sole Microsoft partner of record for Whitewater Township until such time further Whitewater Township Board of Trustee action is brought forward to modify.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? We'll call when ready.
Bowman,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Finish out that item, I was going to make another motion. Move to .gov as soon as we were approved, so I'll make that motion for discussion purposes.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion.
Yes, you need to,
That one is not in the packet.
I know.
when do we expect approval?
Are you in a good spot, Ardell?
So what was the motion again? Sure.
We moved to .gov as soon as we are approved.
Okay.
And then I asked, when can we expect approval?
Good spot.
I'm good.
Okay. I was waiting until Ardella finished up whatever she was doing to respond. Don't know. The process is in the final stages of approval. Both NetLink services got notified as well as myself, because NetLink has been included as our technical people. And in this phase, where we eliminated the security contact, they required one that had technical expertise enough to fully describe the electronic intrusion that took place. So I picked you, Ardella,
And I refuse it.
and then I picked Heidi.
She refused.
The fact is that the logical explanation is that it's Kelly again from NetLink.
Right.
So Cheryl has been replaced at her request and Kelly has been put in that slot. And to my knowledge, we're up for final approval.
Yippee.
When? I don't know.
Well, I'd like some notice of that. Obviously, we all need to be notified. What
I need to be notified.
all that.
That's gonna take place over a year.
You've got lots of people to notify.
That'll take. The transition takes place over a year.
All right, so it's not, once we
Right,
get
but
approved,
the county went to
overnight,
this
because I don't need it happening in
No.
the middle of
No.
tax my
No.
taxes out.
And
No.
the reason I'm not gonna make that suggestion. This motion, the reason I'm gonna vote against this motion. Is because I wanna make sure that you're not in a sensitive time. And I wanna make sure that you're not in a sensitive
That's right.
time, election, whatever. I want the board to be able to control when this takes place. Okay, same with our migration from Spectrum to Microsoft. Now, I don't want this taking place right now. Because maybe you're just beginning tax time or whatever. I don't want any hiccups. So I'm thinking after elections or whatever the case might be. So, I'll send out an email with a questionnaire like that. When's a good time? You can all respond to me. Trustees, you may or may not have, comments. Don, you certainly will with park opening, right? So.
Well, keep in mind that almost everything I send out has my email address on it. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, and I'm sure everything Cheryl does, everything you do, all of us.
Well, just like the county did, just like Bonnie Shealy did when the county went to .gov, big notification in every email. My email address has changed to, please change this in your records or whatever. And that was on her thing for months. letting people
However,
know.
I was going to suggest that maybe we send out a postcard when we make the migration to let our citizens know.
Well, yeah, but you've got to have it in your email address too,
Yeah.
so that people are.
Sure, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, send out a postcard.
People don't pay that
Let
much
people
attention to
know.
postcards.
Oh, here's the other thing.
We
Could we
changed.
get it in a newsletter instead of a postcard? Cause it's kind of cheaper. Like
And
you're gonna put it in the newsletter. What you're gonna put in the.
All those things are a good idea, but people are gonna need constant reminders.
and how I used other people's notification is I clicked on it. I added them as a contact and deleted their old one. Boom, 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 done.
Sure.
So I can't do that from a postcard, can't do that from a newsletter. You just put it down there, like Cheryl said, on the bottom. And you allow the people to click on it and it automatically populates your.
It's
address.
them that has to make the change. We just have to notify them.
So all good discussion, but my, my concern is that we don't do it during any important time for elections or for taxation. So it won't be immediate, even once we get approved. Matter of fact, just send me an email of times that is not good for you. And that's what we'll base our conversation to NetLink on.
Maybe you should change your motion then to say that. You know, to add in there that when it's convenient for, when it's appropriate for each department.
Well,
Well, see, I don't know if I'm gonna have a November election yet, so I can't really say whether that's a sensitive time for me or not, because that deadline hasn't passed.
That's
well,
so by
just assume it
department.
is. We'll just assume you do have one. That's not a problem. It's really not.
But what I'm saying
Well,
is
that
if
starts
you
2
add
months
in,
before an election.
when it's, you know, because your motion is to move to .gov as soon as we are approved. But adding another line in there where we talk about the convenience or appropriate for each department.
And how about in an appropriately and timely manner?
So then really, we're talking about motion 3 too. Because motion 3 is gonna move us from Spectrum, which is going to potentially be a larger problem than migrating to .gov. So
What's, well, maybe I'm confused. I thought the migration to Microsoft was still gonna carry the extension .org. It was just it was moving from Spectrum to Microsoft, but the .org was staying until we did the .gov.
Correct.
yes. Okay, but my point is during that migration from Spectrum server farm,
Mhm.
all of our emails. So we'll be moving 16,000.
Yeah,
of
right,
mine.
right, a lot, yeah, a lot.
So we have 16,000 opportunities to make an error. Just for the supervisor office.
So because Outlook is a Microsoft program, we're still going to be using Outlook, correct? When we migrate from Spectrum to MS 365, we're still going to be getting our email through the Microsoft Outlook program,
You could,
correct?
you could. There are.
Well, I
literally
get it. You use Gmail, but I'm gonna stick with Outlook. So,
hundreds of email clients,
right.
okay? Outlook is one of those. And so yes, if you wish to use that Microsoft product,
Okay, good.
Good.
I just want to know if we can stay with that. I think
Yep.
it'll be easier for those of us who are on it to stay with that, but, whatever.
yeah,
People
no,
can choose their own.
I like the idea. So
I
really,
mean, I hated Outlook when I got here, but I've gotten used to it now and I really don't want to change to a different email,
right,
client, so. Just don't have time to figure all that.
so
out.
that migration that we talked about in motion number 3, Ardella, really is also sensitive to everybody's schedule. And so rather than go back through and redo a motion, I think board consensus, I hope, will be good enough that y'all just give me an idea that, you know, sometime after, what'd you say, 2 months, Cheryl? So sometime
Well,
after
from-
October would
well,
be a good time.
No, 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 no. If there's gonna be a November election, we will start getting ready for that no later than September 1st. So September 1st would not be good. September, all of September, all of October, until 2 weeks after the election is not a good time.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So December 1st, we'll say.
And if it takes, you know, a lot longer than that, and we get into February and we start having to deal with early voting, we're gonna be getting ready for those elections even earlier than 2 months ahead.
We may determine just to wait on the Microsoft migration for the .gov migration and just have one migration at a time,
No, there you go.
or skip a stone, skip a spot. So just send me a calendar schedule and we'll do our best.
Oh, we got a motion still.
The motion is to move to .gov email as soon as we are approved. Roll call when ready.
Did you want to change approved to when ready? That covers all your bases, but that's up to you. I'm just thinking about it because you're going rock by rock by rock by rock. It just tells people that you got skipped because you said this.
Did you call for a vote?
I did. And so Heidi, I said earlier that I was gonna not vote for this motion. So that's gonna allow them some time to think about their schedule, and I guess I'll just, when we get approved, I'll bring the .gov back and away we go.
Okay.
Goss, no. Glenn?
No.
Bennett? No. Pop?
No.
Bauman?
No. You're gonna make me fall asleep. You keep that up.
Is there serving coffee?
Can't do that. Somebody don't like it in the room.
Okay,
As we have our drinks.
we moved the next one to correspondence, so that's, we're in new business.
Otherwise I would have.
Tobacco field maintenance. I'll make a motion to have legal advise the board as to the status, volunteer or independent contractor of any person who undertakes this type of field maintenance, and to draft an appropriate agreement for that purpose.
One second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Question.
And maybe I'm not seeing it, I'm reading the old contract that we had with Mr. Corson, it seemed pretty straightforward.
Right.
What is wrong with the contract that we have? Why couldn't we just use that versus sending this off to legal?
Well, great question. We don't have a current agreement.
Well, we have an old one to go by, it's in the packet.
Yeah, we do. And I don't remember the exact date in which that was signed, but I think it was a number of years ago.
2009.
Since that time,
There's, no, I think there was one in 14 too.
since that time, we've learned that we have a problem with prescriptive easements. We have all sorts of problems that we didn't know about in 2009. And this is truly, I think, what our independent contractor agreement was for. I don't think Luke is going to be able to provide us with any insurance certificate.
He doesn't
Certainly
have-
not.
He doesn't have insurance on his farm.
Well, certainly not to contract off of his property. I mean, I don't know. I've not spoken to Luke, right? And so I've tried to make a case here that we could potentially go either way. And maybe we could consider him a volunteer, but yet he gets the money for the hay. And as you can see, I did the best I could at estimating what the cost of the hay is by using MSU documentation. I think it's 2 years old, 3 years old now. But it's not worth a lot of money. But it's $3,000, if I remember the number correctly. So it's not like it's peanuts either. So if that's considered payment for his services from a legal perspective, I don't know, then we gotta have insurance. I would assume. That's not for me to decide, but that is for the board to decide.
Well, what if he gets hurt out there? Whose insurance covers that?
Right? And we just learned that, you know, maybe we have to get approval to use his equipment out there, or use an idea that he's using equipment out there.
Yeah, I didn't see this as, you know, I saw, when I'm reading through this, I saw this more as an independent contractor arrangement. I was having a hard time connecting the dots and just saying this was a volunteer type of situation. And to Cheryl's point, you know, there's risk, you know, he gets hit, gets hurt. You know, it is his, you know, he damages a piece of equipment that he's using, you know, it's on him, you know, it's just not. I just think the independent contractor angle takes a much more defined approach. It puts boundaries around this whole thing that we know, that we're familiar with.
You know what you're up against.
So.
Well, and then you also have the, it's typically, whether someone's an employee or a contractor, this, you're talking about volunteer or independent contractor, but you have that like 21-point economic reality test that determines whether someone you are using is really an employee or really an independent contractor. And of course, there's ramifications if you label someone an independent contractor, but it turns out through the answers to the questions on the economic reality test that they're really an employee. I get it, this is the volunteer, but they're getting money. Then you are responsible for their taxes going back. If you have not properly labeled what this position is. So I do agree that we need to get, it's not just a handshake thing anymore. You know, with the litigious, you know, society that we're in and just all that. And so I do agree that we do need to get some advice on this. And, you know, people, I don't know Luke Corson that well, but people, you know, he might just say, it's not worth it. And also the attorney, if this does go to the attorney's office, they need to be provided with the Tobaco natural area management agreement.
Oh, that's
So
good.
that they understand the entire, because we are obligated to cut that hayfield up there. So, you know, if Luke Corson doesn't want to do it, you may be looking for somebody else if he decides it's not worth
And we'll be
it.
paying them to do it.
Oh, I hate going down this road.
Yep,
Because I know exactly where it's gonna end up. But on the other hand, board, this is your time to tell me that this is not a concern of yours, liability or otherwise.
Right, I'm not saying it's not a concern about the liability, covering them under an independent contract agreement would cover our liability.
Mhm.
Whether he has insurance or not, I have a hard time believing he doesn't have insurance. I mean, he owns a farm. But the fact that we're not physically actually going to be providing him with money for this independent contract, I mean, our contract can be for $0. And he's volunteering to do this and he makes money on the backside, that's no concern of ours. He's actually helping us with our Tobaco management plan.
but it's a question of whether he's volunteering or he's an ICA, an IC.
And sadly, I mainly agree with Don and Cheryl. For example, on the litmus test, I think he's an employee, quite frankly. Because he probably doesn't, I don't know, I cannot answer for him, right? And so I do know that Luke works construction, obviously, we've had him work here, right? And I do know that Luke works the farm. There's clear evidence of that, so we're not his sole income source. But sometimes that's only a small fragment of it. It was beyond my capability to determine where to go with this. And so if the board knows where to go with it, good.
Why don't we just get the advice? And then we'll figure out where we're gonna go once we get the advice, because that is what this motion is about, to get the advice.
Yep. Heidi, are you good?
Yep.
Don?
Yep.
Who seconded it?
You did.
Thank you. Thought so.
And Cheryl, you captured the motion okay from the packet?
Yep.
Everyone is clear on the motion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
gracias, Vomit,
Yes.
Yes.
And I think that's a good idea to provide the maintenance.
well, so he can see what the township's obligation is.
Yep. Just out of curiosity, if the board wanted to spin this one way or the other, would we prefer to spin it towards a volunteer or towards an independent contractor?
Isn't that what we're getting the legal advice about?
Yeah, but you know,
My opinion is volunteer.
yeah, you know how the
Volunteer.
attorney works. They can pretty much make a defensible case either way.
It's how you ask the question.
It's how you ask the question. And I would think it would be in our financial best interest to get Luke to be a volunteer. And he just signs off the hold harmless agreement for Tobaco Park.
That way he takes care of getting the money for the hay, everything.
So Della, you
If
think?
that's what you want to
volunteer
do, then
might
why
be-
do we need the legal advice?
Well, we may be overlooking something.
We
Maybe
might
we
be
can't
missing
do that.
something.
Right.
Maybe we can't do it because he's a farmer and there's GAMps or there's this or there's that.
Thoughts, Don?
I still lean toward the IC, so I'd like to see what comes back.
Okay, so we'll just, yep. We'll leave the motion as it is with no spin then. Moving on to new business number 2. Motion to approve Don Glenn's request for payment under the Additional Activities Compensation Program beginning April 30th, 2023 through pay period ending July 9, 2023, not to exceed $2,500.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just have a couple questions. I'm sorry, Charlotte, did you want to?
Well, I was gonna make one point. The last one went through April 30th, so wouldn't this be starting May 1st?
And so there was a controversy about payroll pay period ending dates with the last motion. And so I think you sent out an email, Cheryl, you weren't gonna pay Don because the board didn't approve it beyond a certain date, but the
Well,
pay date
But we,
fell.
No, we
That got
paid,
resolved,
we
yeah.
paid him.
Yeah.
No, that's not why the email that was sent out. The email was sent out because we had 2 different things going on, and I wanted to know what is the thing that we are going to use, because the Additional Activities Compensation Program says that the supervisor or the clerk can approve additional activities compensation. So then we had this motion that was brought to approve whatever the dates were through April 30th, I thought, or January 1 to April 30th or something like that. So when Don turned in some hours that were after April 30th, I'm like,
Yeah, I
so
screwed,
which is it?
Yeah, I
Are we doing it at the board level, or is Ron doing it for you? I'm just looking for clarification here going forward.
that was my screw up. I put May 1st and 2nd on there and screwed up.
But we paid you for it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's
Right, we
Yeah.
didn't hold up anybody's pants.
And I just,
That was kind of my question about my question is, why is this coming to the board? Because I thought we already handled that. One, we've handled the actual mechanism for them to get paid.
Right.
As the additional compensation. We already handled that, and we handled who can approve it. We already handled that. So I don't understand why we have to do anything with dates. Am I missing something?
I don't understand why we have to do anything at all. If Ron can approve your park hours, then we shouldn't be even dealing with this at the
You
board.
shouldn't have to come to us, Don, every time you want to
No.
get paid. I mean, I thought we already had
That's what I thought. I
the
thought maybe there was a
structure
date.
set up so that it wouldn't have to come back to us every time.
so I understood Don had some severe reservations earlier in 2023. I got information from, I believe, Clearwater Township. Tried to get some from Elk Rapids, but they were pretty tight-lipped. The information that we got back was that if the board approves these additional compensations, there is no chance of clawback. And so we answered, you know, is this a slippery slope? Basically, because a lot of other townships have had some issue with clawback of financial payments. And so this should be just a simple yes or no.
Of course it
And-
is, but I'm saying,
And that's the reason why I felt that it still rises to board level attention. And the July 9th is just an end of our pay period. So,
And that, then if you're saying that, then why don't you just go through the end of the park years or something? I mean, because I don't want to see this back on our agenda again. Let's just, if he's got park hours, things he's gonna do, let's just approve it through December 31st or something like that, because this is ridiculous to have this on the agenda when we already have the mechanism in place to approve additional activities. So July 9th, I mean, that's in less than a month.
Now, what are you comfortable with?
I wasn't planning on doing much more because I think we're getting Andrew trained to the point where, you know, that's gonna fall off and I wasn't anticipating having to do. I mean, there's still some mentoring and consulting. to
Yeah,
do
but
with that,
that's-
I
But then
wasn't-
you just don't turn in hours.
So,
If you're not doing anything, you just don't turn in hours, but at least it's approved.
By putting it through the end of the camping season, it covers you, won't have to come back, we can remove the exceed amount.
Okay.
And then we don't have to deal with this again,
Till
and,
budget time. If
yeah,
it's-
and nobody is objecting to the work Don's doing.
No,
And
So-
then you don't have to have it approved by Ron because it's been approved by the board.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Then you
So
just
do we
gotta
wanna
turn
go
in your
through the end of the
timesheets.
budget year, or do we want to go through the end of the calendar year? As Cheryl suggested, I don't care either way.
I thought about the fiscal year too, at the end of the fiscal year, 3/31/2024.
That's what I was thinking.
All right,
is
so
that it's
let's do
done.
that.
All right, so
24.
Change the date to the end of the fiscal year.
just,
And remove the not to exceed amount.
Right,
Carol, should we also clean up since we did go, I think it was May 1st and 2nd, so start that instead of April 30th, May 3rd? Just so that ties. to-
Well, I mean, actually, May 1st and 2nd wasn't approved through this process.
Oh, okay.
We
yeah,
went
so
ahead and
we
paid
still
you.
wanna leave that.
So I would suggest it should
Just leave
start May 1st.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah. So that would clean up those extra.
I mean, it was approved by Ron,
Right,
okay?
yeah, I got it.
So that's why we went ahead and paid it, but I just questioned the process. Why are we
So
doing
we
this
want-
2 ways?
move it from April 30th to May 1st. Is that when?
Yeah.
yep,
Does that cover the previous?
Yeah,
one?
yeah, it does.
Okay.
So,
That's why I went to April 30th,
yeah,
because the last motion took us to April 30th.
yeah,
So this should have covered everything from May 1st or April 30th through the 1st.
yeah, I think May 1st is appropriate.
All right, so it'll be May 1st. And that's 2023. So the revised motion is motion to approve Don Glenn's request for payment under the additional activities compensation program. Beginning, May 1, 2023 through pay period ending 3/31/24.
Well, you don't need the pay period in there because it's just ending 3/31. We don't know if a pay period ends on that day or not.
That's true. That's true.
So it's beginning May 1, 2023 through March 31st, 2024.
Sounds right.
seconded that.
Nobody yet.
Almost.
I think I did.
Will you?
Otherwise,
resecond?
we usually talk about it, so she did. I'll resecond it.
Roll call when ready.
Bauman,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Pop,
Yes.
Juan,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Page 175, motion to approve the contract with North Place Planning LLC and repeal the existing contract.
I'll
The
second.
revised contract?
The motion says and repeal the existing contract.
Well, I just wondered if the motion
Repeal.
shouldn't say approve the revised
That's the motion
contract.
I'm making.
Who seconded that?
Wait a minute,
Anybody?
did you read the motion that was there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, back to page 175. That's the motion set forth the rate. from
I'll
Rachel.
second.
Motion made and second. Further discussion
Um,
before we get too far in the weeds. I totally agree with Cheryl. this, this approach is wrong. But we'll let it come out through discussion.
There you go. I'll second it.
No, Ardella
Della
already,
already seconded.
yeah, Ardella already discussed it or seconded it, sorry.
Well, my comment is that the motion should say, refer to the revised contract.
Not approve the contact.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of things in here. First of all, I'll let somebody else go first. Anybody have flags in this business item?
Well, all we were doing was, correct me if I'm wrong, taking the services from you and giving it to the PC.
No. Well, there's oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
And I don't feel I ever had them on. Yeah,
I
think
get
they're-
that too.
sure,
Apparently, there's a disconnect here or something.
The board approves all contracts. In my field of thinking.
So it just that C/O run. Comma supervisor needs to be replaced with board, the Whitewater Township board. And that takes care of that question.
So I did a word for word comparison between the current agreement and the new agreement. If nobody else has a question right now, I would bring my first one forward.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like to me. It seemed like it would have been a termination of the original agreement and then a renewal and then a new contract going forward. It just doesn't, I don't know why it's just not flowing, doesn't feel like it's flowing right to me.
And to that point, Don, the original agreement, per Randy's request, limited his involvement to 20 hours per month on those other things. The original agreement allows for all of this.
No, the original agreement has no cap on it.
It doesn't have
It
that.
does.
I don't see it.
Yeah, so if you take a look at section 2.3 of the original agreement under terms,
I'm holding the original agreement.
Yeah.
Right here. The proposal,
no, the original agreement,
original independent contractor agreement.
but that's not the entire agreement, Cheryl.
There's the independent
We
contractor
read the
agreement,
independent contractor agreement because it references the proposal.
additional terms and conditions. So
No, this is under terms and conditions at any rate. We can banter for this for hours if you wish.
We don't.
Okay, good. Me either.
Where is
So I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. And so the original agreement allows Randy to do these related planning services up to an additional 20 hours per month upon request. Now, it doesn't say that the supervisor does. It just says that I will approve the hours that's requested. That's all.
And I think the thought is that, he is not working with us, he's working with the planning commission and this would put that squarely in
They're
their,
in our budget.
yeah, it's in their budget and they know what they need more than we do.
Understood. And so I think that was, again, the related planning services was outside of the planning realm. Okay. So the planning realm, I have nothing to do. It was just those related services. And that was the limit that we had put on those terms. or the related services as a board. I don't care who approved it. I think supervisor should be replaced with the board. But the original agreement allows for all of this work.
Well, I do find your 2.3, no more than 20 additional hours per month.
Yeah.
So I think that they probably want him more than an additional 20 hours per month, and that's why they revised the agreement.
But that was Randy's request.
Well, I get it,
No,
but
it's
now
different.
Now
they're
it's different.
finding between them that they don't like that. And also they want him to get the zoning ordinance squared away so that we don't have 120 pages of it that say draft.
Well, I don't know if it's so much that they don't like coming to the board for these. I think it slows down the process,
Hey, I'm
for them to be able to make the
That's
decision.
basically what it is. I mean,
all for. We just, because there's so many, I have so many issues in the new one. I'm all for taking the current one, removing the supervisor. If you guys wanna give them 100 hours a month, I'm not necessarily on board with that. We are responsible. So thinking along the lines of the proposed agreement, what stops them? What stops the planning commission from going beyond the budget constraints?
Well,
have to come back.
at the meeting that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I missed that. I'm sorry.
No, I understand, but at the meeting, it became very clear to me that they are watching their budget. They actually have a person
Yeah,
assigned
I agree.
to planning their budget. So if they get anywhere near the end of their budget, they're coming to us for an amendment. This planning commission that's seated right now, they are all fully engaged. That was my observation from that joint meeting.
Yeah,
So the what if they do is not a real concern to me because I don't believe they will. They're acting very responsibly.
okay. And I picked that up from the minutes. Everybody seemed to be on the same page in the minutes with respect to it, so I'm fine with that. And if we want to go with the new agreement, that's fine. I'm just saying that the old one hasn't.
I think this just made the team a little more comfortable. They're trying to help you, Ron, and take some stuff off your plate that they can control and watch. Well, control is not really a good word, but maybe they can physically own it. And we want to own our budget.
Well, so here's the rub there, okay? So if we were going to go back to packet page 176,
Okay,
paragraph 4. I'm going to authorize the agreement, but I have no expense control. Yes, again. I'm not going to authorize anything that I don't have some type of expense control over. None of us would do that.
well, yeah, but if we're on the money, we can't spend. So we would have to.
It
come
doesn't say
back
that.
anyways.
It does not say that. Matter of fact, Ardella said they'll just come back for a budget amendment.
They will
And
come
I-
back for permission with the budget amendment.
And I agree. I don't believe this is as simple as it appears on the surface. I just don't. I'm all for getting rid of stuff that we can get rid of. But contracts are the responsibility of the board.
I get that. And I'm not saying that, I don't think we should be looking at this. I just don't think it is all that much different. And what you're seeing in paragraph 4 is the planning commission's attempt to take ownership of this relationship between the planning commission and their end goals, which is the master plan creation through, completion, and our getting our zoning ordinance to a workable, usable copy. And I think they looked at this as maybe it's working hand in hand for both of those things. As they work on the master plan, other things come out of the zoning ordinance. Or if something's happening with the zoning ordinance, directly reflects what possibly has not been foreseen in the master plan. And this just gives them a better control to be able to work with this planner individual that we've already hired.
Brian, can I ask one question about, you know, and I hear, you know, what you were talking about, signing off on something where you didn't have the control, but I mean, the line in there in 4 towards the Whitewater Township Planning Commission manages work activities and expenditures consistent with the budget approved by the Whitewater Township Board. Would you be expecting more language in there?
That's an excellent question. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this around a little bit.
Mhm.
Tandem fire chief. Been given by the board a budget of $10. Are you giving me authority to spend all $10 the way I want to? Or do I still have to come and get a purchase order? I like the concept here because I totally believe that if you're a department head, you should be able to spend your budget the way you want to spend it. I'm a firm believer in that. But then why do we come back for a purchase order then?
And contracts are exempt from purchase
In
order.
this particular case, if the board approves it, we would not be coming back for a purchase order every time Randy did, you know, something.
And we
You know,
they
we
shouldn't
were
have to, because
but here-
contracts, we don't do purchase orders for contracts.
Right, okay, how about we do this a little for you? Would you like an update of how his money's distributed? And we can take a budget and put it even more defined. Do you want us at the end of the month to go, here you go, Mr. Supervisor, we spent this much, this much, this much, this much, this much? They're welcome to do that. If you want to look at a line item of what Randy does, we can have him document his time.
No,
He does
I
do
know
that.
he does.
Well, he
And
turns in a block of hours. He does not.
But the thing is, Ron, is that they are keeping track at the planning commission.
I
like said.
totally agree. Yep.
So that they know they're keeping track. Here's our budget start. This is what we've spent. Here's our balance. So they're fully aware that if they come close to the end of their budget month.
I mean, we already talked about at the beginning of the year. Did we give ourselves enough? Did we leave, you know,
Should we've asked for
should
more?
we ask for more?
Well, again, I did the best I could, right?
Well,
I
that's
took
it.
a
Well,
look
that's
at
what we
Randy's
talked about,
agreement
but
was.
every
I
time
did-
we've
I
talked
did the
about,
best I could.
I get it, and
Yeah.
we appreciated it, and everybody was excited that we even got that much. But when you start breaking it down, then it starts getting, it starts looking, oh, well, maybe it wasn't enough. So that's why we said, well, we keep track of it. This way we don't have to keep bugging the supervisor. Here was our thought on this, Ryan. Every time we go to do something, if we have to stop and ask the board, oh, we didn't get it in our, you know, at least we got that line item where we can get stuff to the board quicker. What we were trying to do is eliminate something getting stalled because we either got to go ask for money, you know, prolonging something more than we have to.
The original agreement does not do that. But. You know, again, I support, we just maintain the original agreement and Randy's got 20 hours. If he uses 20 hours every week for the ordinance work as outlined in section 2.3. The budget's gonna be blowing anyway.
But 2.3 in the original contract says, in addition to work related on the master plan, there has been expressed interest in providing assistance with ordinance language development and review. This can be accommodated with no more than 20 additional hours per month upon request. For clarity, a specific work request will be developed so that a proposed estimate of hours will be defined in writing and approved by the supervisor before work commences. Okay, so that is something that is a step in there that is slowing down the planning
The process.
commission. We have a very active planning commission who wants to boom, 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 get things done at every meeting, have progress, move forward, measurable progress. And so if they have to go to you, then how long is that gonna take? You know,
And the motion is that the PC requests an additional 20 hours per week and the board approves it. End of story. Until now to the end of the fiscal year. Boom, done.
and what if they want more than 20 hours? We don't know how long, how
But
much
you
time.
already have budget money if they even take. the
We,
20
okay, we realize that, is this a contract?
Well, they know
thing?
exactly what their budget is. And so they know exactly, and they've already expressed, this is what I heard on May 17th, that maybe their budget is not going to be sufficient. And we've never had a planning commission that's been this active. So I'm thinking maybe their budget might not be sufficient and we might have to throw some more money at it.
And we completely
Um,
discussed that.
Right, and so I think that might have to happen. Maybe it won't, maybe they won't have to, but maybe they will. We just overspent our budget by $4,000 that wasn't contemplated, and now we're taking it out of contingency. So the board's overspent their budget before the planning commission has.
That's not fair.
So,
We
let's
have not overspent the budget. We have
well,
decided to move budget line items around, Cheryl. We have not.
Yeah, you don't know if you're on, you're not gonna know if you're over budget.
well,
until they
we
run out.
just decided we had to take $4,000 out of contingency.
We didn't decide we had to.
Well, we
Okay.
decided,
Proposed to where it come out. All right.
Okay.
so
Here's my question to you. So do you feel that that's what we're putting in here is the additional 20 hours a week? Because we really haven't even discussed yet how much time we're spending on ordinances. We're still trying to deal with the master plan. We're trying to keep stuff going.
No, I'm merely stating is that I don't believe the current agreement was given solace to section 2.3, which allows for this work. And so my final comments, two of them, anytime we have an updated agreement, we normally go to legal and have them look at it. And this should not be proposal acceptance agreement. It should be called an independent contractor agreement. So, which is what I think is consistent with the first one.
So a proposed.
Can you confirm that, Carol?
well, this is proposal for master plan update and related planning services.
Yep, that's a proposal. So now look at the independent agreement. And what does it say at the top?
Well, it says this is an agreement by and between North Place Planning
The
LLC.
title, Carol.
Well, you already said it, independent contractor agreement.
Okay. And this is
So-
called proposal acceptance agreement.
But haven't they put this revised independent contractor agreement in the packet?
Yes, and they've called it a proposal acceptance agreement.
Well, except Rachel wrote contact instead of contract.
No, look at back at page 176. It says proposal acceptance agreement.
Okay, well, so the title can be changed.
Yeah.
To independent contract. That's not a big deal.
Do it. We're making a mountain out of a molehill. And
And
I didn't
spend-
want that to
See,
happen
that's
here.
that's not entirely true, because the purpose of the independent contractor agreement is for standardization. So
I get that.
We have, and so we start to just degrade our own system, which.
Right.
And I wasn't here, but that's what I understand that the purpose of having this format was for. It was memorialized in the PMP manual. This is what we want to do. So,
Correct.
I mean.
I
Instead of
don't
having a
think
proposal
that was
acceptance
our
agreement,
intent.
I get that, Heidi, but the presentation should be an independent contract agreement, pulling all this stuff in, but putting it into our standard form, so that it's consistent from one contractor to another.
There you go. You just want consistency, which is agreeable.
And a non-board member doesn't have signing authority here. I don't know why Rachel's name is on this. Or a signature under Whitewater Township.
Well, she probably thought it was okay to add that. I mean, that's a big issue. It can always be deleted.
It
Well,
can
that
be
does bring
deleted.
up another issue is that, I got from the 5/17 meeting that this is what the planning commission wanted. So I believe they're accepting the responsibilities that are outlined in paragraph 4, right?
Yeah.
So,
Maybe she should sign it then?
well, this is an agreement between the board and North
Yeah.
Place Planning. And so if this is the agreement, we've got significant minutes from 5/17 that say this is what the planning commission is asking the board to do. So I'm just simply saying that Rachel is not a authorized agent of the township.
Do you want my name on it?
The only thing I see that's an issue, really, is that proposal acceptance agreement on page 176 should be renamed independent contractor agreement. Rachel's name, should be removed, those 2 lines at the bottom, but we have the additional terms and conditions, and we have, their updated proposal. And it does say May 22nd, which I think should have been a different date. But to me, it spells out what they want to do to use the planner for additional services past what was originally contemplated. And it does say under terms, all work will be carried out under the direction of the Whitewater Township Planning Commission concerning schedules, costs, deliverables, and process, and shall be accomplished within the budget limitations approved by the Whitewater Township Board of Trustees. That's number 1.
The board of trustees.
Well, that's what it says.
That's
So
what Randy
I think they're just following probably what this said. I don't know. But anyways, to me, that's the only problem I see with it. And I think in order for the planning commission to move ahead, I mean, we do have, I mean, it is an issue that we have a zoning ordinance out on a website that's got 120 pages of the 183, I believe it is, that say draft on them. And it has said that for many, many years. It's really extremely unprofessional.
It needs to come off. It's not a draft.
It's not a draft, and I don't know who has the document, who put draft on there. I don't have that document. I can't remove it. And Randy is willing to get that text in an editable format, which it's not in right now. And I don't think that the planning commission should be held up on this. Everybody knows this has been an issue for a very long time. And now we have someone who's actually willing to do it and who is used to working with these type of documents, could do it in an expeditious manner. Randy doesn't come across to me as the type of person who would quote unquote pad his hours. And I, from at the planning commission meeting, the joint meeting, it seemed like the planning commission was extremely interested in working cooperatively with the board to move on and get some of these issues cleared up that have been a problem for many years. And I don't want to stand in the way, and I don't want to get in the way of their momentum. And to me, this agreement was already looked at. Okay, they revised it a little bit, and now you want it to go to the attorney again. I just don't see it. I don't think what's in there has, it's just some additional work with some additional
Verbiage.
payment. They don't have to go through the supervisor to get it approved, because right now they do. And it's just gonna streamline, and we've got to get used to streamlining in this township, because right now it's 1:07 PM. I'm about to go to lunch.
You're the one talking.
And well, but I have sat here quietly while I listened to everything else, and now I'm getting all my comments out that let's stop standing in the way of the planning commission getting things done and get this new contract approved.
On packet page 177. Number 4. North Place Planning shall, upon request of the township, provide additional assistance with ordinance review, language development, and other ad hoc projects as authorized. Has no place. That was a throw over from the old one. Number 5. References the August 29th, 2022 proposal that we're asking in the motion to repeal.
Well, it's just simply referring to the code of ethics referenced earlier. I mean,
It's still,
it,
are you gonna hold both contracts, Cheryl? We're
It
asking,
agrees to perform planning services.
Cheryl, we're asking for that
Okay,
to be
well,
repealed. That was the motion that was set forth. So
Then,
the August 29th agreement is gone.
okay, well then end the sentence after professional responsibilities.
All I'm saying is that. And then over under number 9, same page. Payment for work completed but not finished due to termination shall be subject to terms listed in provision 2. And so I think I made a mistake there, because this actual new quote comes out now. And I think provision 2 is the,
Correct date.
I think it is, yeah. I didn't expect to see the proposal after the agreement. No, provision 2, under the new agreement dated May 23rd, is how we're going to approach. Unless I've missed something. So again, I think that's a throwback to the 29th agreement. Wait a minute. That might be under the independent contractor agreement. Termination might be under that. No. So I thought maybe termination terms were in provision 2 of the independent contractor agreement, but it's not. It could be on additional terms and conditions. So on packet page 177, provision 2 does not deal with termination either.
Well, deals with 9 deals with termination, but it doesn't deal with the payment for the work.
10 talks about termination.
So if we can figure out what provision we're supposed to go there. Anybody have a suggestion? I mean, I just don't see it.
Talking about that last line, the last line of nine,
Yeah.
I can't find I can't cross-reference that, because if I go to the additional terms, that doesn't make sense. If I go to the body of the contract, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
Terms and provision.
So is there a payment provision?
I don't know why it can't just say payment for work completed but not finished due to termination shall be made. And don't even talk about where supposedly it's in here.
But it seems to me like I remember reading something about unfinished work, but I think that's in actual 9. Is that right? Yeah.
So
Which provision number
Can
two?
we circle back around here? There's places in this current contract that's referring to the original contract that's going to be terminated in place of this one. So if we remove those references for that, where it says referred to. And I'm not even sure why we have to say remove to.
Well, my point specific, are you talking about paragraph 5 on page 177, Ardella?
Yes,
Okay. So
referenced in the proposal dated August 29th.
I think we just
2022.
need to change that to the proposal dated May 23rd. Number, which they do talk about ethics in the new proposal dated May 23rd.
Ron, section 9, that last section sentence, if you tie, that might be a typo, because if you take provision 2 and skip 2 and go to provision 3, which is just right across the street from that, look at that, and I think that ties that. I think that's a typo.
I think it's a throwback to the 2022 agreement.
well, in provision 2, I mean, costs and contract terms, there's 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. So, and 2.2 parentheses 4 does say allow either party to terminate the contract at any time. There's that part. I don't remember. I don't see in here where it says
You're
about
right
being
there.
paid.
No, in the new agreement, you're right.
I mean, when Chris Grobel quit, we paid him for what we owed him.
Yeah, I'm just saying, refer
Right.
to the right section. And Don pointed out that maybe it's section 3. No,
I don't know that, I'm just saying that's a possibility, because it fits the narrative, but
and you read what section 2 stated. And paragraph 5 has no reference in this new agreement.
I talked
You
about
guys-
AICP code of
Is Randy
ethics.
Mallard actually, I'm sorry. Is Randy Mallard actually online? He could answer some of these questions, and rather than us bouncing back and forth, which is what we're doing.
I don't see that.
I have a concern of what kind of message we're sending to the planning commission.
No,
You know,
Well, it
is
says,
it a problem because we want to not have an agreement refer to something that doesn't exist, i.e. number 5, and number 4, the whole idea of this updated proposal is to get rid of the township's approval. So number 4 needs to be gone immediately. Number 5 references an agreement that we're being asked to repeal. And simply under 9, I'm asking what provision is the termination pointing to? So if it's 3, good. Let's get it done.
well, this is his contract, not ours. If he's okay with us making these changes, let's make the changes today on our end,
Yeah,
and we'll approve it. And then if he doesn't agree, I guess he doesn't accept the contract.
totally good with that.
But pouring over all these things and going over them and over is getting us nowhere.
He might be out of town, you guys.
So provision 3 in the new proposal down.
Yeah, under the additional terms and conditions.
So what is it on page 179?
177.
Mhm.
177.
saying- Oh, wait a minute, I'm on page.
You're on the wrong page?
It's gotta be after that.
177, additional terms and conditions, paragraph 3, is that correct, Don?
Mhm.
What needs to be changed there?
I'm just saying, I didn't think, you know, 2 was the right number.
That doesn't, number 3 doesn't reference 2. Are you talking about a different paragraph? I thought you said
We
paragraph
talked about on
3.
page 177.
Mhm.
It's section 9, the last.
Section
section.
9.
Yeah, and it's the additional terms and conditions. Payment for completed but not finished due to termination shall be subject to terms listed in provision 3. Or it says 2. And I think that's I believe that might be a typo, because if I substitute 2 for 3, and you look at 3 across there, additional terms, the township hereby authorizes the above $7.50 per hour for all work, and talks about how it would be paid. It's not talking about it's being paid in full, it's being paid for what's been done, and it's at its current rates.
We changed that to 3.
But when they talk about provision 2, they're referencing the proposal, not this additional terms and conditions document.
That was my original interpretation, Cheryl, but I
Yeah.
did look at additional terms and conditions as well as the independent contractor agreement. And really, I don't see any termination language in any of this proposal.
I've never been one to look at a proposal, but because this, if somebody said to me, where's the contract, I'd look at these 2 pages. And I would immediately go from, if it said provision 3, I would just go across the 3 here. I wouldn't go for the proposal. That's just.
So you're saying it's wrong in the original one too, because the original one says the same thing.
And what does that refer to? To 2?
Number 9
Says
shall be subject to terms listed in provision 2,
2,
and that is,
the same thing.
no,
The,
it's not the same thing as 3, obviously, and I thought you said you.
Yeah, I'm
You
wondering,
referred to 3.
yeah, I'm wondering.
In the
That's why
original,
that's why I'm a little bit confused now, Cheryl, so.
in the original agreement from 2022,
Mhm.
provision 2 is cost and terms. So cost and terms. So would be consistent with payment,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So the new
Cost of terms
agreement,
are now 3 and 4.
that's correct, are now 3 and 4. And I have no problem
Well,
with
3 ties out to that then.
Uh-huh.
3 would tie out to that, yes. Actually.
All right, so we're gonna go down through this. And make note of our changes, such as starting at the top with the proposal acceptance, change that to independent contractor.
I think that was the exact words on the original one, wasn't it,
Yeah.
Cheryl? Independent contractor agreement or just? independent
Yes.
contractor?
Independent contractor agreement.
Are we good with eliminating 4?
I thought we were gonna start at the top here.
I thought we already covered that. So.
Well, I haven't got any of this stuff written down. That's why I said
I
all back and
that's
forth
fine.
and everywhere.
Yeah, no, I'm totally good with that. So I say the first change is the name of the agreement from proposal acceptance to independent contractor agreement. Yep. Is that consensus?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
Then there was the removal of Rachel's signature.
Wait. And Kara, Ron Pop Supervisor to Board, Whitewater Township Board.
That still stays, because I am the agent who is signing it.
Oh, I thought you wanted that changed.
No,
Mm-mm.
no.
He just wants Rachel's removal.
What
Okay, so moving down, I'm okay with it, Ron. I thought you wanted to move.
No, what I said was, I'm not going to be a party to an open-end contract, so I'm not gonna authorize a contract that's open-ended. But later on down, we will see that this agreement, I believe, is capped at $32,000. Which we may want to already subtract what we paid Randy from that 32,000, because I think that's what we budgeted totally. From 2022. So I'm good all the way down to Rachel's signature. Are there any
Well,
other questions there?
Okay, number 3, terms of payment. Township to play North Place for services rendered according to provision 2 of the reference proposal dated August 29th. Okay, so what's the new one? I'm sorry, I didn't go to the new one. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, good. I'm good with that. Okay, nothing there.
What was your question on, Cheryl?
No, I don't have a question.
Because
The new agreement is, for paragraph 3 is, it's modified. For services rendered according to the reference updated proposal dated May 22nd. So I think that's
yep,
correct.
but is it 22nd or 23rd? I'm sorry. Why wasn't it on the 17th when you guys had a meeting? Isn't that when you guys reviewed this? It is May.
No, we didn't go through
Uh-huh,
this.
we
Oh, you didn't? Oh.
Oh,
No.
Okay.
This is why you have it, because we drafted.
I see. Got it. Got it. So I'm good all the way down to Rachel's signature. Everyone else is good? You've captured those, Cheryl?
On just a second. So we're gonna remove Rachel's signature lines.
Yep.
Okay, and the document title changes.
Yep.
I got that.
Okay. Then the whole idea of this new agreement is not number 4, paragraph 4. I guess it doesn't matter if we leave it. We can just consider this is a request from the township to provide additional services. Is that,
I like the new language in paragraph 4.
I'll just leave it.
paragraph 4 was existing?
No.
Yeah.
Paragraph 4 of the independent contractor agreement? Or that's what I'm talking about.
No.
No, where,
Cheryl.
oh, you're on additional terms. Okay,
No,
all right,
No.
okay.
We are on we are on packet page 177 called additional terms and conditions.
And I simply got confused that we
Okay.
were still on
Okay,
paragraph
okay,
4 of what
go.
is now going to be called the independent contractor agreement. My error, I apologize.
No worries. No worries.
Okay, good.
So now we're on additional terms and conditions, paragraph 4, right?
Paragraph 4 was a holdover from the previous one. I don't think it serves any purpose here, but it's all right to leave it in. Paragraph 5.
I'm not done. I want to, now
Okay.
you say you want, okay, upon provide additional assistance with ordinance review language and other ad hoc projects as authorized. I think we leave that in. Does anybody have a problem with,
No.
I think that's
oh,
what we all
and it
said.
says shall upon request of the township. Is it on request? Who is the township? Is it the township board or the township Planning Commission.
Yeah, could be either. Could be either. He's talking about ad hoc projects. Are you gonna put
I
the
mean,
board's
if
trustees
they're
on
going to
there?
be, if they're going to be managing this contract, then I think it should say upon request of the Whitewater Township Planning Commission. Number 4. Does anybody have a problem with that?
But he's also asking you in this contract if besides the planning commission, if the township wanted any additional assistance on ordinance review, language development, and other ad hoc projects. That means if you want him to do some work on your general ordinances, you would be eliminating that.
Oh, when you look at it
I
that
don't
way,
think they
just
were
leave it.
anticipating any work on the general ordinances, that Randy would be doing any work on. I don't recall that being brought up.
I do think it's something in the minutes though. And I don't remember if it was a planning commission minutes or if it was minutes from 5/17. There was discussion about not including general ordinances
Until later down the road.
until later down the road, but why wouldn't we do them all?
Well,
Too
I
many items on
think
the
the
plate.
focus right now, as I understand it, Heidi can correct me if I'm wrong. The focus right now is 2 focuses. Get the master plan updated. Get the zoning ordinance into an editable, content neutral form.
Correct.
So I don't think they've got any plans, and nor should they have any plans to do anything with general ordinances. To me, that's another budget year, not this
To
one.
me, I don't think Randy has time for that. while
No.
he's working on these.
And I'm
others.
not even sure.
So
he's
maybe
interested.
when they complete theirs, we'll move on to the other, but that's a different discussion, different day.
So, and number 4, North Place Planning shall,
That's where
upon
we
request
finished.
of the township. Is everybody just want to leave that because that could be and you're saying, Heidi, that can mean the board or the PC?
Could basically mean either or, because both are the township, unless, are you gonna put board of trustees or Whitewater Township or the supervisor township? I think that's a generalization that he's willing to help you with anything you need. You just have to ask.
I say it's fine the way it is.
Don?
I'm fine.
Yep. Ardella?
Yep.
Good. Number 5 needs to come out.
Okay, and so let me just show you, and maybe this is an oversight. In the original proposal, you've got this letter, then you've got contents, then you've got these sections about phasing, then you've got contract number 2, cost and contract, number 3, resume. Then you have this AICP Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct.
Did
Which is
everybody look
one,
at the previous contract
3, 4.
or no?
Well, I'm just showing, what I'm
think you
telling
go
you
line
is,
by
my
line.
point is, if I can be allowed to make it before I'm interrupted, is that this document was included with the original proposal, but it's not in the packet today. Why can't we leave that in and have this added unchanged to the, to this proposal? And then it would just be added, and then you would say referenced in the proposal dated May 22nd as modified or something, to add this AICP thing, because I'm sure that was just kind of an oversight that they don't have that in this with the other parts of the contract. Of course, I don't know that, it doesn't look like they put Randy's resume in here either. So did they? No, they didn't. So really, they're just giving us, they didn't give us all of what came with the original proposal. How do you want to handle that?
Specifically, my point is if we repeal the 2022, it's not there. I like Cheryl's recommendation
So do I.
to add the ethics. So if that's the determination of the board, that would be my number one priority, rather than eliminate the ethics. Yeah, discussion. I say that we propose adding that page from the original contract, or pages from the original contract that talk about ethics, and then we change the date.
To May,
And so what it would be is this was number 4 in the original proposal. So this one is already has a number 4. So we would be adding AICP Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct as paragraph 5.
We're gonna,
Well,
I say we let Randy add it wherever he wants to add it,
okay,
because
yeah,
I think it might be easier for him to interject it in a certain place. But
Okay,
Um,
I'll leave that up to the board.
so in the AT and C document, we're gonna just change it to, we're gonna change it to, proposal dated May 22nd, 2023. Correct?
So my notes are that we're going to add the ethics section from
Yes.
the 22 agreement,
Right.
and then we're gonna change 5 to reflect the 2023 agreement.
Yeah,
Is that right?
that's what I have.
that's what I got.
Yes.
anything else? In number 9, are we changing that from listing provisions 2 to 3? Did that get hammered out?
I don't think,
I think we need to ask him what 2 he's referencing.
Yeah.
I
And like I
also
said-
think in the original agreement, section 2,
The original agreement costs,
Yeah,
section
In
2.
section 2.
that's why I said it's a typo, but I think that should be 3, because it just, its numbering's different here.
So for,
And paragraph 9, the last sentence, payment for work completed but not finished due to termination shall be subject to terms listed in provision. And I believe that is a typo, should be 3, not 2.
okay,
Actually, if I may disagree,
Okay, please.
can we take a look at the bottom of page 181? Under terms, 4 parentheses 3. That's the only spot I see where we talk about termination.
Yeah, but I think that paragraph 9 is referring to how he gets paid if he's got a partial project.
Yeah, he's stating 2 different things, maybe.
anything
When it
else?
says payment. for
I
work
see your point, yeah. Mhm.
He knows he's not getting paid in full, but he's getting paid what the work.
For what he's done.
Yeah, I see your point. I agree. So is it consensus then that paragraph 9 will be changed to reflect provision 2? And really, should that be proposal provision 2?
No, it's actually provision 3.
I'm sorry, provision 3. Because we had a real discussion of what provision 3 we're talking about.
Right.
So,
I say we just keep with the verbiage. We understand it's proposal provision 3. I mean, if you change it there, then we're gonna have to change it other places, and
to my knowledge, it doesn't appear in other places.
okay, well, what are we doing with paragraph 9, the last sentence? We're changing provision 2 to provision 3. Is that it for that paragraph?
Yep.
Yep.
Is that it?
No. So under 3 costs, packet page 181. Just want to make sure. So let's see. Under other related costs, such as securing a limited amount of GIS assistance or any sub-consultant would be pre-approved by the Township Planning Commission before work is authorized and performed by any outside vendor. You see that sentence?
Well, they have to get a PO for that.
That's what I just want to make sure. that
Right.
This does not,
No. I don't read it that way.
I read it as a PO and some quotes,
Okay.
maybe.
good,
Yep.
No changes there. What's next?
that's it. So the original motion. We've kind of left that. And I'm going to rescind my original motion. And that original motion was to approve the contract with North Place Planning LLC and repeal the existing contract. That was the original motion made. But I don't think that fits the circumstance any longer.
Okay.
You have a new motion, Ron?
I don't read off the top of my head, but.
Well, you could use the same one except in where you got repeal the existing contract. Could you put updating existing contract?
The motion could be motion to approve the amended contract with North Place Planning LLC and repeal the existing contract dated. Was it?
5/22, I believe is the right date.
Well, I have a motion.
Okay,
Okay,
Motion to replace the existing contract with North Place Planning LLC with the contract with the new contract as revised this date. By the Whitewater Township Board.
is there going to be a second motion to repeal the existing
I
contract?
said to replace the existing contract, so that accomplishes that. You're replacing it.
the only thing I'm not sure I heard was the date of the original agreement, Cheryl. Did you have
Okay,
that in
so,
your
well, to
motion?
replace the existing contract with North Place Planning dated 9/29/2022. That's when it was signed.
Okay.
With the new contract as revised this date by the Whitewater Township Board.
I think that's pretty specific. Heidi, do you agree?
Yep,
Don, do you
everybody
agree?
should be happy.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm sorry, Dylan, do you agree?
Did anybody second?
I just,
I'm gonna actually, no, no one has seconded, so I'm gonna actually add to the motion. The new contract is based on.
Are you gonna add
Proposal period.
the contract?
Updated proposal dated May 22nd, 2023.
Could you read that motion again?
Sure. Motion to replace the existing contract with North Place Planning LLC dated 9/29/2022, because that's when it was signed, with the new contract as revised this date by the Whitewater Township Board. The new contract is based on updated proposal dated 5/22/2023.
I'll second.
motion made. Seconded, further discussion. I don't agree with the last addition. I think Cheryl's original motion was spot on, with the exception of the dates. Because are we then saying the motion is based on the proposal dated 2023, but we made changes to it?
Did you say
I
proposed
said with the
changes?
new contract as revised this date by the Whitewater Township Board.
But then you say based on.
Maybe
What-
Well, I can, and I said the
Change
new
it to-
contract is based on updated proposal dated 5/22/2023, and I can put as revised.
Either as revised or updated changes.
I think if you drop it, it's good.
Maybe you wanna make a different motion? Fine.
Read your motion without the last sentence, Cheryl. Please.
Motion to replace the existing contract with North Place Planning LLC dated 9/29/2022 with the new contract as revised this date by the Whitewater Township Board. I wanted it because the other one talks about the proposal. I wanted it to reflect that there was a new and updated proposal.
Yeah, because of the changes with that verbiage on the one page.
Because it's all the contract. The independent contract and the additional terms and proposal, this is really the whole contract right here.
To your point.
You don't read one without reading the other.
And you're still gonna have all that documentation in the one document.
So then really, Heidi, I think your recommendation of just using Rachel's original motion.
Well, except she misspelled the word. She's got contact instead of contract.
Well, that's all right. I mean,
It covers everything if you just add a date.
yeah, that was my point, Heidi. The original motion is really just absent of a couple of dates.
Well, it also has to say that we revised it,
Right.
you know, because we made changes. So I don't have a problem with Cheryl's motion. I mean,
If she wants to define it more because stuff gets taken out of context, I don't have a problem with
I
that.
mean, Rachel's motion is vague as to dates. And anything specific. Motion to approve the contract with North Place Planning, what contract? And repeal the existing contract, no date or anything. I mean, I just. think
we
should
did
be more
change some.
specific.
We
So
did change
somebody
some
reading
verbiage.
this 2 years from now is gonna understand
Why we did it.
what, and then look at what's in the file. And
Because we do change the proposed acceptance agreement to something else, so we should maybe.
it's why we have to say revised. We revised the contract. That's what we're approving. I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote.
For you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Goss, yes, Valmont,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Huh,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
it is 1:46. I am having a health issue from not eating. I am going to have to take 20 minutes and eat, and then I'm hoping we can wrap this up rather quickly because I'm not gonna be here till 5 o'clock. I've got other things to do today that have to get done. So, I am taking, you guys can keep going with the meeting, if you want to. But I simply do have to eat lunch. That is now 2 hours late.
I propose that we take a break. I do have calls I need to return also.
What do you want to do? We didn't bring lunch, so I really don't care. I can keep going, whatever.
I don't care, whatever you want to do, I just gotta go to the bar.
How about we take a 10-minute break so you can make your phone calls? Ardella, is that all right?
Oh,
Means you bring
don't
a
be
lot.
yawning, don't be yawning.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ignore you yawning.
sorry guys, I only had a half cup of coffee this morning and it is going.
I really don't wanna
I agree,
hold off 20
but I
minutes.
was told
I don't-
Cheryl opposes on
I
that, so.
know.
I
So-
was told by your deputy charge.
You wanna make a few phone calls?
Yeah.
So let's make a 10-minute break. Good. And so we will return at 1:58. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Cannot believe how many people are logging in and out of Zoom.
See where we're at in the agenda.
It must be, but we're staying pretty standard at 12. Which is the highest we've been in a long time.
Oh, this is 10 minutes to get your signature. Okay. Gallery. We hope.
Yeah, you look at my house, it starts raining.
I think you gotta have one on, but if you can tell me where to go to.
Oh,
Park
yeah.
wise. I know, but I'm not cold. I'm not cold. Get those plumbing parts, I can get them, I just don't know where to go to get them.
What plumbing parts are they? You know, I'm sorry, I didn't look at those, after I left the park. I didn't look for them. So I apologize. I researched it, quite a while ago. Okay. I did a walk through the park, I don't know, in late March or something like that. And, I knew that had historically caused us trouble trying to source those. So that's when I did my work.
I think Linda wrote some stuff on it, cause when I walked in the park in the winter time with her, that thing that comes down, she's already, I think she's researched it. You might wanna pick her brain, cause she literally at me for like an hour and I didn't know half what she was talking about. I finally had to say, Linda, I'm not an engineer, I understand. But it has something to do with where that comes down, something's lost where that went. Now, she said was there a drain or something there? Or-
It looks like it's all there to me. And the vacuum breakers are new, relatively new.
And the tape on there is relatively new.
Yeah, you just need a 3/8 female pipe adapter to the filter hose. That's what you do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. I can do them all. I just need to.
But what you showed me is not a regular hose adapter, right?
Yeah.
You pointed out the fact that they were fine threads, which they are. So that's a manufacturer specific one.
Yeah.
Well, if you need that
But
thing that
before-
smashes down the gravel, let me know. I got 3 of them. The thing that smashes down the gravel. I have 3 of them if you want to borrow one.
Well, get your water tower info.
Rachel can come on if you need her, but she only got 10 minutes.
I was gonna tell you got the water kit replacement valve yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, just put that in a safe spot, I
Yeah.
think, and I think that was good planning to have that on hand. Because typically, they're a bugger to get.
Yeah, well, Carol's in Michigan, she's the one that went out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And, they had to turn the water way down and, it made it work, but it's, it doesn't seems ridiculous not to have that part on hand if it,
I agree.
because that's where it's going.
They're expensive?
Yeah, it's like $1,000.
That's
The
not
problem is, it's
expensive.
not necessarily in stock all the places, it's tough to find.
Right, so you would just want to have one on hand then. Well,
Safety item, anti-scald.
well, not only that, but you might need that at midnight.
I can get it, I can get an emergency technician. Trying to find the part is the problem.
Okay, so it's 1:58, almost 1:59. Do we want to move forward without Ardella?
I guess, let's go. Anna
Maybe
should
she's on her
come.
way.
Not. Let me go ask her if she wants to start.
Yeah. I guess I could have gone down.
I know Randy's out of town, that's why I didn't answer him. He's in, Midland.
Already on our way.
All right.
All right. Put me in more if you need it. Hey. Look, my boots are under.
Are you good, Ardell?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, thank you. Don?
Yeah.
Good. Heidi? All right. I don't know what thumbs up means, but I'll. assume
Go.
Good. So it's 1:59. We'll go ahead and resume the agenda. And I think we are on deputy payroll, deputy supervisor payroll. So I'm gonna make a motion to compensate the deputy supervisor at the 15-year rate, retroactive to April 1, 2023, with a 3% increase. That became effective on April 1, 2023.
Okay, so the three motions that you have in here, did you just
Motion one,
combine them?
no, motion one is where I'm at.
Okay, because you said a whole lot more than what's in one sentence.
Yeah, that's in motion one.
So, and it'll become clear why I put out a new motion. If my current one gets seconded. I'll second it. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? So.
I was actively trying to find your motion because I knew you had them in here, so I wasn't listening.
On packet
Okay.
page 182.
No, I got that. That's not what I'm saying then. I wasn't actively listening to what you said because your motion here for motion one is not the same thing you said. Could you repeat it, please?
So, because we're in discussion phase, I have misinterpreted what transpired between the deputy supervisor and the clerk.
Do you need a
Okay.
second?
No, second.
Okay.
So I originally understood Tim's complaint that he didn't get moved up in years on the wage sheet, okay, from 15 to 16. But his complaint was actually that he wants to stay at the 15-year level, but feels the original motion was to give him the 3% COLA increase that every employee got beginning April 1, which he didn't get.
Because he's still at 15. Right, is what you're saying.
He's still at the old 15. He's not at the new 15,
Okay, I see.
okay? And I mistook the numbers. for
Okay,
the
but that's not how
16.
I read it either.
Yeah, so, Tim's request is to stay at the 15-year where we started him, but he believes, and I think that was my intent, that he got the 3% COLA increase that all employees got on April 1. And so that's what my new motion is. Motion to compensate the deputy supervisor at the 15-year rate, retroactive to April 1, 2023. And just to be clear, the rate would be,
Ron, I'll make a suggestion. If you, I know what you're getting at, what you're trying to do, but in your motion, if you intend for him to get 3% increase, then you need to put that in your motion, the 15-year rate with the 3% increase that happened on April 1st. You need to specify that. Otherwise, what I heard is he's to be paid 15-year rate.
But, okay,
Do you see what I'm saying? Because the 15-year rate on the graded wage scale is X amount of dollars.
and so I was just gonna add the dollar amount. And so I felt that the new motion was using the wage scale effective April 1. And so I see your point.
You know, when it comes to dollars, I am a big believer in making it abundantly clear what you're talking about.
It will be clearer doing adding, putting both in her, you know,
Yes.
putting in the
Yeah.
hourly rate and.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like you did with the park guy.
Yeah, totally agree. So the new motion would be the wrong tab, sorry. Motion to compensate the deputy supervisor at the 15-year rate, including the 3% COLA effective April 1, 2023. And retroactive to April 1, 2023. That's a little cumbersome, isn't it?
No better.
Okay.
Well. Why don't you just take the 15-year rate, including the 3% COLA increase. Easy, which is, no, it's not.
Not. Because you have to put it,
Which is
it's a word, it's in the right
22.90 per hour.
context.
Correct. Motion to compensate the deputy supervisor
The right number.
at the rate of 22.93 effective April 1, 2023.
That's the correct rate.
And then we leave out all the COLA stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that clear it up for you, Ardella?
Because our Cheryl's not here and she'll have to take this motion down from the reporter. I think it'd be best if you read the motion back in a complete sentence all the way through.
Sure.
And then the second has to happen again.
Yep. I'm good with doing that. Again, I'm sorry.
You do have to add that last part retroactive to April 1st.
Well, yeah, because otherwise he's not gonna get lost pay.
Motion to compensate the deputy supervisor at 22.93 per hour, retroactive to April 1, 2023.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready. Ballmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yeah.
Yes. Motion to. Motion to have the clerk expense any employee's time, including the deputy supervisor, in accordance with the submitted timesheets, which are approved by the department head. If future budget line item questions arises of any kind, questions are to be submitted in writing to the department head, and in no case shall be cause for delay of payment. Second, motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I do have some questions.
Sure.
You've got a couple comments up here about, comparing Tim's timesheets to how we track Lois's timesheets for the newsletter. I want to give you a clarification on that. During budget time, we allot for her wages for the time she works on the newsletters, not underneath treasurer.
No, I get it.
So that's already pre-approved times, and that's the only thing she's doing. She's not getting paid for deputy treasurer and newsletter at the same time. They're completely separate, and it's pre-approved by the board.
And it's listed on a time sheet is completely separate, correct?
Yes, okay, that's correct.
Just,
How else would you keep track of it?
I'm just following the process.
So I don't think you can compare the two. If Tim calls me, and this happened, Ron, he called and I wasn't in, so he talked to Lois and they chit chatted for 45 minutes. And most of it was about personal things. It was nothing.
Yeah.
To do a township.
He shouldn't have been paid for that.
But what I'm saying is that if he puts it underneath treasurer, now it goes under my budget.
No, it's
And
not.
I don't think that's
No.
fair. I mean, I didn't approve it.
I totally agree.
That's what he's
Totally
making
agree.
this motion.
And so in this particular case, Don had asked the supervisor's department to come up with an emergency action plan for the park. It had been operating without one. And so Don asked my department to come up with something. And I assigned it to Tim. That's it. So the fact that one department had asked me to do something is the point here. And that's it. And so we could have easily corrected the situation by one of two things. We could have asked Don, did you approve these wages? Could have had Don say, okay, we approve them under park. So Tim could have submitted a timesheet for park. That could have been possible. Or Tim has provided a timesheet that allows him to assign specific account numbers, but it is only with the approval of that department head. Not Tim's question, not Tim's concern, judgment, thank you. It is just that department head. So I'm open to different ways, right, to do this. Do I think it will happen again? I don't know. I don't know.
No wages have been budgeted for Tim Aarons under any line item except deputy supervisor. That is the only line item under which he can be paid. It doesn't matter who asks him to do what. He's not going to get paid under the clerk's deputy wages. That's where Therese gets paid. He's not going to get paid under deputy treasurer wages. That's where Lois gets paid. He gets paid under deputy supervisor, no matter what you ask him to do. So the board has not budgeted any wages for him or approved him getting paid under any other line item. And that's why he has not been paid under any other line item. And that's just, the only exception is Therese has been paid under elections. That's a direct responsibility of the clerk's office. Sometimes she's paid under there for elections work, and sometimes she's paid under clerk. It's my prerogative where we pay her out of. And Della pointed out correctly that Lois is paid under newsletter for any work she does under newsletter.
And there's plenty of wages assigned to the park. So
Yeah.
the fact that Tim may not be an employee of the park, I'm not an employee of the park, but yet
You don't
I
get
still
paid under
do
park.
I still do things for the park.
Well,
Well,
but you don't
keep
get
in
paid
mind-
under park.
well, yeah, but keep in mind, there's always going to be an overlap, a gray area where my deputy is doing something. For example, this afternoon, we're gonna send out that planning commission email blast. That's not a treasurer duty.
No,
But we're doing this for the planning commission. her time will be underneath the treasurer's time, and I'm not going to break out the half an hour it takes to do it, because it does take time.
And an
to-
emergency action plan is more than a half an hour.
But you know what I'm talking about here. There's always going to be a gray area where a little bit of time here, a little bit of time there is nothing to get upset about. But
Agreed.
I have to wonder if maybe we should be asking our CPAs how we're actually supposed to be doing this, because there are rules to these things. And they would maybe
Especially
give us a
trade
guidance
line
on how we should be actually booking these times, you know, to eliminate this. Well, I think it should be this way. I think it should be this way. Maybe we should just, we get legal opinions on things that we need. Why not? For accounting purposes, why aren't we utilizing a CPA and asking those questions from somebody that knows township law?
Why would he not be paid under the deputy supervisor line item for everything? I guess I don't
Well, in
understand
the
that.
past, Cheryl, we have done that.
Yeah.
That is the way it has been. That's the only way I knew that it was supposed to be. If you loan your employee out to somebody else's department, I guess they put it, you know, unless it's
Okay.
pre-approved, like
Well-
what it happens with the newsletter.
If that's the way the board wants it, that's fine. I just won't do it again. So that's totally fine.
Well, see, at budget
that's
time,
not the
you
issue.
have to,
Well, it is.
well,
No,
at
it isn't.
budget time, we have to calculate how much we are asking the board to pay our deputies.
Yes, we do.
So we have to decide how many hours we're going to use them for,
And it's generally for your department, right?
right?
Or for the clerk's department.
And
in
now
this
for
case,
you,
in this case, the supervisor's department.
right?
Here's something else that we didn't see during those times. And I just felt it be
But
very reasonable to charge the correct department. If the board doesn't see it that way, that's.
But I have to wonder, why aren't we using the additional compensation rule for something like this?
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean, that's
Or
what
it's
we
a
said
flat rate.
for additional things. I mean, if this emergency
Yeah, I
management
just-
thing
yeah.
is very much needed for the park, and Don doesn't have time to do it, which you would be being paid an hourly wage to do it underneath the additional compensation. If we needed to hire Lois or Trees or Tim to do something that's an expertise area, why wouldn't we use that?
I understand what's been done, you know, hear all the stuff about deputy clerk and treasurer. You know, Andrew splits time between, you know, there's some allocation of his salary over to high grade. You know, so it's not, he's not all in one bucket. I guess, you know.
He gets paid out of park and rec funds.
I
That's
know.
the way the board set it up.
I understand, but I'm also saying you know, if I needed him to work on a emergency action plan for fire, both emergency and some operational standards, and I don't have time to do it, and Andrew doesn't have time to do it, and Tim, I felt was asking him to do that on behalf of the park and being charged his time into the park's labor doesn't seem to me, I'm not understanding why that's a problem. If that's kind of okay with me, that's what I mean, I know it's either that or I'm gonna have to go some outside service or do something to find somebody.
Well, you have to remember that when Tim first submitted his timesheet, he's not using a township board approved timesheet. He made up his own timesheet. He charged the township between 4 and 5 hours to create a simple Excel document, which I thought was over the top.
The timesheet.
Yeah, to create that timesheet when he had the deputy treasurer and deputy clerk's line items on there. Who told him to do that?
I did.
Okay, well, he's not getting paid under those line items.
And I also instructed him to make the new timesheet and use it as a beta version, because I envisioned 10 people submitting timesheets from the park and wherever else, and how nice it would be to have that remotely done.
Well, and quite frankly, we only pay from original timesheets with original signatures on them. So it's not like he can send it into an email. We're not gonna pay from that document.
Well, we
And,
might.
but let me just finish, if I can just finish. So, you know, he never got this approved. He had to be told at some point that, Tim, you have to put the hours you worked on here, because we check that math on every timesheet, and we've already found mistakes on his once he started putting that time in and time out. It's just a human thing. People, you know, make those mistakes sometimes on their timesheet. And so it's our job to make sure that the timesheets are correct. And so, you know, it just seems ridiculous to pay him under park or rec. You know, if the board wants to do that, fine. But I just think deputy supervisor should get paid under deputy supervisor. What are you thinking? You know, you're gonna assign him to, really, an emergency action plan for the park? Brandon should be doing that. Brandon Hubble has the expertise, Brandon Flynn has the expertise to come up with an emergency action plan far more than Tim Aarons does. Because fire, no, he does. He's been he's very involved with the county, with their what do they call that, natural mitigation plan, natural hazards mitigation plan. He was very involved with that. I mean, if anybody, to me, you don't ask Tim Aarons to come up with an emergency action plan, because I think the fire chief is far more versed in what the various emergencies might be out there.
Cheryl, have
But
you taken any
whatever.
ICS classes? I gotta tell you, you're a little wrong here. If you haven't taken any ICS classes, you'd
I've
understand.
taken lots of
different.
classes, Heidi, and I just know that Brandon is the one that's been involved with bringing the natural hazards mitigation plan to us. And so whatever, I don't even know what the motion is on the table here, because you had to start without me. I got waylaid on a payroll question that Therese, we couldn't figure out by herself. And then I had somebody in here wanting to buy a cemetery plot for somebody, an unexpected death. And I wasn't able to handle that because I'm stuck in this meeting at 2:30, which is ridiculous.
And
That
you're
a
now
township
wasting our
of this size, you've wasted a ton of my time, pal. And then I'm going to make the statement that a township of this size has no business having meetings that are going 5 and 6 hours. It's ridiculous. You are the laughing stock of Grand Traverse County and other nearby townships for your ridiculous agendas with way too many items on them. And just the failure to run the meeting properly.
Point of
So,
order.
all right, I'm done.
Okay, I
Go
would like
back
to
to what
make,
you're doing.
I'd like to make a statement here. We have hundreds of hours in emergency management. And Cheryl, if you took your ICS, you would know that it's not just a fire chief that does a plan. The plan is usually developed, usually by somebody that's had emergency management experience. Because just like we found out, somebody removed some stuff out of our plan and we had to put it back in. So I'm going to tell you that you're half right and half wrong. But if you took 10 minutes and asked Tim what kind of qualifications he has to write this plan, you would understand more.
We have his
That's just
resume.
my comment.
We have his resume. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Maybe we could check with the
No,
CPA on
I'm
that.
gonna withdraw my motion.
Draw my second.
We just won't worry about it. I don't know what the park's gonna do for the emergency access plan.
Oh, please.
I can give you.
Oh,
one
all of a
minute.
sudden the whole project's down the tubes because somebody objects to paying Tim Aarons out of the park fund to do that. That's ridiculous.
First
Sounds
of
like
all,
a
Cheryl,
tantrum.
if I wrote the
Thought you
plan,
were
you
done.
pay.
I'll speak anytime I'd like to. Thank
I
you.
I would like to
Point of
say one
order.
thing and then can we move on?
If,
Regarding this topic right here, this motion that was rescinded. I will say this, Don, if you believe that we need to update this plan and you need to go outside to have it done, bring it to the board and tell us what has to happen and what we need and why we need it, so that we can all get educated up on it. I said
First
that
off,
wrong.
there is no update of the plan. I appreciate that offer. Tim Aarons was out collecting information. He networked with the state of Michigan State Parks to secure information from them. He was gathering groups of information because of his contacts and his past practices. From that, we were going to develop a plan to get Chief Flynn to the park and walk through what was going to be the best plan, but we weren't bringing him out there to ask him to do that work because God knows he's got a lot to do. We were going to try to bring him a package in a draft and fine tune it and make something that works for the park. But it had to start somewhere, which was the collection of information. And that's where Tim Aarons was valuable in my mind to get the resources.
And where I see where this went wrong, everything you just said right there. Send us a memo in our board packet that this is what you're planning on doing. And by the way, I want to put Tim Aarons' wages underneath there to do this. And then we would have avoided all of this today. I mean,
It's a good point.
I have absolutely no problem with anything you just said there, but we need to know. We need to be kept in the loop. That's all.
And when he gets to the second part, I can probably give him templates to write his plan.
Moving on to new business, I'm sorry,
Motion number 3 doesn't need to be made because we already handled that in 1, correct?
no. Number 3
That's
has
the
no
problem.
meaning because I've removed my
He
my
moved it.
motion number 2. So new business number 5 has multiple motions. Motion number 1, motion directing the clerk to provide digital copies of audio recordings for all meetings that have taken place in Township Hall since and including May 9th, 2023 to all board members. Second for discussion. Motion made and second. Further discussion?
Yeah. Ron Pop and the board approved Jim Sundberg to create a link on the township website for meetings way a long time ago. I contacted Jim, and Ron Pop said all Zoom recordings were going to be put on the township website and he was going to do it. And I contacted Jim Sundberg in December. Now we've since paid for this. We hadn't paid for it then. I contacted Jim Sundberg in December. He said, Ron doesn't like the formatting or something like that, but the link should be up in a week or so. It's it's June 13th, and that link is still not up. And we have paid Jim Sundberg for that work. I don't remember now exactly how much it was, but it was, I believe, close to a couple $1,000s, if not more than that. That is where meeting audio needs to go, is on the township website, because you brought that agenda item to get all the audio put on that website. I'm waiting for that link to go up because I'm having Jim, we're putting in an archive of meeting minutes section so that past board minutes and planning commission, ZBA, Parks and Rec can be put on the website so people have access to older minutes of those bodies, and they can look at it at 3:30 in the morning if they want to. I'm not going to provide copies of audio recordings from this recorder to all board members. We don't have time to do that. You have a request for May 11th and May 17th. I'm sorry, I haven't gotten to that yet. We have many other more important things to do in our office. You'll get it this week. But I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to provide these to board members because that would involve copying very lengthy and having a lot of time taken up copying lengthy recordings onto CDs and dropping them in your boxes over here. And I'm not doing that for 4 different board members. Okay. It's not happening. The link needs to go up because it's not just board members maybe that want access. It's the public. That's the reason we were doing it. They can go back and listen to anything they want to from whatever date they want to. And that link needs to go up. I would like to have an update from the supervisor on why we've paid for this work to be done. The work has been done and the link is not active on the website where all of these recordings, Zoom recordings, could go.
Further comments or discussion?
I don't know that you can legally force somebody to do something like this. I mean, I think my opinion is that taking this approach of putting 4 motions in on some of these items in our packet to force the clerk to do something would be better served if we tried to work more collaboratively and communicate rather than coming to a board meeting and doing it this way. This will never breed cohesiveness.
So what
Maybe
options
never.
do we have, Ardell? You know, I asked once or twice nicely, right? And then that first person I asked said, I don't have that responsibility. Okay,
Well, I believe her response was, I don't have that
well,
because
which,
that.
either way.
That is an important point. When you asked Lois for the recording, she didn't have the recorder. It was already back in the possession of the clerk.
But
So
the clerk wasn't there that day. The clerk didn't come in all that day, but that's beside the point. So does Lois have a key to the clerk's office?
No.
Maybe.
not that I know of.
Okay,
Sure.
so I'm sorry, I'm running the meeting here.
Well, no,
And so
she had her hand up.
I know,
I thought she
I
was
know.
going to contribute
No,
to the
I see.
conversation.
And so I wanted to finish my statement. Thank you. And so that's why I went to Lois first, is because I felt that she had just completed the recording. The clerk was not here, so that the recorder would in fact be in her possession. And so I didn't understand when she said, no, it wasn't. So then I thought, well, okay, she said, contact the clerk. And so that's what I did. So I did have 2 or 3 email exchanges with Lois because I didn't understand how the clerk's office could be locked. Lois had the recorder, but 10 minutes after the meeting, no longer had the recorder.
So you're saying you emailed her 10 minutes after the meeting?
It was something like that. It was a very short period of time, and Cheryl wasn't here that day. And so, you know, I apologize if things were misinterpreted there, but it just seemed like, okay, why wouldn't you have it? Plus she does the minutes.
She uses her own personal recorder for that.
Okay, well, that would have been
She
fine.
doesn't take that out of the building, the big recorder.
No.
That doesn't leave the building.
Sure, so that would have been fine. You know, the public is not the only group missing Zoom. I use Zoom a lot, the recordings, to refresh my memory, to do a follow-up of what did I miss? You know, what were my duties to fulfill after the meeting?
Like a
So-
checklist.
Yeah. The public is not the only one missing Zoom here. And so it is an important element for me to do my job. And that's why, you know,
Well, to Cheryl's point, if it is that important, then I think we need to get what we've already paid for and get that portion of it completed. So
The
that it is.
website has nothing to do with.
Yeah, but
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Watch those
Yes, it
recordings
does.
off in that,
No, it doesn't.
and it is, nobody had to send it to me.
That's right.
You know, it's right there.
That's right.
Anytime you have internet access, you have access to it, and everybody would, the public and us.
That's right.
And the planning.
I,
commission,
I,
and the
I don't
ZBA.
disagree that that would be the ultimate place for it.
Well,
But again, you know, there are multiple uses for these recordings, multiple uses. And so I don't see why we would not want to help one another and why we would want to hide the information.
I think hide is the wrong
Okay.
word.
Okay, I'm going to interject. This recording device is simply to assist with minutes. That is all it is. I don't have to run this. I don't have to have this recording device in here. I can take the minutes without a recording device, okay?
Actually,
So-
according to P&P manual, you do have to make. that
Well, maybe
recording.
the P&P manual, but the state law, and I'm not sure the P&P manual can override state law. The next thing is that the recording only has to be kept until the minutes are approved. That's it. And then it can be deleted. Okay, so these should not be used to be the public's access to meeting audio. This has a cable, a USB cable with it. It has to be plugged in. And Lois does tape the other meetings so that we have a recording of them. She does not use that for the minutes. Okay, so we technically don't have to do that either, right? And we haven't been doing, we've been doing it, but we've had Zoom. So no one's been wanting just an audio recording when they can have a video audio recording. And also, I download the meetings off it when I get a chance, okay? So I'm not gonna take this in there and download this audio recording off this today. It might not happen for a week or two. I don't use the audio recording very much for minutes. I make sure I get the motions and the things that absolutely have to go in the minutes, and the rest of that stuff doesn't have to go in the minutes. So I don't use the recording anymore. So technically, I probably don't even need to use it. But so anyways, but I'm not taking on the job of providing all of you with audio recordings for all meetings that have taken place in the township hall since and including May 9th. I am not taking on that job. My office does not have time to do that. We
You just
simply
provide
don't.
one copy. I can distribute it.
Yeah,
Provide
but-
a single copy. What's wrong with that?
You're resuming Zoom, we see, because we have a Zoom, we're Zooming today. So what is wrong with people just reviewing the Zoom recordings?
Because they don't exist for the meetings I've requested.
Okay, well,
That's
and
it.
you had requested the May 11th and May 17th meetings.
And the May
Okay.
9th meeting.
You have not sent that to me in an email. No, I just reviewed the email yesterday. I just pulled it out. I was gonna get the recording. I was gonna get the CD made yesterday. And then I got distracted with something else more important and it didn't get done. So that's what happens. People walk in, people call, people email. My job is to serve the public. Okay, my job is not to wait on the board. Okay, and so what the things that the board wants, if they're not like super urgent, this is not urgent, providing audio recordings. This is bottom of the barrel stuff. I'm going to serve the public before I do little things like this that don't mean anything, that most of you aren't even going to go listen to this audio again. You were here. The only one, you weren't at the May 17th joint meeting. So you can vote any way you want to, but I'm telling you, I am not taking on this duty. You are not putting that duty on my office.
The duty to supply public records is your statutory duty.
And this is only for minutes.
Doesn't
It is
matter.
not,
It is.
well,
it
I'm
is a
sorry.
record in the possession. of
Okay,
the
and when the
township.
public asks for it, then I'll give it to the public.
The public has asked.
I don't have any requests from the public.
I don't mean to be a stickler here, but the May 9th and forward meetings, did we not just approve them?
Yeah, the minutes are approved
So,
for those meetings.
and our policy says that gets deleted after it's been approved.
Mhm.
And that's why
Because,
it's important to have this motion in place for the clerk to know that, you know, nothing should happen to those recordings.
you've put your request in, she's answered you that she is going to give those to you. Her objection is it coming to the board and it's being made into a major problem when it's really not. I understand you want them right now, but she's explained to you that she's got other obligations she's working on.
What are the dates of the meeting again?
May 3rd, May 17th.
There's no May 3rd on here.
What
No, you
is
said for
what is
May
today? What is today?
Oh, May 9th.
The
Today's
13th?
June
What is
13th.
the reasonable length of time, Ardella?
I don't know,
The
because I'm
reasonable
not
length
in
of
her
time
office
is whenever
anymore.
I can get to it. That's gonna be the reasonable length of time. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, but it is. Because I am going to attend to statutory duties and other more important things long before I get a recording off of here. And the May 17th and May 11th recordings are off of here. And I'll tell you what, if this is gonna be a big issue, I'm gonna stop taping meetings. Or I'll tape them on the little recorder that was left here when Carol came here, that you cannot get the recordings off that recorder. You know, so
Well, that's.
I'm not gonna have my duties added to. It is very lengthy to copy these things. They don't copy very fast to CD at all, especially 6 hour, 7, 8, 9 hour meetings. I have to sit there and wait, and my computer is tied up while those are being copied to a CD, okay, or even a flash drive. So I'm not gonna have my time tied up, sitting there staring at the computer, waiting for it to load a file that you're not even gonna listen to. This is just harassment of the clerk's office is what it is.
Okay. Ron, if you want the stuff from the clerk's office. You should write it for you. I don't know what to tell you.
My FOIAs get denied, so.
What's the P&P manual say on that?
That a recording is supposed to be created. And so we've already heard that she's gonna stop doing the recordings because she doesn't use it. So.
I said I may stop
Motion.
doing the recordings.
Motion 1 is to have those meetings that have been audio recorded, not Zoom recorded, provided. So to my knowledge, I'm thinking it's 3. There might be 4. in
Yes,
there.
please list them, because all meetings of who?
And so the time argument is really quite an emotional one
Oh,
rather than
please.
factual. Copy.
You don't have a clue what we do in the clerk's office, pal. You don't have a clue.
Oh, my God, stop it.
Copying a 5 gigabyte file from one drive to another probably takes a few minutes. And then to burn a CD, if that was the way to provide it, but a thumb drive would be the way to provide it, probably takes another 30 seconds.
No.
So that's the
but I-
time frame that we're
No,
talking
it
about.
isn't.
From what I heard her say is it takes quite a while to download those, and it ties up her computer when she does it.
Yeah, I
So,
don't know
you know,
the time it takes for the recording device to download. I don't know that because I've not used it. But.
Yes,
I just think there's the habit of
Files have to be
trivializing.
renamed, so
Hang on
that
a
we know
second,
what they
Cheryl.
are.
There's a habit here of trivializing what time it takes for other employees to
That's
do their
right.
stuff. And I don't think that's fair.
Okay,
And I also don't think it's fair to put it in writing in a board packet, Ron.
well.
It's some of these
what
things that
other
you,
Options do I have?
Well,
Ardella?
you can control the information you're putting in your memos.
Yes,
And some of them, things
what is
I
the
am not
purpose?
appreciative of is when you start using terms like disgruntled employees or
That's right.
disgruntled elected officials. That's just incendiary. I
Other
mean, if
than-
you truly want to resolve the problem, face it more in a business, not an emotional. You just said it yourself.
Yeah,
And when you use these type of incendiary comments, that's what happens.
in a business, this would be a termination discussion.
Well, it depends. I mean,
It
if I'm in payroll and somebody in sales wants to tell me how to do my job and I tell them I'm not gonna do that because I don't have time for it and I'll get to it. They're not gonna fire me under that. They're gonna say, hey, sales guy, you're not to go in the payroll department and tell them how to do their job. There's clear divisions of duties and departments in the real business world. Unless you're a one-man band. And your wife works for you.
Personal experience there. So
I've been there.
it's important to protect the meetings that we didn't have Zoom for. And that's what motion one does.
And
So
they've been
we will-
recorded.
We will take
have
a
been
roll
recorded?
call vote on motion one.
And I believe they have been, and well, first of all, I want all the dates. You said audio recordings for all meetings. All meetings of who? The Township Board, the Planning Commission, the ZBA, the PrAC, the ROS Committee, all meetings of who?
All
Let's
meetings-
name the dates.
all
No,
meetings-
you name the dates. I'm not gonna go look up the dates. You name the dates.
All meetings are all meetings. So
So Cheryl, you said earlier on that you were going to provide Ron with 2 meeting dates. I thought I heard. Was that?
Well, he has asked through email for May 11th, I believe that was the ROS committee, and May 17th, the joint meeting. And I'll have to look and see if the ROS committee, there's been a couple times that I had the recorder in here and Lois didn't have it and meetings didn't get recorded. So if it's some of these meetings, oh, well,
So if you have those, would you provide those? to him?
I will provide this time only these audio recordings, but I'm not doing it after this. Okay, I'm not doing this on any kind of ongoing basis. All audio recordings, Zoom audio need to be uploaded to this website that we paid Jim Sundberg a pile of money to do, and under Ron's request, and it's still not operational, and it's been months and months and months and months.
So we've got Zoom up and running here today, so we shouldn't.
Yes, there's a link on the,
Yes.
website.
We shouldn't have this problem going.
that's
forward.
right.
So if you're willing to clean up the couple that are needed, then I think we can move.
I'll see what's recorded. I'll see what got recorded.
roll call vote on motion one.
What is the motion we're voting?
Motion one is directing the clerk to provide digital copies of audio recordings for all meetings that have taken place in Township Hall since and including May 9th, 2023 to all board members.
Well, and my last comment is if you hadn't pissed off the Zoom facilitator, you'd have all those meetings on Zoom. And all the people that wanted to attend those meetings that there wasn't Zoom would have been able to attend. So what a disservice to the public. But you are in charge of the Zoom account now, so.
Not really, because you haven't given me access to the Gmail account, so. That's
The
not-
Gmail
that's not a
account password
statement.
is the same as the password to the Zoom account, and you were given that.
And
so-
I've already showed people,
Also, you're gonna have to get your credit card linked to it because the credit card that's linked to the township, to that Zoom account is no longer viable. Okay, roll call vote. Bennett,
No. Do you have a second?
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no. Balmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
yes. We have heard here today in testimony that the clerk at her discretion is going to potentially stop recordings. So motion 2 authorizes the purchase of a second handheld digital recorder, price not to exceed $350, be used as a backup device, but in this case, it may be the primary device. This particular device, because we don't know exactly how long it takes.
Wait, you need a second first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Go ahead, Heidi.
I'll second.
Thank you. Because we don't know how long it will take to get Zoom protocol set up. And specifically, the protocol is that not all users will have administrative capabilities. Only certain people will have that. Cheryl currently has it.
I do not.
Well, I can go in and show you that you're listed as administrative personnel. You're the
Okay,
only
well,
one that's listed.
we'll go in and take my name out then, won't we? I'm done with that Zoom account.
Well, you'd set it up.
You
so
wanted to
should
take it
know.
over, so you have taken it over. Lois and I are not going to have anything to do
Lois
with
was
it.
never, Lois was never listed in.
Lois was the owner of the account.
Oh,
That is what Lois was.
oh, okay. That's interesting. So it wasn't Whitewater Township.
Yes, it was set up for Whitewater Township to be Whitewater Township's Zoom account so that Zoom links could be generated, files could be saved and shared by Lois. I only went in there to pull the invoice to put with the PO for the Visa bill. That will no longer be happening. And
So-
Lois has divested herself of any Zoom responsibilities. So I won't be going into the account and neither will Lois.
We're once again at motion 2. And, you know, or anybody who's interested, I can still show you how the Zoom account is set up. So, this secondary recorder will be used until we can get Zoom propagated out with a protocol that allows individual users to run a meeting if they want to have remote hosting if they don't want to run their own meeting. It all requires a layered management system, which requires the owner's approval. So in the interim, this recorder will be used to document these meetings of other boards.
Well, and just to let you know that the planning commission is going to get their own Zoom account. So they are not going to need access to this Zoom account. PrAC, they never have anybody at their meeting, so I don't know that they're going to do Zoom. ZBA
Who
has,
authorized the Zoom account for the PC?
I'm sorry,
Who authorized a Zoom account for the PC?
one has been requested.
Here we go again
Yep, one has been requested and I'm going to issue a PO.
with an undermine of a process. So I guess I would ask them, we'll have another motion that disallows this. Why do we have multiple Zoom accounts? Why is this process happening?
Well, we didn't need one until you thought you needed access to the, and I believe it was for the entire board to have access to the former Zoom account that was used for all bodies in the township. The PC really doesn't want to play your games, okay? And Lois doesn't want to play your games. Lois doesn't want to share the account with you. She doesn't know what you're going to go in there and do. Delete this, change that, whatever. It was all working just really nicely and very fine until you decided to insert yourself into the process. And that is the reason that now Zoom has been thrown into absolute chaos in the
Actually,
township.
The truth is, Cheryl, that a private individual brought to us overpayments made by you to Lois. And as a result of that.
There's no overpayments.
Oh, there was $2,400 worth for recording secretary duties that you had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's not,
No,
yes,
no,
recording secretary
no.
stuff has nothing to do with.
That's
what we're
right.
talking about
Oh,
right here.
That's right.
It has
Point
everything to do with where we are at Zoom today.
No, it
I
doesn't
don't
have anything to do with
say.
Okay.
Lois was
I-
not
I'll agree
billing,
with that.
Lois was getting paid to do, Lois wasn't getting paid.
Point of order. There's a motion.
I get it.
in front of us.
I get it, yeah.
There's a motion in front of us,
Good, let's vote on it.
and the motion is to authorize the purchase of a second handheld digital recorder, price not to exceed $350 to be used as a backup device.
That's been seconded, and that will be available to any group that wants to use.
And the rest of the motion is, but in this case, it may be the primary device. That was your motion.
That is not my motion.
That's what came out of your mouth.
My motion is exactly as written on packet page 191.
Sure, I wrote it down exactly as you said it.
So what is the motion we're voting on?
The motion now is to authorize the purchase of a second handheld digital recorder price not to exceed $3,500 to be used as a backup device.
3,500 or 350.
350.
And I second.
Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Baumute,
Yes.
Beck,
No,
Glenn,
Yes.
Have another motion to make. Motion that no new additional Zoom accounts are created at this time.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
So if the PC wants a Zoom account, we come to you and you're gonna do Zoom for us or what?
Yeah, so
Tell me the process.
sure, the process here is we currently have functional control. Meaning we can schedule a meeting, we can run a meeting. But I do not have the authority yet to give different people a layered structure of administration. I can choose between two current user profiles, either administrative level or a user. But I believe that our current Zoom account allows for multiple other groups to be set up. But that has to be, as I understand, that has to be done only by the account owner. And that account owner's email is whitewaterzoom@gmail.com. Which I do not have access to, and everyone has, all board members have been shared the message that we get from Google when we attempt to sign on. So as it stands today, Heidi, to answer your question, I can set up a meeting and I can send an invitation to anyone you would like to be a co-host.
So they could run the meeting.
Yep.
So you want people at these meetings to run their own Zoom meetings?
That is not consistent with what we had decided back on 5, whatever it was. So if PC doesn't want to run their own, then we will get somebody to run it for them.
Oh, no, we had to volunteer.
Okay.
The wages,
And so, all of the can be done, and I think we're on the prefaces of it. Certainly, I can grant somebody administrative access. We can grant up to, I believe, 6 administrative personnel on our current Zoom account. But as Cheryl pointed out, an administrative person can change a lot in profiles and so on and so forth that maybe we don't want them allowed to do. Maybe we just want to allow them to schedule a meeting, to start a meeting, to record a meeting, and to host it.
And we had all that when Lois McLean was our Zoom facilitator, and now we have chaos.
No.
that's right.
Yes,
actually-
actually we do.
Chaos.
We've had
Actually,
chaos for a
no.
while now over.
I
But
disagree with that.
I get that, but let me finish my thought here. When Lois was doing our Zoom facilitation, there was no problems, no hiccups, there was no problems. Nobody was complaining, everybody was able to get in. It was steady, it was at every meeting, and she wasn't charging for ZBA, PC, or PrAC, because she was already there doing the recording secretary.
But
I think that's very fair. Hang on. The problem came when apparently she was asking for an hour and a half to do all the uploading for all these other 3 and the township board. Uploading, generating the Zoom link, sending this information out and uploading. I'm sorry, but an hour and a half is nothing. It's petty. But it got blown up and it got made into something that it just wasn't, to the point where she felt harassed and she resigned. Now we're about to do the same thing with the recording secretary stuff. Coming up, your next thing in the same memo on the same new business item. I'm having a real problem with this. I'm having a real problem with systematically removing somebody that has been here for 10 years and is invaluable to this township with the knowledge she has and the expertise. And it, in the public's eye, with communications that's been coming towards me, this is what people are seeing, and
That's right.
they want to know, why are we allowing this to happen? So step carefully here, people,
I understand, and I've not made motion for you yet, right?
right?
I've not made it.
I know.
So, you know, what we're trying to do is bring everybody together here. And having just multiple Zoom accounts makes no sense. We're not barring anybody. Matter of fact, if I don't recall the motion word for word, but I believe that we, as a board, made a commitment to supply Zoom and a facilitator to any board or commission that wanted it until 12/31.
And that was already happening,
So
already.
it was just a
completely-
reaffirmation that nothing needed to change.
No, you
Here's the
want
thing.
access to the Zoom account. Lois doesn't want to share the Zoom account with you, and neither do I. Okay, because we can't trust you. Okay, and so excuse me, I just want to point something out here. The PC can have their own Zoom account if they want to. They operate autonomously, and Rod Rebant has reminded us of that. It's in the Planning Enabling Act. It's in his email, I believe he wrote. They act autonomously. They can have their own Zoom account and if they want. In fact, in minutes that were approved today, Lois has already been approved to be their recording secretary and Zoom facilitator through the rest of this fiscal year. So those wages are already approved. Look it up in the minutes, Heidi. That was already approved. And if they want to have their own Zoom account, they can. And this is just a little dictatorship on your part, control freak, trying to control the planning commission. They don't need to be controlled by you.
Well, my problem with this motion, Ron, is that I believe the planning commission wants to step out of the quagmire that is. the
That's
township.
exactly right.
By getting their own Zoom account, they're taking ownership, responsibility of doing the Zoom and the recordings.
You know, we already had somebody volunteer and it wasn't Lois, so.
Well, all I'm saying is
FYI.
that
I'm just saying, I don't think we should stop them if they want to act separately from the township board.
No.
Look at our meeting today.
It's ridiculous.
They want no part of what's happening at this township board.
That's right.
And us to stick our fingers in there and say, you can't have that Zoom account, which they dearly need, because
I
we're
don't
working
think
out
he-
our issues.
I get that, but I don't think he took that away from us.
we did not.
This
We
would.
did not. And all I'm saying is to create a secondary Zoom account now, when we have functional use of the existing one, is just, it's counterproductive of bringing everyone together, working together.
Everyone was together
So
until your actions about a month ago. Everyone was together and it was working just fine.
I believe the motion that's on the floor
I
is
have
that.
I'd like to ask the question, you know, hearing a couple things that, you know, that surprised me. Okay, so the Zoom account is not Whitewater Townships. Is that what you're telling me?
It
Why-
is Whitewater Townships.
Okay, but then if Lois is the purveyor of that.
She's
then-
not any longer.
Okay, and Ron cannot get access to that Zoom account.
Ron was
No, he
given
has-
the
you have-
login and the password. And the login and the password for the Zoom account are the same for the Whitewater Zoom at gmail.com account, which was only set up to be a login for the Zoom account. It was not set up to send things back and forth to people. Lois never used Whitewater Zoom at gmail.com. I never used it. I believe the only mail that I've never gone
Okay,
into it.
you pulled the invoices out there. So then who is currently, if the Whitewater
But you
Township.
don't go into the Gmail account to do that, Don.
I got it.
You go into
I got
the Zoom account.
I got it.
Thank
I
you.
got it.
Okay.
Clearly. So so in the Zoom account that exists still in Whitewater Township's name, there's an administrator listed.
Somebody asked me.
Okay, correct. Yeah. So who is currently listed as that administrator?
I think
There's
Ron
two
knows.
now. Cheryl Goss, she's been the only person listed in the Zoom account.
No.
Well, I took images, I took screenshots.
Well, maybe after you deleted the owner or something because.
So go.
I think it's all written down, okay? Lois is the owner.
Okay.
I was an
so-
administrator strictly to get the invoices, the paper invoices to attach to the Visa bill.
So my,
That's it.
got it. I understand your role on that. So administrator invoices, so that the administrator is a sub-level of the owner. And the
Yeah.
owner is the one that is able to dole out whatever
Yeah.
settings that they want. So,
Yes.
so are you telling me that Lois is still the owner of the Whitewater Township Zoom account?
Well, I believe she is,
Okay,
but she doesn't, she has resigned, so she's not going to be accessing.
So it's just a matter of changing that name.
that's what I'm asking. I'm saying, why are we creating new Zoom accounts or PC or everybody? If we can simply change that owner's name in the current setup
Well,
to
think
then
about it.
redistribute the sub levels.
When they came in to say that they would like to maybe get their own Zoom account, maybe it's because it wasn't being communicated to them that the problem with not having Zoom was currently being worked on.
It was communicated to
I
them.
don't know,
It was
Well,
communicated.
so
to
this board had issues whether or not they wanted to continue Zoom.
And
So
I'm
whenever-
still not in favor of continuing Zoom. I understand people use it as a way to go back and look at things, but and people that can't be here or elect to not be here.
Right.
Decide that this is more convenient for me to sit at home while I'm eating my cookies and cream and watch it.
Well, you gotta remember, you
Well,
took their
I could've
evening
picked
meeting
pizza or
away
whatever,
from
you know.
them, so you took their evening meeting away from them, so you gotta bend a little here.
So there's,
Heidi, it is 3 o'clock and we're nowhere near done.
so there's.
You wanna be
there-
here at
I'm
midnight,
gonna be
1 o'clock?
done pretty soon.
Until that's fixed, you can't go back to the night meetings. It's just common
I
sense.
get that. So there, if the owner issue on the current account is solved, there is no need for anyone else to set up a Zoom account, to have multiple Zoom accounts within the township, which I think is not a way that I would prefer to go, because I think that just goes to different levels of confusion. I think that should all be, still in one
Bundle.
yeah, one tower. And basically, I understand the hierarchy that's got to be need to control it, but if you replace that owner, and then you can start setting up your administrators for things that you need to do, like you said, pulling invoices or any other setting up accounts, or don't have, but I'm still stuck on why we cannot change that owner situation.
Ron
Today.
can.
Oh, there's a hand up
Ron
in the
is given
audience
access to the account.
that might have. the
Right
answer.
at the 5-9 meeting, he was given the login, which is whitewaterzoom@gmail.com. And he was given the password that goes with that.
So
So
m-
he just said he's taking screenshots, so he's been in there.
something that we can't seem to communicate here is that there is already a 2-level priority management system set up, right? Somebody hit on it here earlier, owner, top level. Then the owner can provide administrator level.
Yep.
All right, so then this administrator can now provide group level.
Yep.
And then so on and so forth. It
Yep.
just keeps tearing down, right? And so, currently, the owner is listed as Whitewater Township Zoom, or Whitewater Zoom @gmail.com. So that eliminates one of our levels. So I only have, I believe, levels. I believe 2 levels that can actually take place right now. And that is add an administrator. And then that administrator can point to a specific email address and send an invite to be a user. So we're restricted to 2 levels.
And how
That
many,
might work. That might work. I don't know. So that's where I'm at.
and
As
how
far
many
as-
users can you potentially have? Is there a limit on that?
Yes, there is. With our current account, I believe the users are 6. Owner plus 5 below the owner.
And we've already used up 2 below the owners.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be deleting my admin out of there. So Ron's the owner.
And then-
Ron can be.
No, I'm
you
not
can
the
make-
owner. See,
You can
we're-
make
we're not-
yourself the owner because you have access to the accounts. That's right.
And I agree with what Lois just said.
That's
And
right.
so if I don't have access to that Gmail account,
Why,
I don't have access to it. I've shown,
That's right.
so again, we're not
That's right.
talking about Zoom account. We're talking about the Gmail account.
Did you ever go into the Gmail?
Well, she just said she did.
No. Okay, she went in there. See, you want to go into Whitewater Gmail or Whitewater Zoom at gmail.com. and we didn't use that. We don't go in there because it's not necessary to do that. When you go in there and you create a Zoom link, it has a copy function. You just click on copy, and then you open up an email in your own email, like clerk@whitewatertownship.org in my Outlook account, and paste that into an email and send it off to whoever you want to. You don't need to send anything through that's I think is what we're stuck on here. You don't need the Whitewater Zoom@gmail.com account to send a link to anybody, to download a file. You don't need that Gmail account to do anything. You do it all when you log in to zoom.us with the owner email, which is whitewaterzoom@gmail.com. But you don't need to go into the Gmail account, Whitewater Zoom.
You're going into Zoom to set up that account, the account owner, but you can't get past the login screen and password.
So,
He's already been in there.
okay. Kind of what Cheryl said is right. Kind of what you said is right. So we can, like I said, with my current access using the login and password that Lois provided, I can go to the Zoom account and I can provide 4 people access, right? And that protocol will allow me to either label them as administrative level or user. Nothing in between. Only the owner can do that.
How can you not, how do you get up the elevator then to the owner suite?
I assume you have to log in from that email address. Because it recognizes my email address and says, okay, there you are.
Change email addresses when you go in there. Do a switch.
So I don't want to do that here, okay? What if nobody has access to the Gmail account called whitewaterzoom@gmail.com? What happens if they say, oh, you want to change your password? What do? They send you an email to that Gmail or to that account, right? So here's the link for you to change your login information. That's what I'm concerned about. So if
Because you don't know where it's going to go.
because I don't know where it's going to go. And worst of all, I don't have access to it. So could I meddle with it? Yep, absolutely.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
If Lois set it up, why don't you sit down with Lois and do it together, and then you'll see exactly where it goes, and you'll be able to accomplish this, and we won't be spending all this time on it.
Would
That's
love
right.
to, but Lois says, well, maybe Lois has access to the Gmail account. I don't know. And I don't know what
It's not-
information goes there.
I heard today, right out there,
Yep.
that she no longer has access to that Gmail account because somebody did try to go in there and change it. So it either it's already been changed or it's locked you out
Yeah,
because
I
of
have no
attempts
access
to
to it.
change, which will happen, but you
Well-
can recover those.
Yeah, sure, would love to. No. Because that's not the motion that's on the floor.
Right, but if you, after the meeting or tomorrow or whenever, want to sit down with Lois, go in my office, sit down, pull up the treasurer's laptop, or the deputy treasurer's laptop, because that's where it was all generated from, and figure out what the problem is and fix it, I don't think she's gonna have a problem with that.
Would love to.
I can do
I
that.
think that we don't need to, we can. I agree that we shouldn't be allowing any more Zoom accounts. Give this another 30 days to see if we can crack that
But
ivory tower.
my problem with this motion is
right.
is the tone that it's setting. I don't believe we need this motion. I believe we can just say, hey, Rachel, we're working on this. hold off.
No,
You know.
because they need Zoom links soon.
I can,
Well,
I
we
can,
can-
I can send them, I can send them the Zoom link now. We can do that. right
You just said you can't get in there.
You can't get into the.
You
detail.
are You're not even on the same page.
In there, okay? Well,
Cheryl,
well, you've said you can't get in, okay, you said you can't.
you're
get
not
in.
understanding the difference.
No, I know exactly what's going on. You changed the password on the Zoom account.
All right.
And I don't want to make the planning commission have to go through Ron to get a link when Lois was at the
There
planning
is
commission
nothing.
meetings.
That the planning commission has to come to me for, unless,
How are they gonna get their links?
Cheryl, I send it to them. We
They
can
have to
create-
request them.
No,
No.
they don't have to request them. That's the stupid idea.
How did,
That is your idea. That
It's
is
your
your idea.
process, Cheryl.
So
what do
I
you mean? they
cannot,
don't
I
have to-
cannot waste any more of the board's time helping you understand how to design a protocol. I can't, really,
Okay,
because you don't
no.
want to understand.
no, I
know
do
you're capable.
understand. I know that at the
So,
planning
The motion
commission,
in front of
excuse
us
me,
is,
I know
Point
that
of
at the
order.
planning commission meeting, Lois knew when the additional PC meetings were coming up. And she went into the Zoom account and created those Zoom links. If you're not at the planning commission meetings, how are you going to know what links they need for what dates and times?
the motion is, that's in front of us, is that no additional Zoom accounts are created at this time. And so, Don, you said 30 days. I think that's more than ample time to get the planning commission their link.
Yeah.
And provide them with, if they want to have volunteer run it, they can.
That's what's
If they
happening.
want Lois to run it, she can run it. I understand that she doesn't want to be involved with the administrative. She never was, only Cheryl was.
Okay,
So the motion is simple. Roll call vote.
can I just make one statement, please? We decided in the PC that one job for one person is how we were gonna handle this. So that's all I got to say. But we also decided who it was gonna be, so we made other arrangements. We're still working on those arrangements, and when we need a link, we'll let you know. Thank you.
You'll let him know, right?
Well, I don't know how else
Since
to
he's
put 'em
the only one that can create a Zoom link
I'll
right
tell you
now.
what, I'll send up a big white flag. I need to see.
I'm not gonna be creating Zoom links. I'm going to right after this meeting, I'm gonna go in and delete my administrator access. to the
Guys,
account.
I'm in,
Thanks. Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
no.
Goss, no, Valmu,
Yes. Lois, knock it off, okay? Because I'm between a rock and a hard.
please stop disrespecting another township employee.
I didn't disrespect her
You said knock it off.
because of her comment about how I voted.
She can comment any way she wants to.
Can all of us comment however we want to? That's not proper. Thank you.
So I will mute all. You know, I just don't think that motion 3 or 4 need to be made at this time on this particular business item.
If you bring it back. Motion, this listed motion 3 in here. It is, you need to do a little more homework because we do not do verbatim. It's not recommended according to the Red Book. That's what transcription is.
Oh, I see. your
So
point.
you don't use a transcription job.
I see your point. Mhm.
Yeah, it is not recommended by legal, it's not recommended by MTA. the
No, I
Red Book.
totally agree.
So you do not do verbatim.
Let's get on to the next agenda item.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that insight, Ardella. That's a good point. So business number 6. Make a motion to work with Lois to get the log on and access information for the Facebook that represents Whitewater Township Park, rather than the motion that's in the packet.
That would be awesome. I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Further
Okay.
discussion?
Yeah, there clarifications need to be made.
Township
here.
doesn't own the account.
The township does not own the Facebook account.
Okay.
For the park that was set up probably at the inception of Facebook. It's been around that long. And Lois has said multiple times. She's just posting on it. Just like you can post on it, we can all post on it.
I have no idea how to post.
You know how to
I-
post on your page, right?
I know how to post on my page, but
Yeah.
So
So the point is that when we start telling people they can't put things in social media, that on pages that we don't own, it's not an official township page. That's like saying we're censoring their freedom of speech. And you can't do that. Now, if you want to continue using that page, because it's got quite a few followers, which is good for our community, then maybe what you do is, because I know Lois has, I'm gonna step back for a second. I know she has researched and tried to work with Facebook to be able to get it turned over to us, and they won't do it. They won't do it. They won't change the ownership on it. So maybe if you want to continue using it, maybe what needs to actually happen is that we see if we can create it into an official page. I doubt they're going to do that either. No. So maybe your answer is to create an official Whitewater Township park page. If that's what you want to have, if you want control over what is said on it, then you have to become the owner of it as the township. Otherwise, it's no different than if out on my Facebook page, I was put a bunch of stuff and people didn't like what I was putting because they don't like my opinions on what's happening here or there. That's not freedom of speech, and you can't, it doesn't matter if you're an employee or not. You can't tell people that they can't talk about things because that's infringing on their First Amendment rights. And I don't think that's what we want to do here. But if you want to,
So this is not an infringement of free speech question, right? So if the owner of, does Lois own the page?
No,
no,
Who owns the page?
nobody
don't know.
knows. Facebook
We've been
is not
saying that for
cooperative with that.
2 years.
Okay, so then
But we know it's not Whitewater Township.
If you want to post on a Whitewater Township Park Facebook page, you need to create a Whitewater Township Park Facebook page that's named Whitewater Township Park (parentheses) official. And then you will have that. No, that's how it's done. That's how people on Facebook, because Facebook actually does not prevent people from making a page under most any name that they want to. They don't prevent that, as we have seen. It says Whitewater Township Park. Nobody created it. We don't know who created it. And Lois tried to find out who created it several years ago and ran into all kinds of roadblocks with Facebook. So you can spend time on that if you want. I don't think we should waste any money at the attorney's office. You just create your own Facebook page, but then the township, do we have a social media policy?
We
Who's
don't.
going to post on it? What's going to are we going to allow comments? Who's going to monitor it? Blah, blah, blah. That gets into all that sticky stuff with a governmental entity having a Facebook page. So there's a lot of work to do. If you want to have an official Whitewater Township Park Facebook page, then that would be the answer to it. I actually did send off an email to Chris Patterson about this because I was concerned about this motion in the packet here and contacting the cyber crimes unit and all this kind of stuff. Very much sounded like Lois was being threatened. And I was very concerned about that. And Chris Patterson's suggestion was for the township just to create its own Facebook page.
Makes it very easy, guys.
It does.
Well, that's not entirely true because Clerk Goss is so much right on that. Because if you've ever worked for a company that had a social media page, which I did at a couple, that is a monster position.
Yes, it is.
It is. I mean.
And people get paid big bucks.
They do, because it is.
Big
and
bucks.
the parameters, the boundaries, the lanes, the things you have to control.
Absolutely.
Because now you're running an official page and you have to be sensitive to the content and fair. I do agree 100% with your voicing your opening statements. The page is free speech. The page is free speech, and as a constitutionalist, I'll never waver on that part of it. Where the slippery slope comes in, and I'm not a lawyer, but I do have familiarity from my previous job, and I had some interaction on items. It's the similarities is where things get dicey. When somebody has a page out there and it's looking similar or in nature, in format, to be purporting itself, and the public starts to misconstrue that is an official standpoint and official. Now, the posts on there are the posts, the same, but what happens is then, you start to get lots of negative and there's positive feedback, dealing with what's on there. But the question starts to be, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And trying to explain that it's not a sanctioned Whitewater Township page. In most cases, if you do pursue a legal path, if you prevail, the best you can hopefully opt for is you're not going to get it taken down, but you can only win in a position of trying to get them to modify it or put a disclaimer, or, to Cheryl's point, yeah, you could create a counteractive page, but I don't see how we could do that. I in no universe do I understand how we could possibly create that and manage it. And so, if it was, if Lois was the owner, which I know you're not, the appeal would be, could you, alter that somewhat or put some disclaimer up there so at least people understand, yeah, they're feeding information on it, but it is not a governmental page that's sanctioned or part of Whitewater Township. The trouble comes in because the owners have created something, and I don't know enough about the meta Facebook world to understand how to track somebody down. And if you did spend, even if you were to get that information, what's the end goal? You're not going to get it taken down. You're probably at best going to spend a lot of legal money trying to figure out, how to get them to make it something different or a disclaimer. And that is a dilemma that the townships would have to decide, at least in my mind, is what amount of time and resources and funding would have to be spent, and what end game has any sense of assurity. And I mean, it's a rattle. It's
a nasty one.
tough situation to try.
if there was a way to find out the owners and make a sit down and have a casual conversation and see if that works. If it didn't, then if you still felt it was, but
It's gonna require a lot of time and effort.
yeah, and resources and expenses, and
That's right.
I, as much as I don't like it out there because, I don't like it because I have to field calls from people getting citizens that are upset because they see this on there, they can't understand why the township's doing this or that, and so. But those postings are free speech. The problem is when they cross over and say, people take them as bona fide positions or statements or facts, when they may be misinformation or just all, not quite right. A lot of stuff that those you put out there, you do put a lot of good public announcement stuff out there you post. But can't control the rest of the content, and I don't know how you get it to look not like. You look at our Whitewater Township park page, and the colors are not the exact same, but man, the layout's pretty darn. Your first impressions are, you're in another page that looks.
And it uses our address.
So
It uses our phone number.
so
It uses our email.
Good, because then it's directing people to the park.
Well,
but that's got pluses and minuses.
Yeah, I guess.
spent a
It's
lot
all
of-
got pluses and minuses to it.
So I that's my 2 cents on this. I just, as much as on a personal level, it's. But trying to think, through the greater good here, and it's just.
And I don't know that Lois is required, can be required by a motion to provide Ron with an avenue for how she posts something on this Facebook page. She doesn't have to do that. She doesn't have to provide him with that information because he can't use that information anyways. Because she's already using it. So,
did you ever Google this? It's pretty interesting if you Google it. I've been Googling it for like 3 days now. On how to find out admins. They give you like 7 different ways to try and find out who developed the page. But you have to visit about 4 different sites. I'm still on site number 2. But all I Googled
well, maybe
was how do
we'll
you
figure it out, but in the meantime,
I've said my piece.
I mean, I get it with the crossover and maybe we start a new page and then at least we know who's putting it on there, who owns it and everything else. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like this should be that hard, but apparently it is.
I created the Williamsburg auxiliary page and fire department people, they post on it all the time. They post pictures and happenings and things going on. And I mean, other people can post on it too. They don't just have to comment if they want.
Well,
I think it's not something we need to step into, Ron.
okay. So the motion's out there, and so we'll call for a roll call vote then.
Bennett,
Who puts a motion again, please?
to work with Lois, to get the logon and access information for the Facebook that represents Whitewater Township Park. Bennett,
No,
Bauman,
Yes.
Pop,
No,
Glenn,
No.
Goss, no.
oil policy. Motion 1. The Township Board acting pursuant to its authority at MCL 15.236 designates the Township Supervisor as the FOIA Coordinator. he or she is authorized to designate other township staff to act on his or her behalf to accept the process written requests for the township's public records and approve denials.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
And I take this as you want, have somebody to be able to help you? Is that why you're doing this?
No, this is housekeeping. So Cheryl resigned sometime last year in 2022. But our policy procedure still says it's the clerk.
Oh,
So this
okay,
is-
housekeeping.
Yeah, this is just to change from the clerk to the township supervisor and acknowledge that the board is really the only one that can do that. So I don't want this task. But really, there's no other place to put it at this time. So this is just to clear up the policy and procedure manual. Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Pettit,
Yes,
Tommy,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
You guys want to see the new policy and its total completion after the changes are made? Or is what's in the packet good enough? I don't know. I wrote this a long time ago, so I don't even remember what's in the packet, quite frankly.
Well, you got it highlighted.
But I
and
think,
all your
yeah, I
changes.
think that's what I provided. Yeah,
As long as it says that, I'm good with that.
okay.
well, I think we should be sent what,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
it has to
but
be sent out.
It'll be sent out, so you all have a copy for your files, but I don't think we have to bring it back to the board level, do we?
No, but you're gonna show the changes you make, right?
I'm sorry?
You're gonna show the changes you make in the. new
No,
documents?
not in the
Just
copy I send you.
Okay.
Well, yes, they do need to be shown so that I can change it in the Word
PNP
PNP
manual.
manual. So
gotta show
changes
it
need to be in
different.
red. But you can
Okay.
you should send a red line and a clean copy.
Okay, all right, so.
I want to know where the changes are.
And that's what I was getting at. That way you would have.
So does the board want the entire red line copy?
I don't, I just want the black line. Just the final.
I'd like to see. the
If you're sending
difference.
out to everybody, go
Okay.
ahead. I'll take it, but I mean,
I'd like to see the difference just because it's
Okay.
easier to go, yep, that looks good.
All right, so I'll send a red and a clean.
Thank
send out to
you.
everybody.
Red line and clean copy. All right, got it. Motion 2 is motion directing the clerk to provide all responsive documents provided to the requester for FOIA request S-22 to the Whitewater Township FOIA coordinator for further processing.
What's FOIA request S-22? For the record.
For the record, it is the one that you sent me pictures of, that you supplied a thumb drive to somebody.
Sultan and Lynn.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because the pictures are in the packet, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what's on those.
Well, if you're not going to supply a thumb drive, you're going to get it on CDs and it may take multiple CDs.
So does the township have thumb drives?
I have some thumb drives that are for FOIA requests. But not
Is
to
it-
provide it as a copy to you. It's for people outside the township who request things that we have to use a thumb drive and mail it.
Why can't you just email?
It might be too large.
Oh,
It's for
all
sure.
those ordinances and the zoning ordinance. Well, first of all, the zoning ordinance that was supplied is the one that's on the township website, which is two amendments old, two amendments, the last two amendments haven't been added to it, but that's what was available. So that's what I gave. And the other thing that's on there is just as the thumb drive, just as the screenshot of the thumb drive, file states, the general ordinances that were in effect as of whatever date that was.
3/31/23.
That's not gonna all fit on one CD. It might not even fit on all on one thumb drive.
So you need a thumb drive.
It's big enough.
This is a formal request for a purchase order. Not to exceed $100 for thumb drives,
I don't take those. You can send that to me in email.
just so the board knows. Everybody understand the motion?
Yeah, I understand it.
Okay.
Anybody second it?
Ready?
No one seconded it.
Oh, okay.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yes, I have one thing.
Okay.
And it's not about the contents of the motion, although they feel. I don't even want to say this. It feels like tattletaling. I
Feel like I'm in kindergarten.
Yeah. I mean, this, I really would like this to be handled outside of the board. Through communication.
They can't unless you're gonna give them a mediator when they talk to each other.
Well, maybe that's what needs to happen. Because it takes up an enormous amount of our time.
I don't think it's been requested.
Anybody reading our packets are going, what the? And it's embarrassing and it needs to stop. Communication in here, we have many modes of communication. We can pick up the phone, we can walk down the hallway and talk face to face, we can send emails. And we can be cooperative together, everybody at this table. I
would love-
don't like dealing with this like this. It's just, I feel like it's a huge waste of time. I am fading people.
Yeah,
I
me
get it.
too. Yep,
I've
I've
got
got
better
a
things to
massive
do.
headache.
we all do.
I've got better things to do. So I agree. Ardella. But when the clerk resigns from something, says she's not going to do the action that she does, then I'm left without any of the documents. Whose butt is on the line? Not hers, it's the
It
FOIA
is.
coordinator. So. You're
I think
right.
that's the only one I haven't sent to you.
We do need, you continue to provide the information to the requester.
And you.
You do copy me, but in your own words, in your own resignation statement, you said you won't do that.
Well,
And she's doing it anyway, but she doesn't have time to do important shit.
what I have come to understand is that I do need to protect the integrity of my response. And so that is why I have provided it directly to the requester so that it cannot be modified in any way.
Okay,
Wow.
that's not legal in a court of law. Well, Heidi, but did you hear the real? I heard the real thing. The real problem in here is that the supervisor and the clerk cannot communicate with each other, cannot work with each other. They do not trust each other in any way, shape, or form. And it's something that's gotta be done.
I have said nothing about trust issue.
And it's
No.
both ways, Della, because Ron didn't sign the bilateral permit for 186 Networks has an attest line on it. You have to sign in front of someone for them to be able to sign on the attest line. Ron provided the permit several people. Excuse me. I'm pointing out your non-trust issues with me, and that's why I have them with you.
Yeah, that one again.
So I gave that to him after, I believe it was the 4/9 or 4/11 meeting. I handed it to him and said, could you please sign this in front of me, and I'll be happy to sign to attest to your signature. He handed it back to me and said he didn't trust that what I gave him, which was the exact document he gave me. He didn't trust that what I gave him was the document that he gave me.
I wouldn't
So
sign
to
anything
this
from
day-
you till I read
To
it
this
either.
day, the clerk's office does not have on file the Metro Act permit for 186 networks that the board just voted on within the last few months, because I'm not going to attest to a signature that was not signed in front of me. And so far, Ron has refused to sign it in front of me. So he can sign it in front of someone else, and he probably already has. That's fine with me, but it still hasn't been provided to my office. But I was told that the document that he gave me was, he didn't trust that it was the document that I gave him. So that's a recent non-trust issue too.
And
Just
I'm
to make
not
sure, please.
saying it's all one-sided here.
Okay, thank you.
I see it both ways.
Yeah,
So just as, because I have to respond.
always.
Can,
You
can
have to have
can
the
I
last
just ask
word.
for a clarification?
So-
So you are the FOIA person, but she's not giving you the information, but she's answering everybody else when she feels like it?
Not necessarily the truth. That's what happened on this particular one, yes. And so now what has been happening is that she is sending the documents, supposedly the same documents, to me as she is sending to the requester.
Well, it's
Okay,
the
but
same
guess what?
email.
As far as the Metro Act, the last one I signed for 186 network was changed by the clerk after the signature.
No, it was not.
Oh, I have.
Oh,
proof.
yeah, because
that's fantastic.
186 left out a
damn.
page. There was something wrong with what they provided. So anyways, they didn't supply the complete document, so that had to be remedied before I signed it. Anyways, let's move on. Are we having a vote? Let's vote. I'm ready to vote.
This feels so childish. It's gotta stop.
It's not even that. It's two people, legally, this could be, oh my lord. Wow, I think I'll consult an attorney later today. Not preferably ours, but a different one. Okay.
So I believe we're at motion 2. Directing the clerk to provide all responsive documents provided to the requester for FOIA request S22. to the Whitewater Township FOIA coordinator for further processing. Roll call when you're ready.
Bauman,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop.
Motion, yes. Motion passes. Motion 3. Motion directing the clerk to certify those documents provided to the FOIA coordinator for FOIA request S22 are true, accurate, and a complete copy of what was provided to the requester using attached certification form.
I'll second it because I think that's fair.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I'll provide my own certification form.
I'm fine with that. As long as it has a signature. That's it. Roll call when ready.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
And so motion 5 is again another housekeeping thing.
what about motion
I'm
4?
sorry, Motion 4, motion directing staff and elected officials to provide all future responsive FOIA documents to the FOIA coordinator for final processing and delivery to the requester until the Whitewater Township Board of Trustees directs otherwise.
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, no, Bowman,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes,
Motion 5, requesting the supervisor to provide updated FOIA forms reflecting the changes for the Whitewater Township Board of Trustee approvals.
They're gonna basically just update everything we just voted on and discussed.
Yeah, it appears that.
I'll second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll second for discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you. It appears that the FOIA forms were last approved by the board, I think in 2020. And so some of those may need to be updated according to this because they may have the clerk term in them.
Right, instead of supervisor. Okay,
So
I'm good. Call the vote.
roll call when ready.
no, I have some comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, on page 202. In the second paragraph, third line down, there's a reference to a general record schedule 4.2. That is a federal retention schedule that does not apply to townships. If you look at, well, that's my first point. Okay, if you look at, let's see, where are these in the packet here? It's on page. Oh, starts on page 218, general record schedule 4.2. Township retention schedules are all listed on the DTMB website. That's the state of Michigan website, Department of Technology Management and Budget. You should all be familiar with that page. You should all have looked up your own retention schedules. And there is no retention schedule for townships 4.2. I looked this up online. This is a federal government retention schedule. So this entire document 4.2 has no relevance to township FOIAs whatsoever. I have a couple other points. On page 205, so backing up a little bit. This purports to be the FOIA procedures and guidelines for Whitewater Township. It is not. Down at the bottom of the page, you will see that there's a small parentheses MTA 2015. This is an MTA sample document. None of the townships adopted forms say MTA 2015. I just went on the township website this morning. On the supervisor's page, all of the documents say that they were adopted in May of 20. So this is a bogus document. This is not the document that was adopted by the township board. And also you can further tell that it isn't because on page 214, there's no date filled in on these FOIA procedures and guidelines became effective and were last revised on. So there's a lot of bogus information in the packet here, a lot of bogus documents that are not township documents whatsoever. Let's see. That's all I have on that.
So with that being said, does that mean, that doesn't mean that the 2020 still needs to be
updated, correct?
So they're the documents that the clerk provided me by email, so.
No, they're not. I did not give you any document that had MTA 2015 on it. That document was not adopted by the township board. A similar document was adopted by the township board, but that is not the official document. All you have to do is go on the supervisor page and click on each FOIA document that's on there. And somewhere on there, you will find adopted by the Whitewater Township Board on 5/12/20 or something like that. So anything that says MTA 2015, that's a sample document from MTA. The Freedom of Information Act law was overhauled in 2015. And we had to change all of our FOIA documents in 2015, and then we had to change them all in 2020 again with some other revisions. And so the ones that are on the supervisor's page on the website are the official documents, not anything, and none of them say MTA 2015. No. Because we replaced that text and made other changes in there. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. That we have incorrect FOIA documents and incorrect retention schedules in the packet. Documents that can't be relied on.
Roll call when ready.
Comments?
And you're gonna do that, so I'm gonna execute my right to vote last.
Bennett? Where does it say you can do that?
I've actually done in other board meetings.
Heidi, I'm not trying to do an argument here. I just, this is like the second or third time you've done that. and I was
Well, because
wondering where you get it.
that's a very
What are you
interesting
afraid to
question.
vote before Ron? You don't.
Excuse me.
against him?
No,
what
that's
it
not, okay, that's got nothing to do with it, Cheryl. Here's my problem, okay? Everywhere I go to find out how you're supposed to call the vote, I can't find. Okay, so it's some big secret.
You're supposed to rotate the vote.
No, not necessarily. Okay, but hold on a minute. This
Bennett?
is really interesting. Technically, she's supposed to, whoever seconds it is supposed to vote first, according to some townships. Okay, sure, my homework's still out, so if I see people still doing this, it means I can do it.
Bennett?
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
And I'll also vote yes.
No, I already called your name and you didn't vote, and that's what's going in the minutes. Good.
But until
I don't
somebody
either.
tells me how this is really supposed to work and that you're not throwing the vote all the time, I would believe it, but I can't get anybody to give me concrete evidence on it. So until that, I'll keep voting how everybody else votes in Michigan. Watch the meeting, Cheryl.
Oh, I've been to plenty of meetings.
Number 8, we took
What's
off.
the next agenda item?
Yeah.
Number 8, we took
Number
off.
8,
We took off the
we took off.
schedule, so we have meetings scheduled next week.
And just to confirm, what does everybody have the date down as for this meeting?
For next week, at the 20th at 9 o'clock, 9
Okay.
a.m.
Because that I had inadvertently answered a couple of emails. And I transposed my text.
Yep, you did.
So we have a park and recs. No, we have a park improvement meeting on 6/15. Right?
2 p.m.
At 2 p.m.
starting here and then going to the.
Correct. Yep. And on 6/20 is when we have this special meeting set. Is that correct?
That's what I have in my calendar.
Okay.
That's what I have at 9 a.m.
And I have it at 9 a.m. And that's here at the Township Hall. correct? That's what I said. All right, so I apologize. I sent out a couple of emails with the 6/20 date for the park improvements.
There was actually 2 meetings scheduled, not 1.
Correct, there are 2 special meetings scheduled. 6:15 and 6:20, which is the focus of this business item.
6:15, I'm not available.
I'm available for about 2 hours.
The pre-construction meeting should not last 2 hours.
Rick said it's gonna go almost 4, so,
Oh, please.
well, that's what he said. He's
I'm
running
done.
the meeting.
Okay, good. That's good.
So new business 9 Spectrum account, I think we've already answered that. We're going to go with Microsoft, correct? Yep.
No, we can back.
So this is being taken off the agenda?
No, it's not. I believe we've already dealt with it.
All right, we
Okay.
have, but I'm gonna say one thing.
Okay.
This particular item number, new business number 9. And labeled Spectrum account. This whole memo was nothing but bash the clerk. This, that, the other thing doesn't matter, with no motion at the bottom. In the future, I would like to see that not happen anymore.
Okay.
I mean, if we got a focused reason for it to be in the packet, there should be a motion, and it should be just business, man. Just what it is that has to be worked on. That's all I want to see.
And I take great offense at you saying I have provided false narratives, fraudulently reassigned tasks to other elected officials, and created obstacles to township operations. That's complete BS.
Did you assign it to my cell phone, Cheryl?
Assign what's
Yes.
your cell phone? Assign what's your cell phone?
The Spectrum account. You gave out,
Even your cell phone number, yeah,
Yes, you
because
did.
somebody's cell phone or somebody's phone number, and that's your business phone.
so
So,
you had no right to assign it to a different office.
well, you've had no right to do a few of the things you've done too.
So moving on is a
Number
email.
10.
Yep. This is, I think, a follow-up from May. And it's Heidi's
Is this-
business item.
Okay. How come it doesn't have Heidi's name on it? Does it have Heidi's name on it? Doesn't have anyone's name on it. I didn't know who wrote this.
Oh, well, you can't tell. It's my writing. I write like
Well,
a tie, Cheryl.
Usually things that are put in the packet have people.
Well, it might have had a cover letter, but since it got pushed out so far, it might have lost its cover letter. So I think we need to figure out if it's 10 business days or 10 days per packet. What is
make a
more
motion?
comfortable? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
make
I
a
gotta make a
motion.
motion. Go ahead.
May I make a motion?
Go ahead.
Okay. I have not researched current policy and procedure manual. Confirm this, but I believe it's 10 business days. So I'm gonna make a motion to keep it at 10 business days for the packet information.
I'm
We
looking
made-
at for discussion
we made-
purposes.
We made
No.
great strides last month. Everybody is getting accustomed to
I mean,
it.
as long as everybody is and you're handling it okay,
I
but it
think
got
we're
a
seeing
little
great
touchy.
progress. Yep, I had some problems in May. I apologize. I acknowledge those. But
But that's not why I did that.
I think we're okay.
All right, I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with 10 business days, because if you don't count and you got 10 days in your mind, you're
Was
gonna.
there a
blow with
second
the
to this
check.
motion?
No, I don't really think we need a
Yeah.
motion. If
Yeah.
we're still, if you're good with the,
I second
why do
it.
we need another motion?
We're good.
Wait a second.
Yeah, unless you're changing it, why do you need a motion?
Because we have to discuss it.
Okay, so didn't we add something?
Yeah, that's the parking lot pothole.
Oh, which got taken care of.
That's, you know,
Why on this, this 10 business days was done, I believe, when Della and I were not here. And so anyways, I guess I don't understand at all why the packet deadline days, any of them are ever set before the end of the month previous. All of the people who generate monthly reports are now not generating their full monthly report because they're having to do it before the end of the month. And then the MMR reports don't get in the packet and various things. And by the way, Ron hasn't met the 10-day deadline on several occasions, not just in May. But whatever, I haven't complained about that. But I think it's ridiculous that packet deadlines are before the end of the previous month. And no one needs 10 days to read the board packet. No one does. The public doesn't, the board doesn't. But whatever, those are just my.
What I'm hearing is you're okay with if we go back to a shorter period of time if Ron decides that's what he wants to do. We'll
It's a
be in
board
support of it.
decision, right? It's a board decision. And I'm just,
I just want everybody to be comfortable.
we
It's
came
10 days.
to a 10 business day conclusion, I believe, earlier. And thank you for, trying to relieve me from some of that stress. But I think everybody now is kind of getting things there.
I mean, it's
and-
great if you're okay with it, but I just want to make sure that
And there are certain months where we will be a little late because of a report from chief or something like that. But for the most part, everybody is right there.
Well, you're also cutting off bills for approval prematurely too. So, bills that are done in that last 2 weeks are not, the board isn't seeing those until the next month. So sometimes it's 6 weeks before the board is seeing them. So just pointing that out.
So the pothole's been taken care of? Or they're
Keep rescinding the motion.
I'm gonna rescind my motion if you
Oh,
rescind yours.
Sure, whatever.
I thought the motion was by Pop.
That's what I thought.
It
Yeah.
was.
It
And the
was,
second was by Volume.
and I
So
said,
who's rescinding the motion? Pop is.
would you do yours first, please, sir? Rescind your motion.
You did.
Okay, thank you. I'll rescind mine.
Tabled items? None? Board comments or discussion?
I have some. Newsletter deadline.
Oh.
Yeah, this month has disappeared on me.
Oh. July 10th?
Did you skip over the bags partner?
What was that?
Number 8 on the new business?
To know about the bags, road agenda item.
Agenda item was the scheduled meeting. We already did that. Yeah. The agenda item was to schedule a board meeting, which we did. And we confirmed that it is on June 20th at 9 a.m. I'm sorry that you did not catch that part of our meeting conversation.
What is that meeting for? Why is it getting pushed back another week?
I have no idea. Sir, you need to identify yourself, please.
Derek Van Solkema.
There you go.
Hi, Derek.
Sorry, Ron. Sorry, Cheryl, everybody on board, but we've been listening for,
So,
I don't know, what have you guys been in here? 7 hours now?
Yep.
The board members, which I'm sure you're aware of, were polled to see when we could meet with legal. And that was one of the dates
How would he be aware of that?
that we, well, I assume you sent it.
No, send it.
So That's how the date
Stupid
was
comments.
arrived, Derek.
So I thought you were making a decision today to confirm whether the land is buildable or not buildable.
I'm sorry, that was not the agenda item under new business 8. And so
Ron sent out an email with what date the meeting was gonna be on 6/20 at 9 AM, I think. So we didn't need to deal with that today. That was old business by the time we got to this meeting, 10 days.
and the
It was
reason
sent out
that
10
was
days
done
ago.
was so we could guarantee that date with the attorney, right? Yes.
So I'm sorry, Derek, we removed this from the agenda much, much earlier today. I apologize that you have waited so long.
Wish we could have gotten notice that today this thing keeps getting strung along for 18 months. You know, it's.
I'll send you a
you're-
copy of the
you-
notice.
You are messing around with people's families. I've got a 4, 2, and a 7-month-old. My partner has a 4 and a 2-year-old.
So we will move on to
Can I finish mine?
board comments of discussion. Yep.
Newsletter deadline date,
Okay.
it's gotta be the 23rd. That gives you, this Friday is the 16th, the 23rd would be the following Friday. If I could get something from you, Don, for the Parks and Rec in the campground, that'd be awesome.
You're saying this is July 23rd is the deadline?
No, June.
You said,
My taxes for the July newsletter.
I was getting confused there, but okay.
It is a small newsletter, keep that in mind. It goes with my taxes. And I wanted to leave you guys with one thing. There was a planning commission member at the joint meeting that said something very profound that I re-listened to the meeting and made sure I wrote down exactly what he said. And I think it's something that every one of these board members, including myself, should keep in mind when we approach our meetings. He said, you can always build in a what if. And you can take the what ifs so far that nothing can get done or accomplished. That is our board. We do too many what ifs, we do too many rabbit holes. And this struck me so hard when Al Keaton said it, that, like I said, I went back and I wrote it down word for word. That's my word comment.
Would you
Oh, by
like
the way,
something
the
from
the cleanup day went very well. We took out 12 trailers of scrap metal, which means it did not get put into our containers. And we did 10 containers this year instead of the 8 that we had last year. And that's with they had an excavator there compacting it. So it went very well this year. And our planning commission members, 2 of them, Al Keaton and Rod Rebant was there handing out the flyers
For the ROS.
for the survey. Yeah.
Can I listen to your recording of 517 so I can get a feel of it?
Yeah.
Do you want something for your, from the ROS? If they got any survey results, or do you want just a little blurb about how many surveys came back? Do you want anything?
I don't know if you'll have it by then.
Well, they might be able to give you a
Well,
general.
if they want to give me something about preliminary, but I don't think your people that are telling this.
Well, I get that, but maybe they can come up with something like, hey, here's where we're at, here's where we're going, stay tuned for the next.
If they want to give me something that says, you know, it's been completed. Our next phase is going to be this.
No, that's what I was thinking, just
That would
like
be
a
good.
little wanted, wanted people.
And I would be happy to donate much of my spot, if not all of it, to the planning commission. If it was deemed important, or they wanted to maybe get another reminder out or announce something else.
Okay, thanks.
So
I'll let them know.
To do that.
I'll send out an email.
just let me know and then I will. I'll compose something so I'm ready, but if it doesn't go in.
I'll let you know in the next couple days. I only had one comment. Lois, I'm a big girl. I've been through a lot worse than this. Thanks though, but I'm a big girl and I understand what might happen and where I might go. But thank you for being concerned. But this is nothing, so I'm okay.
Any other board comments or discussion? Next regular meeting, July 11th. Any public comment here in the town hall?
And the special meetings on 6:15 at 2 and 6:20 at 9.
Ah, yeah.
When you wait, sorry. That's okay.
Lois McLean, 5919 Linder Leaf. I think it'd be great for the board liaisons of the various committees to handle the Zoom. You're already getting paid quite substantially for it. And it's just a push and a button. And you don't have to deal with other people doing that. The communication, I think that this is just pitiful. That it had to be in the board packet. And even then when you were discussing it, you don't bother to go ahead and talk to me about it. The communication regarding the Facebook page. Okay. I just used 1 minute. I'll take 4 on this. The Facebook page can have stuff taken out of it. The park web address, telephone numbers, all of that stuff, I put in there for the township so that when people went to that page, they knew the right places to go instead of ending up in Whitewater Township in lots of different places. Actually, it turns out there is another Whitewater Township Park page, and it is Whitewater TWP Park. Whitewater Township, no, Whitewater TWP Park. And I believe that is an official Whitewater Township Park page. But I couldn't get access to that one either. Honest to God, it's been years. I have no idea what I did to be able to get access to it. And if I can turn that over, I'll be glad to do that. I know that people have liked getting the information. I know that some people have not liked reading the facts that were posted on that page. I'm sorry, y'all didn't like the fact that you were pulling $400,000 out of the park fund to put into the general fund, but it was a fact. It's a fact that there's the things that caused irritation for people were facts. And I had them double checked before I posted them because I didn't want that to be the case. Zoom login facilitator, that is whitewaterzoom@gmail.com with the password. The Gmail password is the same. So when you have one, you have them both.
That's right.
And when somewhere along the line, I got the impression that someone had tried to access it and there was a problem. So I thought, well, let me check because it was working. It was working. And in fact, I know that it was working on, I'd have to look at my calendar. I don't see a calendar. But just like, it was like a day before that. It had been working because I was testing the speed of my internet. And what took an hour plus, an hour and 10 minutes to download a 9-hour meeting, May 9, took me less than 2 minutes with my new high-speed internet. I was pretty excited about that, but I do actually have a date, was the last time that I accessed Zoom. And
Was the 5/9 meeting on Zoom?
if that was your last meeting, that meeting was done on Zoom.
It was the last regular meeting.
Yeah, the last regular meeting was done on Zoom.
So the board can be, well, you don't have access anymore, but
No.
that's in the Zoom account.
Yep.
The 5/9 Zoom.
Yep, and it
that's
did
right,
not
that's
get
right, 'cause you
moved,
were
it did
here.
not get moved to the trash. I did not move it to the trash.
Right.
Once it sits in trash, it will disappear automatically after 30 days. I anticipated maybe there was gonna be some problems, so I didn't do that. It wasn't mine to do. And the Gmail account itself. So anyways, so once I got the idea that there was a problem with it, I went into Gmail. And that's where I was locked out. And it's like, okay, so whatever happened, I'm guessing someone needed a code for Zoom. And then they needed to get that code from the Zoom Gmail account. This is my brain thinking this is how this is working. And tried several times, it didn't work. So a thing was put in. A message pops up that says you have to do something. And I can't think of now what it was because I did that. And when I did that, it gave a message back saying that's already been requested. And so I wasn't going to get a response. I was just guessing that that was the supervisor attempting to access it. And that, I don't know, I can't access it anymore. And I have no intention of trying to figure it out because you all have the exact same information that I do. And I can't log in, so it doesn't make any difference. And I am not the owner. That Gmail account is the owner.
That's right.
And I still think it's a good idea that the board liaisons to the different things get to go ahead and do Zoom. And if you were to gonna go ahead and do something different with the recording secretary, it's right in there. There'd be like perfect fees to get that taken care of. Thanks.
Heidi Volney. And I'm gonna stand here as your PC liaison. My team saw a problem. They've stepped up. I offered to be the backup. We're gonna try and get it done. But as far as the recording secretary goes, my team wants Lois to keep doing it. And my suggestion was to have one person doing one task. So the other person on my team that has volunteered to do this, he's run multiple meetings. I've run multiple meetings. The only thing I'm not going to do is I can't do 3 things at once. So that's all I got.
Okay, anyone out in Zoom land wishing to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand function. But you probably already know that by now. Hi, Connie.
Good afternoon, Connie Highmore, 6761 Banks Road. I'm concerned whoever the reporter is on Zoom might report the unprofessional behavior by the elected officials in Township Hall today. So embarrassing, some of that for Whitewater Township residents. About the Whitewater Township Park page, I appreciate Lois talking about it, being open to suggestions maybe. It does appear the park page is a township ran page because of the website being whitewatertownshippark.org and the phone number going directly to the park. So maybe a suggestion would be for Lois to, if it's possible, I don't even know if she can do this. All the pages that I run show my name as the author or the administrator. So if she could somehow attach her name, then people won't be confused about who's putting those posts in. That's all on that. Frank wrote some notes here. He had to leave. After Derek Van Slokema read Attorney Mike Herring's email, there's a few things we'd like to comment on. We received that email today at 9:20 a.m. this morning. Of the 12 paragraphs, we have comments on 10 of the paragraphs. There's no time for that. We forwarded an email with red lines to all of you. One area, Mr. Herring states that the township has its own land division ordinance and it's governing, it's the governing law in this matter. Morrison Orchard, this is my comment. Morrison Orchard was not aware that the land division created a parcel that was non-compliant with the ordinance. The zoning administrator, whether knowingly or unknowingly, approved the land division without identifying the land as non-compliant. I'm sure if he would have identified it as such, as the ordinance directs him to, Morrison Orchard would have made it compliant. What is Morrison Orchard guilty of? Submitting a properly filled out land division application? Who failed to identify the land division was not in compliance and respond as such per the ordinance? Who, by signing the application, verified all ordinance criteria was met? In paragraph 10, Mr. Herring states, the board has authorized the zoning administrator to approve, he said rations, I'm sure he meant ratios, other than 4:1. Our comment, this is true. If the applicant demonstrated a need and the board approved it, that didn't happen. FOIAs were requested that documented that documentation from the zoning administrator, but nothing was provided. Mr. Herring says, this is a quote, we know there is textual support for this determination. Really? Please share that with us. Because our FOIA, the zoning administrator said he provided everything and we don't have that. Mr. Herring goes on to say the zoning administrator approved the site condo project. There's been no approval of the site condominium project through the zoning administrator, the planning commission, or a public hearing. Paragraph 11 states that an eventual lawsuit will be seeking $2 million to $10 million if the board confirms their decision today. Is that a threat to change their decision with claims of a large lawsuit? That's an interesting statement.
I have to ask you to wrap it up, please,
Yes,
Connie.
please.
I'm finished. We will continue to add to the hundreds of hours of research on this subject. We believe laws are made to be followed. We count on that. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make a public comment? Please raise your hand. Right, I'll entertain motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn at 4:32.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded for the discussion. We'll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Spellman,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Yes,
Bennett,
Yes.
it's still 4:32 p.m.